I actually couldn't. I haven't been able to get stream to load yet.
I mean, it says I've got one viewer, so I'm gonna assume that's you.
I'm gonna restart the whole thing. Because it was also doing that for the ads.
Hmm.
I was like, oh, this is more of a Twitch problem than a you problem, it seems. Unless, oh yeah, it looks, well, it's playing in the preview thing. Oh yeah, there you go.
No, I'm not watching Minecraft Live right now. Get out of here. You wanna watch Minecraft Live? No.
No. Wow, you've joined the game.
Yay! I am in.
Yippee!
Yippee! What was I? Oh, yes. I still need my dark oak.
Yes, there is some waiting for you.
Okay. I am on my way over.
Wahoo!
Wahoo!
Wahoo! I still gotta get Silk Touch. Oh my god, I have nothing.
What do you mean you have nothing?
Like, I don't know, I feel like usually at this point I have a lot more gear.
Yeah.
But I think I was focusing on like I don't usually do a big build. And not that I built this, but it's a bigger structure than I usually deal with, and I replaced a ton of the stuff in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Usually I just build a little thing.
Love me a little old thing.
A little thing, you know.
A door trap I got stuck in that one time because I walked straight into it.
It's so funny. I don't know what you
I was
expected.
like, oh, a door. I think I out
You went,
loud
oh, a
said,
door
oh,
trap,
a
and you
door
walked
trap.
into it.
Yeah, walked straight into it.
Uh,
That
so
was a
special.
fucking experience, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I've had enough of this. I'm getting rid of this fucking tree.
Oh, leave my tree alone.
No, it
What the
is. You
hell?
keep saying you're gonna take it down, and then you never do. I'm getting rid of
I
it.
never said that.
You shit ass fucking tree blocking the fucking entrance.
Why would I say I would get rid of the tree? The tree is
It's the one
fine.
blocking the entrance.
You could also go the other way.
Oh, so I go around the long way because there's one shit ass tree?
Maybe.
No, fuck your tree.
Rude.
Is it in the normal place?
Chest boat outside.
Ah, there's a pig in this.
The other one.
Oh, I killed the pig.
What? Okay, that's okay. He was evil anyway.
Ooh, alright. Lovely. I guess I'm leaving you a boat in payment.
Okay. I should go a little bit mining.
It's always good. Every once in a while, it's interesting because I go mining, of course, but because of the game we play and the way we play it, why are my frames plummeting right now? What is going on?
Oh, I thought you were just sitting still.
No.
Evidently not.
No, it stopped now. It's been fine the last few days. I hope tonight it doesn't just decide to be terrible.
Yeah.
That'd be quite upsetting.
Yeah. Do we know if our other pals are joining us?
Well, Evan's working, of course.
Hmm.
So maybe at like fucking midnight or some shit.
Right, as usual.
I asked Trent. He gave a non-response though.
Mm.
I tried to bait him with the "I have a funny thing to tell you."
Ah,
I don't know if it's gonna work or not.
the classic comedy bait.
Oh my god. There we go.
What?
Nothing important.
Okay.
I'm gonna build a mini dock because I realized that I'm built directly onto a cliff that's just
Mm.
annoyingly high.
Yeah. Wow, my line is longer than I thought it was.
Me when my mine is longer than I thought it was.
Truly, truly. I still can't see the end of it. Oh, I think I do now.
All right. Did you bring a bed with you by any chance?
No.
Then get the fuck back up.
Hang on.
No time. About to be night. I mean, I guess that works.
Yeah.
You gotta wait though now. Damn it. Slightly annoying though because I've got a few things I want to like talk about, but I don't want to like repeat myself if Trent gets here.
Mm.
So I'm like
Mhm.
stuck in this
Mhm.
weird like waiting.
That's fair. What am I doing? I am mining a little bit. I probably want to get some levels so I can get Silk Touch, at the very least.
That'd be nice.
Yeah. I love Silk Touch. It's a little that's like the thing that I'm like, it's weird that I don't have it by now.
I know, yeah, because you're like a Silk Touch and
I'm
Fortune
a big
kind of
fan.
guy.
Yeah. Because I also deal with a lot of like plants and stuff. And some
Yeah.
of those you need Silk Touch to get.
Mm-hmm.
They're like Podzol,
You can just get
which is
Podzol
part
by
of the reason I
planting
want it.
giant ass spruce.
Well, yeah, but I want to rearrange it and stuff, you know?
Hmm.
Sea lanterns, it's good for those.
Oh, fuck off. Just trying to place some fucking fence posts so I can fucking have my dock look nice, and here's an actual army of drown. Fucking 3 of them showed up at once.
Dang. It's just disrespectful.
It is. You come to my land.
I still gotta find a swamp because I also want green frogs.
Good fucking
So you
luck.
need both kinds of frogs to make a green frog.
Yes. We haven't even found a mangrove forest, I don't think.
I might have bought it. I think I have a propagule somewhere. But like now I'm thinking about it, I'm pretty sure I bought it from a wandering trader.
Yeah.
Propagule's a good word.
It is. Sounds like something Joe would say.
That's so true.
That's Joe true?
It's Joe true.
Why has no one called their mine shaft the grind shaft?
They might have, I don't know, but you can.
No.
Oh.
That's not a me joke, you know?
I guess.
Regardless of how brilliant and not at all stupid it is.
Oh, of course. Iron, wow. One iron. Hello.
Hello.
Oh my god, you're here.
Woohoo!
Okay. Sorry. So I know I had that thing I have to tell you, but I've been thinking of this dream I had. I need to tell you about this.
Okay.
Okay.
Alright, are you ready?
I didn't know there was a dream involved.
No, it's not. This is just also another separate thing. So
Oh, okay.
I'm sitting there, right? And Dank Shells is there, but like actual him. And he passes me
Okay.
a tobacco pipe, right? And I look at it and I'm like, wait, this is full of weed. But like obviously I don't smoke weed, but for whatever reason, Dream Me is like, I'm gonna smoke this. And that tastes really weird. Alright. And I look at it and I'm like, all of the stems are white. That's really strange. And I swirl it around and I just go, bean sprouts! And for some reason, Brady like falls over fucking laughing
sprouts?
because it's full of bean sprouts.
All right.
That was an actual
That's what
dream I
she's doing.
had.
I just picked up some bean sprouts so that way I could add it to instant ramen.
That's a good choice.
Nice.
I mean, they're like a really good source of, I want to say, protein.
I don't actually know the benefits of them. I just like them more as a textural thing.
Yeah. Now, did you get
Understandable.
soybean sprouts or mung bean sprouts?
I don't remember. Let me check.
Because I know soybean sprouts aren't great for
I mean,
you.
if they're little, it's probably mung beans.
True. I think soybeans are.
Soybeans are
A little
you
more
would
expensive,
probably
too.
know. You know.
I mean, I guess you
Yeah,
can harvest them at
um,
any stage, though.
Right, but the bean itself is larger.
I mean,
And it's got a sprout from the
yeah,
bean.
but I assume at a point it's... No, because the mung bean sprouts normally don't have the seed at the bottom. They pull them out of the seed.
I guess.
It does not clarify on the packaging.
All right.
Does it say contains soy?
No, it does not say anything about the ingredients whatsoever.
Well, then it's
There's
probably...
not
Well, it
even a
might be-
nutrition label.
Oh, interesting. It might be mung beans then, because I think if it's soy, it has to say contains soy on there, because
Yeah.
it's one of those allergens.
By law,
I
it does.
was
It's like peanuts.
Pretty sure legally you have to put a nutrition label on such packaging regardless, so we're already
What?
in a weird...
You do. It does have to say contains, even if it's like apples, it has to say contains apples.
No, because apples is it's not eggs, peanuts, soy, dairy.
No, I know that. Not the allergen thing, but like it has to say what you are buying.
Oh, I guess, but like if you think about it, you buy a carrot in a package. It doesn't say ingredients carrots.
No, it says contains carrots.
Does it?
Yep.
Yeah, there's still nutrition labels normally.
Yeah, I thought nutrition labels were required. Was it like imported?
It appears to be.
Okay. Well, maybe that's why.
You could grow your own bean sprouts. That could be fun.
That's true.
They only take a couple days, as far as I know, at least.
Probably because you're just making the sprouts.
Yeah, exactly. But microgreens are pretty big right now.
Microgreen.
Microgreens.
Right,
I'll
the
use those to
important
counter the
thing
microplastics.
to tell you that you would find is funny. So one of my VODs blew up.
Really?
Yeah.
So first of
Which
all,
one?
I'm going to tell you that in a second. First of all,
Okay.
1.7k views out of nowhere, right?
Okay.
None of the other videos got any views, and you want to know how many subscribers I gained from those potentially 1.7k people?
2.
4.
Hell yeah.
So
That's
there's
more than I
Alright.
guessed.
there's the YouTube algorithm for you. But you want to know which one blew up?
What?
It's the one that starts off with me and Artie just making up fucking rhymes with Markiplier and then talking about
No,
JFK
that one!
conspiracies and doing the Joker Trump impression.
The problem is, we didn't just start off with the Markiplier rhyming. That was the whole stream.
Yes.
Where I was just getting really frustrated, not able to catch the fish in Ocarina. You were doing whatever.
No, actually, I think it was a different stream. I think Raven just commented on that, but I am near certain it is the one where we start going into JFK conspiracies and we do a Joker Trump impression.
I know you got yelled at for the Joker
I
Trump.
did. That
Got
was
yelled at?
well, no, I didn't get yelled at, but my sibling did turn to me the next day and go, "No more Joker Trump impressions." 'Cause apparently, she woke up in the middle of the night to, and I said, "Why so serious?"
Joker Trump has got to be up there with #1 person to get prank called by, second to only Peter Griffin.
Peter Griffin. Yeah, I already found a
That is pretty
video
good.
of someone prank calling someone as Peter Griffin, and I quite
It's so
liked
old,
it.
But it's so funny.
It is. I quite liked it because the person on the other side is also clearly very amused.
Yeah.
I
Because,
think
like, imagine, it's a pretty good Peter impression, too. So just
It's really
imagine you
good,
get
yeah.
a phone call and you pick it up. Just Peter fucking Griffin.
that would be pretty good. However, I think I would appreciate a prank call with a Chills impression.
Oh.
That's pretty good, too.
I'm
Just
making
get
a
it.
tier
Yep.
list of the 10 ugliest people in the world.
If you need to
Hello,
call me
how
at
are
this
you
number,
doing
15.
today?
What's your social security number?
Is this 847-135-2971? I really hope someone actually tries calling that number. I just made that up off
Yeah,
the top of my
that'd be
head.
fun. That would be funny.
But I did use a real area code, so
Yeah.
Yeah,
That is
funny-
someone's number.
847 is, like... That's the correct phone number in my head. Even
Yeah.
though for arguably the majority of my life, I have not lived in 847.
I did
But
live
that's
in
my parents' phone
847,
numbers, so...
but do not have an 847 because I
Mm.
think
I don't have an 847 either.
847 is a uncommon one to get nowadays.
Mm.
Yeah, I believe
I
you're
think
right.
a lot of the 847s are assigned.
Well, when
'Cause,
I had a home phone, it was an 847. But once we switched over to cell phones, it became a 224.
Yeah, well, because I think we lived in an area where they had to introduce a second area code.
Yeah. Too many people
Which-
buying the phones.
Which apparently is very much a thing that happens. but
Yeah.
only in like major metropolitan areas.
Yeah, I know like New York has like fucking 8.
Yeah.
There's definitely people with superiority complexes over which area code they have,
It's a really funny
That-
concept.
but they do.
Interesting
and you know
rivalry.
it.
All right. We technically, I think, have a third one, although it might just be for like a slightly different area, because 630 also comes up a lot.
That's true.
Oh, that's an odd one. I don't like that one. It feels evil somehow.
Yeah, because I knew people with 630. I'm a
Not
224.
good numbers. 224 is an okay number also, but 630 is evil. Bad
Remember
vibes.
when you said it's ridiculous how people have superiority complexes over the phone numbers?
These aren't even my phone numbers.
Uh-huh.
You're just
I'm just-
judging people.
You're just judging people.
I am not judging the people. I'm judging the numbers. I'm saying they're evil numbers.
You mean like the people who judge the numbers?
No, I'm saying people think they're better than other people because
And
they
you
have
think
the better
you're
phone number.
better than these
I
people
don't
because
I don't
these
think
people
I'm
are
better
evil.
than the 630 people. I
But
just
you-
don't like the numbers themselves.
But you're saying that they're evil.
Look, I don't
I said
think
the
I'm
numbers are
better than them. I just think that they're worse than me.
I don't like the number. It's evil.
The numbers, Mason.
It's the numbers, okay? You don't get it.
Sure.
Only I understand the numbers.
Only I know the numbers!
They're very special.
Over here doing numerology with phone numbers.
I was born in the number.
I have never actually, like, investigated at all to understand what numerology really is.
Isn't it
I
like
have no...
in the same
It's
vein as,
divination
like,
with, like, math, I
yeah.
guess.
It kind of just sounds like if OCD was your religion.
Kind of,
You
but
know-
it's like a Christian thing, isn't it?
Is it
It-
really? I mean, I know there's
I know
angel
that-
numbers and whatnot. but
Okay,
that's-
yeah, I know that there's numerology in Christianity. Is it, like, a broad concept, or is it, like,
Well, there's the
specifically
whole thing
tied?
about 40. 40 days is very important always.
There's, of course, 666.
Well, yeah.
777 is also one.
Well, all the
202.
triple numbers are considered angel numbers, I believe. And that's why a lot of people have them tattooed on themselves. Usually on their neck. I
Yeah,
think
no,
I've seen a
there's-
lot of 333s.
Oh, well, that one's different, though, because that one I actually
it?
know what that is. Yeah. That's the
Oh.
Holy Trinity.
Well, right, but it's been assigned to that.
No, yeah, but I'm saying that that one has a very specific connotation. It's
Yeah.
not like a generally.
But they also
It's-
have their, like, attributes. Like, when you read the horoscope and it's like, Pisces is sad and caring, or whatever the hell it says.
Yeah, that's
I
pretty
think
mu-
it
you
has
pretty much
those
got
kinds of
it.
things as well.
You pretty much got it.
I don't like horoscopes.
I too don't like horoscopes.
I don't care.
I
I
think
feel-
like horoscope in the newspaper, the fact that it's there is harmless. It's
Oh,
just
yeah.
the people who are like, I'm gonna base my life around this now.
Yeah, well, I
Yeah.
think that horoscopes, like, yeah, in a newspaper, that's like fun. You know, it's a cute little thing. I think that people tend to put way too much stock in it, though. Like in general, not even like I'm not even just talking about like astrology people here. I mean like people become like paranoid
Yeah.
about it. And yeah, because I've seen people that like they don't know anything about like any form of divination or astrology, but they listen to horoscopes, and like it, 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 dictates how they live.
It's kind of like just like anxiety bait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say I think like yeah, horoscopes in the newspaper and whatnot, but I think a lot of them are also really kind of nefarious. Like it's almost like they purposely target the easily convinced. You know, people who for whatever reason might be more likely to believe it with their whole like generalization thing and all that.
Although, well, you did mention it earlier, or I assume it's what you were alluding to. I did know someone who genuinely decided whether or not they were even going to bother trying to get to know people based on zodiacs.
I wasn't
That's
talking about that person
annoying.
specifically, but I was talking about that brand of person.
I don't know which person you think I'm talking to about because I'm talking about a coworker.
Oh, never mind.
I have no idea who you're referring to.
Well, when it comes to anything horoscopy or witchy and not good, I assume we're talking about a certain person who is all
Oh,
those things.
Yeah, no, I don't think she's a horoscope person, but
Well,
that
she's got
wouldn't
one thing
surprise
going
me.
for her.
Yeah, no, I had a coworker that that was genuinely upsetting, like deciding things about people and whether or not like it was worth trying to get to know someone.
I think that's where a lot of
It was
my hatred of astrology came from, because I did have an experience at one point with someone who was like, "Oh, you're a Cancer? Okay," and then like wouldn't talk to me.
Yeah, see, at in high school, I guess whatever, man, like people in high school also think that Satanism is, drawing pentagrams on their arms with Sharpies and worshiping the devil. So,
Yeah.
like in high school, it's one thing. What concerns me is that this was a coworker I had a few years ago who was about 6 years older than me.
Okay.
So this is like
You don't get an excuse.
a full-grown adult here.
Like an
This isn't.
established adult.
Yes. Yeah. No. This is when I was teaching. Yeah. No. She's definitely like a full-ass adult there that was writing off people because like they were an Aquarius.
Sounds like a lovely person.
My siblings, my siblings and I were all born on a cusp.
That means you're all
Which is
cursed,
just
actually, and
interesting.
evil.
And
What?
That means you're all cursed and evil, actually.
Yeah, probably.
all of you're all 630s.
No, I don't know. Pick a different one.
630.
No.
What about 720?
No.
Sounds okay.
This is the lore that you established.
And Bingo
No,
was his name, oh.
I, meanwhile, am a 773.
202.
That's a good one, though.
Luna.
I think 773 is a commercial only number.
I am near certain it is.
800 588 2300 Empire today.
Okay, I know 800.
Yeah,
Is a commercial
1-800 is.
Oh no, 800 absolutely. I just like that one.
Because I remember,
2300.
I remember 1-800 from the Zoo Book commercials.
The what commercials?
Zoo Books.
Zoo books?
Yeah, they were like magazines about animals that were like advertised towards children. They were on. So I watched like a staggering amount of PBS Kids because young me really wasn't into like. Not to be like, oh, I didn't watch such things, but I really didn't like things that wasn't like educational for whatever reason. So I loved like PBS Kids, but I really
Not
didn't
stimulating
like
enough.
I didn't like Nickelodeon and whatnot, like, at all for a long time.
No, I don't think I ever got into Nickelodeon because the networking always seemed kind of dumb to me.
Yeah, well, I think the other thing was I liked cartoons. As soon as something live action came on, I was like, fuck this shit. And, like, Nickelodeon, Cartoon Network, and,
Cartoon Network did live action?
yes, and Disney
Yep,
Channel were
they
all
had all-
going through their live action phase at the time, so I was
There
like, fuck
are
this shit.
entire video essays about that time Cartoon Network did live action.
Yeah, we got Hole in the
Boy, I'll have
Wall,
to find those.
We also got Destroy, Build, Destroy.
yeah, which was hosted by fucking Andrew WK.
Dude, that was a weird time. But yeah, basically there was a time period in which this is actually a direct result of the writers' strike that happened back at the time. So it was a lot easier for them to produce live action shows because they didn't require writers, so everything was more reality TV oriented.
Oh, the other thing was they were also kind of on the heels of, like, Disney Channel obviously did live action a lot earlier and had, like, huge successes with, like, The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody and Drake and Josh and all that. So they were like, we want a piece of that pie. But yeah, they did do a lot of reality TV. Though Disney Channel continued their, like, shitty fucking Drake and Josh 12, you know? At the time. Because Disney had kind of exited its golden age, quote unquote, and was now
But
in
was
the
it,
we're
like,
still trying to make
Jessie?
this work. Yeah, like fucking
Jesse
Jessie
was
and
popular
shit.
though.
Jesse was big, yeah, but it
Oh.
wasn't, you know, Drake and Josh or Zack and Cody
True.
and shit.
Drake and Josh was
I-
Nickelodeon.
Oh yeah, it was. Yeah, no, Drake
Yeah,
and
it's
Josh was
true.
Nickelodeon trying to be Disney.
Hannah Montana was Disney.
That was Disney, but
Yeah.
that had already passed too.
Wizards of Waverly Place, I think, would have been about that time.
Yeah. And this was before Disney XD did the whole cartoon thing again.
You know they're bringing back Phineas and Ferb?
I don't feel great about that.
I honestly feel like if there was any show to bring back, that's the one that's the most okay.
I mean, fair. I'm not like, no, fuck this. I have so little faith in Disney, and it seems like all Disney's doing is trying to bring back old IPs to make more money.
In this case, the writers have actually talked about this one. They actually felt that way too.
Okay.
Dude, we gotta get Bowling for Soup to do a different theme song.
I mean, they'll do it.
They will.
Probably,
They
yeah.
totally will.
Bowling for Soup's cool people. I like them.
Yeah. So the writers did talk about this. Yes, when they were brought back, it was almost definitely to try to cash in on nostalgia rather than produce a new property. However, they said that they actually had like a bunch of unused concepts and stuff like that, and once the writers' room got going, they had a lot of their old writers, some new people in, and they actually had a lot of fun doing it. So
Oh, well, that's good at least.
I'm willing to trust the writers on this one.
Yeah.
I not someone who watched like every episode, but the show is fun. It's episodic. I could see it working coming back.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Because apparently it's literally just, yep, they're doing it next summer.
Yeah,
It-
that sounds right.
Yeah, you know what? That's better than trying to come up with some weird convoluted shit.
yeah, they're literally just gonna have it set the next summer. Now, the real conversation we need to have is about the fact that the theme song explicitly states that there's 104 days of summer vacation,
Yes.
and
Yeah.
there is more than 104 episodes.
Yeah, well, I think the
Aren't there
idea
multiple
was it
time
was
travel
going to be
episodes?
104 days.
I don't think there's ever an
Or
actual
no, there's
time
the
travel
movie.
episode.
The movie did time travel. At
Well, the
least one
movie
of them.
didn't actually do. The only movie that I've seen, at least, doesn't actually do time travel. They literally just make the day longer by chasing after the sun.
I think the movie I remember was Candace goes back in time, however, to show her mom the roller coaster they made.
Yes,
And then her
then
mom
it
sees it, is like,
yeah.
what the fuck? And, like, it
Oh,
basically becomes
yeah.
Doofenshmirtz world.
Well, yeah, there was that. Well, wasn't there the one where they also it didn't become Doofenshmirtz short? Oh boy, you know what I mean. World, but they she actually caught them, and then they just got sent off to like a fucking boarding school, and then they had to break them out
Yeah.
because the world just like sucked and everything was boring.
Well, I remember
did
it
see
being
that
like
one.
parents against children doing anything dangerous
Mm-hmm.
society, basically.
Well,
And then
I mean,
I think these are
Oh,
two separate
yeah.
movies.
they probably are.
I think because I recall both of these. I think
I think I
what
only saw the one.
I mean, some of them might have not been movies and instead been like Disney Channel special.
if I remember right, the one that Artie's talking about, what basically happens is that without the like something happens in that episode, and without that thing happening, Perry has
Well-
no way of getting out of a situation and ends up in a full body cast.
It's because every episode, the inventions destroy each other.
Yeah.
So when the kids aren't there to do more stuff,
Doofenshmirtz is like
they all.
competent.
I mean, he kind of is. He made
I don't
some
think
cool
he was
stuff.
ever actually incompetent. I think
He
it
was
was
just
just
spoiled again.
half-hearted.
That's true.
I think he just didn't actually care that much about taking over the tri-state area.
Also, probably true.
One thing
He
he did
really
care
kind of
about,
just...
Vanessa.
I think he just reads as a middle-aged dad who's kind of bored.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, some of
He's
his
got
innators
passion.
are kind of just there.
Didn't he have like a pajama innator or something like that at one point?
Yeah.
I forgot I had the world's greatest diamond hoe.
Dude,
That's nice.
I love the meme of like whenever someone talks about their tragic backstory, someone just responds with a picture of Doofenshmirtz talking.
Yes!
Oh, I
Especially
like the
when it's like
ones-
wildly over the top.
I like the ones where it talks about how neither of his parents showed up to his birthday
Yes.
or to his birth.
His birth.
Yeah. That bit was pretty funny. Every time they went in the backstory was pretty good.
I liked Balloony.
Balloon is a
Looney
classic.
was good.
That face was fucking
was so good.
wild.
Dude, I would probably. They're gonna bring back Balloony.
Oh
Right?
yeah,
They
100%.
need to bring
They
back
yeah.
have
Balloon.
to.
Last I remember, Balloon got a mech body.
Yeah.
He would drift through a few episodes now and then too, I think.
Yeah, it just show
Like
up
in
every now
piles
and
of-
then.
Yeah, like when they would pan over like garbage or something, I think sometimes he was there.
That was a wild decision for a kids show.
Yeah.
Like there was nothing actually wrong with it.
I think that's all of Phineas and Ferb though. Like there's nothing like explicitly like wrong or not okay, but it's like this is a really weird choice.
How did we feel about the panda arc?
The panda arc.
I didn't like
When
watch it. I
Harry
only watched it when it
Platypus-
was on.
So it was revealed that there was a whole like society of secret agents.
Oh
And they were all
yeah.
different little animals, and Dr. Doofenshmirtz was assigned a new nemesis, and it was this panda, and they had like a breakup story with Perry the Platypus.
Oh. See, the only thing that I remember was that Isabel's Chihuahua was also a secret agent named like Agent Pinky or something.
I forgot about her dog, but it's probably because I don't think I liked him. Just because it sounds like I wouldn't like him.
It's fuck chihuahuas, am I right?
And they're always like weird in cartoons. I don't know.
I think Chihuahuas are just weird.
Yeah.
That's very true. They always try to be like a little spunky, but it always comes off wrong.
Yeah, see, we accidentally own Chihuahuas, so like I feel like
Oh,
I
no.
could say
But
with
they were
certainty.
mixed.
Yeah, no, they were probably they never actually got tested, I don't think, but I
No.
think they were mixed with miniature pinchers.
Yeah, so they ended up being all right. Because they were also,
But they
well, maybe not so much Harley, but Joker was bigger than a Chihuahua.
Joker.
yeah. Harley was interesting.
Yeah.
Their bodies
Strange.
aren't supposed to do that.
No, they're not. Harley
What?
lost all her hair.
Yeah, so she
Like,
was
all of
she
it.
was completely hairless. It had nothing to do with her breed. We know that for a fact because the other one was her litter mate.
And he had
So it's
full
just
fur.
like skin disease?
Well, she didn't look like she
Yeah,
had, like, rashes
no.
or anything either.
She had no skin problems. It was probably just a weird like genetic defect. She was
yeah.
hairless. She would grow like small tufts like on like the joints of her legs
It
and
grew around her
like,
face,
light-
too, earlier in
like
her life.
light fuzz. But yeah, no. The freaky thing though was that she was able to hyperextend her legs to walk like a person.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's horrible.
She was super freaky. She could like flex in weird ways.
She could also jump, like, fucking, like, a good 5-6 feet into the air.
So, like, you know, I interacted with her and I was like, holy shit, it's the Chupacabra.
Yeah,
And
what?
That stuck.
Yeah, the
'cause,
name stuck.
Yeah, what the fuck was that?
And the funny thing is, Joker was the most normal fucking dog you would ever meet.
Yeah, no, I mean, he had, like, some aggression issues, but that's just because they were taken from a bad home.
And it wasn't even, like, bad aggression issues. He wouldn't, like, attack
No,
people.
he just, like,
just
nipped
nip
people's
sometimes.
ankles and stuff.
Hmm.
Like, he really didn't like, loud noises.
Yeah.
Those would set him off. Also, again, came from a bad environment, had
Right.
particular disdain toward men in work boots, specifically.
Yeah.
Like, we don't know everything that happened, but I think just from that,
Right,
you
you
can
can
kind of...
gather.
Yeah. But yeah, mostly normal dog, and then I was that. Like, she was weird. She also had, like, weirdly stretchy skin.
Yeah.
Like, it would just keep going.
Guys,
it was
I
like
don't
doing a
think this thing was a
cheese
dog.
pull.
It was also, it was like,
The more you
it would
tell
just
me about this
shift
thing, the
around
more
her
it's not
body
a dog.
constantly.
Yeah. But it's not like it was like loose, saggy skin. Like, it looked tight
was
until
just
you pulled
elastic.
on
Yeah,
it.
it was elastic and, like, detached.
Guys, this is
Yeah.
not a dog. What did you
No.
have?
It was a chupacabra.
Is that
She
what
was
they do?
also
I thought
very
they just
small and extremely
goats.
nice.
Yeah,
Well,
she was really
that's
nice.
good.
She did have a weird obsession with licking me specifically, though.
You smell like
So-
goat blood.
Apparently, yeah, I guess. I smell like goat.
Goat is one of my favorite meats to eat. It's a fun fact of the day.
Have actually, ironically enough, I do now use goat's milk soap.
That's nice.
It is. It's very moisturizing.
We
actually.
sell goat's milk soap for super inexpensive at the farm if you're ever out here.
Oh, that'd be nice. Yeah, because the problem is that, like, you try getting something like that and everywhere charges like it's a luxury product, and I'm like, I just want my, like, almond-scented goat's milk soap.
Yeah, I think we've got the super basic scents. We've got, like, the lavender oatmeal. We've got one that's fall spice right now, which is kind of neat. Or autumn spice.
See, that's fine.
There's Earl Grey. It's like the normal shit.
Yeah, but, like, I mean, almond-scented goat's milk soap, like, that should not be a high price tag.
Yeah, I think it's because the people who make goat's milk soap are all, like, artisans, which I totally understand the pricing, but, like, not everyone's out here spending fucking $20 on a bar of soap.
Yeah.
John Townsend's. I love Townsend's. I wish some of their stuff was a little less expensive sometimes.
The pocket nutmeg grater.
Dude, seriously.
For
They don't even make
$80.
that.
Yeah.
Just
I think that's
because
the
I was
problem.
curious, because I like using bar soap now.
Mm-hmm.
I just find it
I've
worked
always
a lot
been
better.
Yeah.
It was just better for my skin. I tried it out once because we got like a nice soap.
Mhm.
And I discovered that I just have a much better reaction. I get less back knee,
That's good.
but I decided when I run out of this one, I just bought it because I'm just curious to buy Dr. Squatch.
I've used Dr. Squatch for a
Oh.
while now, actually. I got it as a Christmas gift. It's solid.
Okay. I was
really
mostly
big,
just
though, aren't
curious.
What?
Well, they
Aren't they huge?
No, they're kind of normal
No.
soap bar size. It's
I
Duke
feel like their
Cannon
bars
you're
of soap
thinking
are
of.
enormous.
Duke Cannon
They're-
soap is giant.
Okay, maybe it's that one.
Which I used
I
Duke
just-
Cannon for a little while
I just
there.
remember your soap being freaking enormous,
Yes.
and I was like,
So
"What is this?"
that was the Duke Cannon. It was the kind of gray one.
Okay,
That's a question.
I don't know.
Well, the kind of gray one was the
I
Duke
just remember
Cannon
it was
Gunsmoke, and those are enormous. But I will say it is nice to only have to buy soap like once, twice a year.
I bought Dr. Squatch because I fell to the marketing ploy.
Yeah,
Hmm.
The weird ads.
that one guy. He's the same guy who did the fucking sunglasses. I forget which
what?
sunglasses they were, but he had like 4 products that launched at once. And the one that
Okay.
stuck was Dr. Squatch. And he was known for having ads that were like fucking 15 minutes long. Now he's
Yeah.
chilled the fuck out, but yeah, some of those, man,
Guys, how do you feel about the YouTube Next button?
don't like it.
It makes me
Oh.
very angry.
I hate that was just like silently implemented.
I ignore it. I don't press it out of spite.
Okay, so here's the
I don't-
thing with the next button though that I discovered and why I press it.
Because it's
next button-
shorter.
Yeah, it gives you a 5-second ad.
Yeah, I know, but it forces me to interact with it.
I mean,
So
yeah. No, it
They-
sucks. I
they're
hate that
making
they've
you
also
watch
been
the ad and then interact with it so that they get, first of all, can show you more ads, and then
Well, yeah. What I hate that came along with that is that ads went from being like an average of 20
so
seconds
long.
to like 40 seconds worth of
oh, I've
ads.
had them like 90 seconds for a long time now.
On the TV, it's worse.
That's true.
Like,
I've been using
dramatically
the TV a
so.
lot.
I
Like, they'll
have
give you like
noticed
4 or
that
5 ads on TV.
I've got a couple of different devices that I've watched on, and it is definitively different across them.
I think PC's the
Yeah.
best, honestly.
We were given an old Apple TV, and
Hmm.
that still only has like 5-second ads.
That's solid. Yeah, no, the on PC every time it's just like skip ad and I click it and it's just we're done. Like as soon as I skip it.
Well, yeah, that's the skip button. The next button is different.
Well, yeah, but I don't even get the next button.
Yeah, I only get it sometimes, but again, I don't press it because I hate it so bad.
I get it all the time on my phone.
What really bothers me about this too is that it's entirely unnecessary because it's not like expenses have gone up for YouTube to
Yeah.
run.
No,
There
what's
isn't.
they're running into the
think-
same problem every other big company is running into right now, which is literally everyone uses it, so their profits aren't rising anymore. Like they're still making plenty of profit, but the amount is not increasing.
Yeah, see, and there's the big issue. This is, I mean, without like getting too deep into it, this is what people mean by late stage capitalism. There comes
Yeah.
a certain point where it starts cannibalizing itself
Mm-hmm.
because it can't go anywhere, but it has to.
Well, that's why.
Because there's shareholders that need their stocks to go up.
Yeah, that's why. Like, what's it called? Amazon Prime. Recently, you have to pay extra to not have ads now on top of what you pay for Amazon Prime.
Right. See, but the real, like, the big twist to all of this is that all it does is decentivize people from using the products.
Yeah.
There have been several streaming services that I have just opted not to bother with because the previous price points are now still with ads.
Yeah.
And I don't think that the service is worth it. And I'm sure as hell not gonna pay to still have ads.
Yeah.
That's dumb.
That was originally like streaming services' whole thing was it's on demand and you don't have ads.
Yep.
Because
It's
this is
just
also in the
cable
era
light.
of fucking 10 minutes of show, 15 minutes of commercials.
Oh yeah. Well, and we're genuinely getting to the point where because of how bad content has become dispersed across multiple different streaming services, you now have to have so many of them that it's actually getting close to the price of cable TV.
Yeah,
Some
no,
of
you
them are
just
starting to
have
bundle,
to have
too.
all of them.
Yeah, so you have to have like each one to get them ad free is like $15.
Yeah.
So, you take Max, Netflix, Disney Plus, Hulu, Paramount Plus, and
I think
that's already 5 right there.
I-
And those are just like major ones.
I will say, I think we can skip Paramount, but Amazon
I
Prime
like
should
Paramount. It's
also
got
be
Twin
on
Peaks
there.
on it.
Unfortunately, Paramount is one of the services that's starting to steal content from other services that aren't
Oh,
doing
is
as
it?
well. Yeah.
Interview with the Vampire got moved to Netflix from ABC.
Netflix has been slowly trying to steal content from other services because I think a lot of them are suffering at the moment.
Well, ABC
Grave of
very
the
much
Fireflies
is
is on
because
Netflix
they
right
have
now.
nothing other than fucking
The Bachelor.
the what?
ABC.
Yeah.
The Bachelor.
Oh, I guess they have The Bachelor. I was gonna say The Walking Dead.
Ah.
Max
I thought that was
dug a
AMC.
grave for itself.
Yeah. And continues to do so. Because God forbid they release their own shows.
Oh yeah, well, and now because their profits are so bad, they've had to start licensing out a lot of content that would otherwise be strictly theirs to other platforms.
Yeah, they really took some of the most popular shows off for tax cuts and thought people were just gonna be like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know what they thought was going to happen after that merger.
Yeah. Well, the merger took all the stuff off, and then they started removing shit, so, because I guess if you shelve a project or just pull it, you get, like, a tax cut from it.
The thing that no one understands, though, is why they got rid of, like, fully produced content that was, like, already released, too.
Yeah, the already
Like,
released one is a little more confusing, but things like Batgirl and that Wile E. Coyote movie that was ready for release that they shelved was for tax cuts.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the shows that they decided that were, like, already released shows. They already were out. And they got rid of them and then decided to cancel any future physical copies from being made.
Yeah, that was weird.
At the same time. Like, what? How does this benefit anyone?
Like, I get that, oh, you shelved it for so-and-so reason, but removing it from, like, erasing it is like makes no sense.
Well, but it's
Yeah,
not
that's
even
easy.
shelving. Like when it's a show that's already completed and released,
Hmm.
publicly available already. Like the big one, of course, is Infinity Train, which had been out for years.
Well, they tried to do it with Over the Garden Wall too. We were just lucky because it was already on Hulu, and Hulu was like, "No, we are not getting rid of it."
Right.
They knew fall was coming up, and they were like, "Here comes the money train, guys."
I mean, I think this is also the 10-year anniversary.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's why they're doing a bunch of stuff for it.
yeah. It's like November
There's a Hot
3rd. They're
Topic
doing a
collection,
little
too.
thing. Yes, there is, and it's awesome.
The one crew neck I actually do really like.
I like
I'll have to
their sweaters.
Take a look at
They're
it.
they're really good. I saw them in store actually before I even saw them online.
Over the Garden Wall has been very pleasant. I loved going to a con back in August and seeing a bunch of Over the Garden Wall cosplays.
Artie's an
I was
Over the
with for
Garden
Halloween
Wall
last year.
one. Yeah,
What'd you say?
I
I called you an Over the Garden Wall cosplayer because technically you are.
It was a Halloween
just-
costume. That does not count as cosplay.
I'd count it as
Not
cosplay.
that I have a problem with cosplay.
If you don't buy like a shit ass one, I'd say it's cosplay. And you did
It's
make
been
your
so-
own.
it's
I
been
made
so
the cake,
cool.
That's true.
I watched it when it came out. It's been a cult classic that I would always rave about, and it's been really nice to see it getting so much public attention.
I love making someone watch it, and they're like, "Wow, that was awesome." I was like, "I know, isn't it? Isn't
Yeah,
it great,
dude.
Isn't it awesome?"
I mean, it's like a dark fable as a cartoon. It's amazing.
I put it on
And it's, like-
originally.
Americana?
It was me and Vivian had just started
Yeah.
dating, and we had turned like Flapjack on in the background whilst we were like doing whatever else. And I was just like passively looking at that, and then it got late, and I happened to be staying over that night, so I was like, okay, we throw something else on in the background. I threw it on. I missed like the first episode or two, but then I got like really into like maybe the third one, and then it was the Manor episode. I remember like seeing it being
That's
like, oh,
4
Yeah.
or 5.
and that's then when I went home, I watched
It's
like
4.
all of it.
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh my god.
I've thought about being one of the Pottsfield people for Halloween, because I also kind of just want to make a pumpkin head. Like,
Are you
Not out
telling
of
me
a
you're not
pumpkin,
going to be
'cause that's too
Leon
heavy to carry.
Skennedy?
okay, well, I would like to, but also that takes pieces that I don't have.
What are you telling me you don't have a fucking ballistic vest?
No, I can't say I do,
Look
actually.
at this loser.
Do you want one?
He has one,
Is that an
actually.
offer?
I mean, I do actually have some tactical gear because I did do a Resident Evil costume at one point.
Yeah, weren't you
Is
got
it
the,
abnormally
the
small?
guy from Operation Raccoon City, and then you got, like, lung
Yeah.
mold from the gas mask?
Yeah. Yeah, no, the
That's
gas
fun.
mask was old and like not fully treated
It was
properly,
from, like,
so
Vietnam.
yeah.
See, I gotta straighten my hair and give it a
Hi,
real
Cole.
Karen treatment. You know?
Yeah.
How are you making your hair straighter?
Well, no, because straightening it's gonna make it go more where I want it to, instead of being like this
You got-
slightly fluffy.
I
I
think
just
the other
realized
thing is,
Leon
yeah,
has
you
a-
need like
Leon has a full Karen cut.
Leon
Exactly.
has like
That's what I'm saying.
dead drop hair. He for sure straightens it.
Oh yeah, every morning.
Sounds good, Cole.
Also, Connor, you know we have to pose together and put it with the song, right?
True. I think I'm not going to do Big Boss, though.
What?
I was going to, but I'd have to invest a fair bit more because I'd have to get the Stabo harness. And Stabo harnesses are like a good fucking like $150.
Okay,
How is
okay.
this something you're
Alternative
unable to fake?
cosplay in the same realm that I think that you'll appreciate that you should do. Okay?
Okay.
Hear me out. The senator from Metal Gear Rising.
I'll just get a buzz cut square frame glasses and just fucking I'll just get incredibly jacked. Maybe I
Nano
could
machines, son.
get a fucking cheap what's it called? Get a cheap muscle suit and carry around and that thing is a thing that says list of sources. I made it the fuck up.
Why do I have a hat in my inventory? I'll wear the hat. Cool.
Fucking Senator Armstrong. That would be so fucking funny. I'm not doing it, but it would be so funny.
What are you gonna do if not Big Boss?
I've got my whole Edgar Allan Poe outfit. I have like an outfit now, not just like I threw something together.
Fun.
Feels like I'm being
In line.
strangled, but
In line with the Resident Evil theme, like genuinely, I think a pretty easy one to do would be Wesker.
probably.
Very easy, very identifiable. You literally just need to like slick back your hair,
Blonde.
and yeah, wear sunglasses, and that's like and gloves. That's like 90% of the look.
Better idea. T-shirt, tactical vest, and start just beating the shit out of every rock I see.
There you go.
Okay, tertiary idea. Ada Wong.
I'll wear the fucking red dress.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I forgot her name. I was gonna say the red dress lady from 4. Is she from 4? I only know
No,
her.
she was
from
originally
I only
from
know.
2.
Okay, well I only know half of 4. The fact that Chris punched Rock in 5, 7, and 8.
What the fuck happened in Resident Evil 6?
Resident Evil
Nobody
6 was
knows because it was
garbage.
bad.
Doesn't matter.
Okay. It was bad
Everyone
enough that it
likes
wasn't
Because
even
nobody
like bad
knows 'cause it was
bad.
bad.
No, it was like someone turns into a mutated T-Rex bad.
Whoa.
Oh no, that is bad.
I need to look
I
this
didn't
up
know
now.
Yeah, like, and when I say turn into, I don't mean like normal Resident Evil morphing. No, I mean like goes full-blown Transformer there.
Oh, I love the Resident Evil transformations. In 4, when that dude stretches and his like ribs turn into that weird ass scorpion thing, that was awesome.
See, that is
I was
really cool.
horrified.
Oh
the
my
first time I
God,
saw
there
it,
is
I was
a
like, that's so
T-Rex.
cool.
I told
It's
you.
called Killosaurus Rex.
And he
Oh,
straight up like
no.
transforms into it like goddamn Grimlock.
What the fuck? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, no, Resident Evil 6 is bullshit. Oh, also there is the dumbest subplot where, you know Sherry Birkin from 2, daughter of William Birkin?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's a character now fully grown and weirdly sexualized.
Of course.
Of course.
And she has a romantic story arc with the son of Albert Wesker that no one knew about.
Oh. That's
You
I
know.
love when sequels bring up the son that no one knew about. It's so funny.
Also, you play as Leon S. Kennedy, but he's an asshole this time.
Hell
no,
yeah.
my Skennedy.
You also get to play as Chris Redfield, except he doesn't really do anything, and literally all of his men die because he's a bad leader.
Wait, what? That feels unnecessarily mean.
People
Is
are
this
like,
why
"No,
the
I need Chris now
franchise
because
just was
older," and
gone
they're
for
like,
like
"Okay."
10 years almost?
Yeah, no,
Ow.
yeah, I think that 6 would have been like 2008, 2009, something
It's
like that.
2012. I over-exaggerated,
Okay.
but
Well, then
You know what I mean.
it still would have been because Resident Evil 7, I think, is like 2017.
yeah, 2017.
Something like
I
that
want to say
sounds right.
2018 actually, but yeah, around there.
Well, 2018,
I think it was 17.
2019 would have been the Resident Evil 2 remake. I know that because I played that one live in the dorms.
Okay. Yeah. Hold on.
That,
I
that
think
was
it
a
was
fun
17
time.
because I feel like it's on that's when the game takes place and it's contemporary.
2017. Yes.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah, because Resident Evil 2, when that released, I bought it, brought my PlayStation down to the TV,
Yeah, that was
the communal TV, and I played that one.
that was 2019.
Okay, that makes sense. It would have been early 2019, I'm guessing then.
And then there,
Maybe,
yeah,
like-
probably.
yeah.
And then there was the Resident Evil 3 remake, which no one liked.
I liked it.
That's fair. People were angry that they fucked up Nemesis.
No, they totally made a lot of things objectively worse than the original, and I'm not gonna take that away from anyone. People who enjoyed the original have full reason to be angry. I just enjoyed it for the experience that it was.
That's fair.
I think Resident Evil 4 Leon, objectively, like, visually, best Leon.
Which Resident Evil 4 Leon? There's two
Not
of them
the
now.
remake. Not the remake.
I kind of like the remake one.
Did
The
you know
remake one's
that
too
Resident
square.
Leave him in his
Resident
Bob
Evil
Dylan ass
4?
jacket alone.
Leon is actually because there's a really interesting thing where originally Devil May Cry was going to be one of the Resident Evil games.
I did know that.
And that's why Dante looks so much like Resident Evil 4 Leon S. Kennedy.
That makes sense. I like that time Dante puts on a fedora and then fucking Michael Jackson dances.
Dude,
I
Dante,
don't even know
okay.
the context.
The Devil May Cry games are kind of amazing because they are camp to an extreme degree.
Yeah.
And
I've got his jacket hanging in the closet because fucking Paul gave it to me.
the problem, right, with Devil May Cry is that it runs into the Dragon Ball Z fan dilemma.
Oh, where people take it way too seriously?
Yeah, they take it way too seriously, and you get people trying to argue that Goku could actually beat Saitama from One Punch Man because in this form, whatever, totally missing the entire joke.
Water Vegeta.
Yeah, exactly.
Have you heard about Water Vegeta?
I have not, but that sounds
Wait, why do you
very...
do that?
So the Dragon Ball Wiki dubs Vegeta underwater as a completely different character called Water Vegeta. Because whenever he goes underwater, he morphs into Water Vegeta, which is just him with the water visual. It's just like, they're like, his eyes change and his skin color darkens. It's like, well, maybe it's because he's underwater.
That's really funny, actually.
Hold on, I need to look this up real quick. Water Vegeta, so I can read this.
Do I have kelp?
Water Vegeta is a form of Vegeta that he is able to take whenever he is in water. In this form, he turns bluer and his eyes go blank. He can move at high speeds through water and breathe underwater. He only uses it once. During his battle with Recoome, his power level increases by 1. That is Water Vegeta. I saw it from a meme that said fucking, what's it called? Don't mess with us Dragon Ball fans. We don't know how water works. Alright, is one of you able to sleep, by the way?
Yeah,
I'm
I'll make it happen.
actually running. I'm running past my bed right now. I can sleep. There we go.
No.
Too bad.
Damn.
Well, damn. There goes my entire operation.
There
My plan was to run
goes
over
my
to you, kill you, and then sleep in your bed,
Damn.
That's actually
thereby
pretty funny.
achieving.
Oh, well, only 2 of us need to sleep anyway.
Yeah. That's why we were fighting over who was gonna sleep.
Shut up.
Okay.
Unbelievable. Anyway, I went to Portillo's today, so the Portillo's review is fucking back, baby.
Let's go.
I know, it's what everyone's been asking for and waiting for.
So something
You know,
I meant to tell
eventually,
you.
you're gonna need to make your way out to me to do the full Portillo's review.
Not technically, because it's every Portillo's in the Chicagoland area.
Ah,
So technically, I don't have to do Rockford
Wow.
either.
So you're just excluding them on purpose, huh?
Yeah,
you
Okay.
have
It's
to be
also
Peru,
because,
I
like-
guess.
that's true. It's also because, like, there's, like, 3/4 of all the Portillo's are in the Chicagoland area, and all the interesting ones are. Like, everything outside is just, like, generic 50s themed.
Connor, I also wanted to tell you because you're I don't know why, but it seemed like something you should know that the curd burger is currently back at Culver's.
Oh, sick.
Oh, fine. That's Actually, I don't care that much. I was thinking of the Buffalo Wild Wings one because I was very disappointed to find out they removed that.
I stopped going to Buffalo Wild Wings when they stopped having
It was-
smiley fries.
Dude, the curd burger was the only thing on the menu that I actually liked.
Are you trying to tell me you liked something from the Buffalo Wild Wings menu?
Yeah, it's literally just the curd burger. That was it.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't like Buffalo Wild Wings, as you can probably tell by me only liking a single item on the menu.
Mhm.
But it's one of the two, like, mid sit-down restaurants in DeKalb. It's that and Chili's.
I've spent a decent amount of time in Buffalo Wild Wings, and I had to eat when I was there. I have no idea what I had. I remember there was a broken like quarter machine, so you could get M&Ms out of it if you didn't put a quarter in it.
Wicked.
Oh,
But I
have a
do not remember
Wahlburgers.
eating anything there.
Have you gone to Wahlburger?
No, there's a Hy-Vee near that sells Wahlburgers, though.
Oh.
And it is, I mean, it's a pretty alright burger. Like, it's a gourmet burger.
Oh, okay.
It's not special in any way, though.
Was not
It's-
expecting a gourmet burger.
Yeah, no, I mean,
does that
it's
mean?
it's like a thick cook. It's not a pre-cooked patty. They made it on the spot. I was able to get it rare.
I kind of
Um,
always assumed that Wahlburger was like fast food adjacent.
I don't know if a regular Wahlburger would be, but the one at the Hy-Vee, I would equate the quality to being like a Red Robin burger.
Okay, solid.
So, like, it's definitely better than a fast food burger, and
It's
Given
like
the
tier
choice,
2, where it's technically not fast food.
yeah, I mean, given the choice, I would definitely take it over going and getting something from like McDonald's. But it's not special.
Fair enough.
It's it's a burger.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I really can't think of anything more to
Gourmet
add.
burgers have the same energy to me than when people take fork and knife to pizza. I'm gonna be honest though, taking a fork to knife and knife to pizza is kind of a vibe sometimes. It like changes the taste in a weird way.
Okay, wait. Hold up. We need to ask a very important question here, and that's where they're from.
Sabaros.
No. Where is
No,
Oh.
the person?
Oregon, right?
No.
Or-
Fucking
no,
Oregon?
Cole's on
What?
our time
No.
zone.
Yeah, no. Cole's from San Luis.
Everybody else is in Oregon.
Because there's an important distinction we need to make here.
It's
Because
Chicago.
we're from Chicago. We have deep
Chicago.
dish pizza, which is often eaten with a fork and knife.
I just made deep dish pizza last week.
I didn't know that was. I didn't think you were allowed to do that.
No, that's pretty normal.
Really, making it like at home, deep dish.
But you making it? I mean, it's not necessarily normal, but
yeah,
I don't
you
think
take
there's
dough
anything.
and sauce and pizza stuff, and you put it on it, and you bake it. It's
Don't
like
you need like
regular
a special
pizza.
pan?
But you bake it deeper.
No, you can do it in like if you
Well, you can
want
do it in like
it
a
to be
pie
like
tin, right?
yeah, exactly. You can. I did. What did I do? Oh, I used the cast iron.
Hmm.
Did I actually?
mean-
Wait. Yes, I did.
I would
'Cause I wanted
imagine
the crispy
that,
edges.
technically speaking, if you have ever made a Dutch oven pizza, you have made a deep dish pizza.
I
Most
mean, I've
likely.
definitely made Dutch oven pizza.
What-
I don't know. If I'm out camping, for
is
some
it?
reason, it's always about the calzones. Make a lot of camping calzones.
I mean,
That's
a
a
deep
weird
dish pizza is like you gotta
tendency you have.
push up the sides.
I mean, I think it's mostly because what's it called? We always had those the grilled cheese makers, and it's really easy to
Mm.
layer dough on either side of those things.
Okay. Yeah, I get that. Okay. I was just very confused as to why, when you're camping, you're like, you know what I could really go for right now?
No, I get it. It's like
Also, Cole is
it's
talking
pizza
about
in the form of hand
flat
pie.
Dude, I love calzones. I have one every time I go to Chicago.
I
No,
Which
you
I
don't.
say right,
Like-
unlike the rest of you.
I
Fucking
like
crepes. Chicago.
Strombolis, which
Chicago.
are apparently actually different enough from a calzone to be considered its own thing.
Yeah, well, it's
What's the
because
difference?
calzone's like basically think of it like a dumpling, and think of a stromboli as a baked wrap.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fundamentally, ingredient-wise, though, they're essentially the same thing, and I
I
don't
mean, they're
think you're
even
really
cooked the
getting a
same way.
different. Yeah, I don't think the experience is any different, to be honest.
No, it's all about the panzerotti. Do y'all know what a
Elaborate.
panzerotti is?
No,
Oh,
not by name. At
it's
No, no,
basically
no.
it's a deep fried calzone.
It's all about the pizza cone.
The pizza cone. No, you want to know what weird shit I had twice in my life? At the Schaumburg Farmers Market, they sell pizza crepes.
Oh.
Okay,
It's
Oh,
better than you'd
crepes.
think.
that's fine, I think.
Ooh. I was just thinking about, this is gonna sound absolutely insane if you don't know what it is, but a Dutch baby.
Yeah.
yeah.
I know what you mean, but
Yeah.
I also get what you.
I do not know what you mean, and I kind of
Uh,
don't want to know because I want to live
Just
with
not to
this
ruin the illusion.
misconception.
Okay.
You don't
Yeah.
know what a Dutch baby is?
Well,
It's a baby that's
I mean,
Dutch.
yeah.
I have an assumption.
However,
And also, Cole was talking about the flat shit. I don't know if I said that.
oh, I mean, yeah, it'd be kind of weird to like pick a fork and knife to Domino's, I guess.
To
I know
Domino's
people
would
who
be
do this
weird.
just because they don't like picking up their food.
Anywhere that has a particularly large pizza slice and you don't feel like folding it, like normally I fold it when you have like New York slice, but some people prefer to cut their New York slice, and I will be honest, it does change the flavor somehow, and I cannot tell you why.
Yeah, I see. This is where things also get weird because when you're talking about pizza specifically, you have to acknowledge the location of each person in the conversation
That's
because
fair.
pizza is different depending
All
on where
right.
you are.
Big question. What's your favorite style of pizza? And deep
Deep
dish doesn't
dish.
count.
That's bullshit.
Deep dish isn't
Deep
pizza.
dish.
It's delicious, but
Deep
it's
dish-
its own fucking genre.
See, people disagree with you, and the reason why I'm willing to fight you on this is because people rate deep dish outside of Chicago as the worst type.
Now, I mean, that is fair, but I'd say it should be off those lists too. It's just a completely different food, I think.
See, then okay, but technically, there's also a Chicago style that's not deep dish.
Well, that's like Uno's, isn't it? It's like the slightly thick,
yeah, it's thicker
a little doughy,
dough. Yeah,
which I'm also
I don't-
kind of into. I'd rather, if I'm going thick though, I'd rather go all the way and have like Sicilian.
I'm gonna be honest. I've had New York pizza in New York, and I
You know,
don't really.
New York style
yeah.
is actually my favorite. The like big floppy ass slice. That is my favorite.
I don't
My
know. Like
favorite, I have
had
no
it.
idea what it's called, but the pizza place, the only one that I knew that made it exactly that way was, well, their kitchen burned down a couple years ago, but they're finally reopening, which is cool. It's like the dough is almost more cracker tasting.
Oh, like a cracker crust?
I don't know.
Is it like when you bite
But-
into it, does it almost like crunch?
Off the edges, yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's everything though. But cracker crust is a genre of pizza. It's like
whiter.
yeah, and it's like the sister to like thin crust.
Oh, it's so good. And oh my god, I miss that place. We should get a pizza there whenever they reopen. I hope it'll be similar. God, there was so much cross contamination happening there, but it was okay.
That's most
I
shitty
don't-
places.
I don't get it because obviously there is a better order if you go there, but Lou Malnati's thin crust is actually pretty good.
If
Mm.
it's not pizza, I prefer rising crust, but I don't know. Rising crust isn't a regional variant, but that's fine. Rising crust is decent.
What
Regular
does that mean?
Chicago style, like Uno's, is
that just when it
kind of
gets puffy?
considered. Yeah, is kind of considered. It's kind of like.
You
rising
had
crust.
like a standard Red Baron's pizza because I think that's pretty exemplary.
Yeah.
of-
What am I looking for? Dirt.
Mm?
It's really funny because I've got like two audiences. I've got my audience on like Twitch and YouTube, who are here for Minecraft and gaming content, and then I've got my audience on TikTok, which is there for Portillo's related content. It's an interesting time.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out
We
my
do love
Portillo's
some
fellas.
Portillos.
Well, me and my friend, we were getting Portillo's every Monday anyway, right? And then I was just like, or we were like, we're gonna go to all of them and we're gonna like start reviewing them. And then I was like, why don't I make like a little series out of this? This would be fun.
I really like Portillo's, but it is admittedly a little too much on the wallet, I think.
Yeah, that's fair, but I really don't have many other expenses, so like, $20 or so a week is not bad.
I think the other big thing is that, like, I'm not getting Portillo's just for myself, obviously.
That's true, yeah. I
So,
mean, if
like,
if I was getting it for me and like Artie, like every week, absolutely
Mm.
not.
Yeah, because, like, when Denver and I are getting an order together, like, it very quickly becomes a $30+ order.
Yeah.
Well, if you start getting anything special, because, like, just getting the big beef sandwich, I think, is $10
Yeah.
without anything else.
I haven't gotten a beef sandwich there yet. I hear they're not that good.
My mom likes
I
them.
like them.
Osiris
like
likes them.
Well,
I like-
Cyrus likes roast beef in general.
One of my favorite things to
Didn't
get
notice until he stole
from,
it out the sandwich.
and I prefer getting this from, like, the local places, the everything food places,
Yeah.
is a combo sandwich, which is a
The
beef
Rick.
sandwich, but they stick an Italian sausage in it.
Are the everything places Greek-owned gyros places that also have Mexican and Italian food for some reason?
Yes, but sometimes it's also an Italian place that for some reason has random shit in it,
That's
honestly.
I'm convinced that whenever a Greek guy opens a diner, everyone who hires, he's just like, what do you know how to cook? And they're like, I don't know, tamales. And he's like, all right, we're putting it on the menu.
Probably.
Sleep.
Joe.
Joe's Crab Shack.
Joe's barbecue foot
I miss Joe's Crab Shack.
I never ate there. We were a Long John Silver's family.
I don't think those are comparable.
Probably not.
Joe's Crab Shack was a sit-down restaurant. I would
Oh, was it?
equate it to being... Yeah, no, it was closer to a Red Lobster than it...
You also
Oh,
sit
Long
down
John
in Long John
Silver's.
Silver's, don't you?
I always
No,
did.
Long John Silver's is a
Only one
fast
I've ever
food
been in was a
restaurant.
sit down.
It has a drive-through.
It did have a drive.
I don't
Does
listen.
have
The
a
one in
drive-thru.
Round Lake, Long John Silver's was iconic to me, despite only having eaten there maybe twice, probably
I-
once.
Ours
See,
was a
I can
vibe. We
say
ate there
this
a
with-
lot. We
It's
were
just
really
we
close
drove
to it.
past it a
I
lot.
can say with confidence it's a fast food place because I still have one where I live.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a fast food place. But
And it's connected to a KFC.
yeah, they are the same company, which is why they're great. They're
Why their
great.
logos are both a guy. Come on, I'm right.
Back to the code.
Sure. Is your logo a guy? You're owned by KFC.
Yeah, think of all the other guy logos. Yeah, that's right, you can't.
All the other guy
Nope.
Well, that's
logos.
because all the other guy
There's no
logos
more.
have. I mean, they used to be like Burger King used to have a guy.
Well, he doesn't anymore, and you know why?
I had a guy, and now I don't.
And he is not that guy, you know why? Because he's not KFC.
Technically, both Jack in the Box and Hardee's have a guy.
There you go.
Okay, Hardee's is a fucking star. He doesn't count.
Are you
It
trying
has
to
a
tell me a
face.
star can't be a
It has a
man?
face.
Okay, so does Wendy, but that doesn't mean she's a guy also. She has...
Is Wendy
a
not
star
a guy?
is... A star is a different
Wait,
Gender of
what is
man.
what is
It's from a
Wendy?
man.
Are we dehumanizing Wendy?
Wendy's a lady.
Oh, I was thinking of guy in terms of person, not guy in terms
Yeah.
of
No.
like man.
Guy as in dude, fellow man. I know of all the times to not use it gender neutrally as I usually do.
Also, you just use fellow and dude, which also in my mind are gender neutral
I know.
terms.
I call everyone fellows and dudes. I know.
Fellow, I don't think was ever male exclusive.
Yeah.
I feel like it was.
Well,
Go on and get the fellows, you know? I don't know.
me and the fellows at 3
Me and the
a.m. looking
fellows.
for beans.
Cracking an
Ooh,
old,
that's a classic.
cracking open an old one with the fellas.
Dude, okay, so
Wasn't-
I absolutely adore.
Also, I'm being
That,
told by Cole that Long John Silver's didn't have a drive-through by them.
Nope.
And
Okay,
it was
they-
a
I don't
sit-down
think ours did either.
exclusively.
There is definitively ones with drive-throughs.
Yeah. I love the meme I saw where some dude was talking about the Colonel's bow tie. Looks like a little stickman body. That's true. That is a great one.
Yeah.
It's a classic. It's called an Apache tie, fun fact. I understand the naming is problematic, but that is what it's called.
Cool.
Yes. You know, it was an absolute bummer. I'm in an ethnomusicology class at the moment,
Cool.
and there's a guy who collected folk songs within the Appalachian Mountains, right?
Cool.
And by and large, it seemed pretty cool because he was doing a lot of stuff preserving Appalachian folk traditions. And, you know, we're going through and I'm reading stuff because I have to write
Fucking fine.
paper and do a presentation. And I'm like, oh, okay, see, this is all really cool. Started the Folk Dance Society. Awesome. And then I get to a section which read that apparently he was so racist that he made his traveling companions in 1915 uncomfortable with how racist he was.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
this has the same
You gotta
vibes
be
as
like racist prime for that.
H.P. Lovecraft.
Yeah.
man. This has the same vibes
Yeah.
as when you're watching like Tombstone and the guy comes up and you're like, oh, cool, the sheriff. He's like, I'm the local sheriff. And you're like, neat. Is he going to take down the bad guys? And he's like, I'm also the head of the local anti-Chinese league. And you're like, whoa. Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, there was some. Even that was. Lovecraft was also apparently so racist that even all his comrades were like, hey, man. Comrades? His fucking. Comrades.
You just said that with
did.
full your whole chest.
100%.
Seriously.
No hesitation, comrades. There was another word I was looking for, but I can't even think about it now.
You did not pronounce comrades clearly enough that last time.
What'd you think I said?
Well, it sounded like comrades, which isn't a far leap from comrags, so...
Yeah.
Fucking comrades. Oh dear. This doesn't. Oh, that's why.
I found 5 diamonds. Hooray!
I fucked up my math.
Connor, can you hooray me real quick?
Hooray!
No, do it right.
Hooray?
Huzzah!
How do I hooray you correctly?
I don't know. You just go hooray.
Hooray! There you go.
There you go. Yeah. That's
Yeah, that
Hooray.
was based off of. There was an
Hooray.
AI
Yeah.
voice on fucking TikTok you used to be able to do. And someone put in hooray and it just became the sound because it would just go, hooray! It's like enthusiastic, but like somehow wrong.
It's pretty good though.
Slightly
I
unsettling.
like it.
It's a fun time. The amount of fucking concrete I'm going to need to collect is staggering.
For what?
This build.
Descriptive?
Well, all my walls are made of concrete. You know this.
Oh, I forgot they weren't, like, something else. I don't know. Is Innuendo a Queen song or a Freddie Mercury song?
I think
I have
that's a
never
Freddie
heard this song before.
Oh, it's good. You should later. It's kind of long, but it's a bop. It goes through a bunch of sections. It's pretty tasty.
Fellows was briefly perceived widely as a male exclusive during like the 60s to the 2010s or so. Give or take a decade, at least in the US. This is the information I have been fed.
1, 2, 3.
I think we should have held on to Adventure Time's use of mathematical as a phrase
Ooh,
to
yeah.
express excitement.
Algebraic!
I had a shirt that said algebraic. And it had Finn and Jake on it. I think Stick still has it, actually.
Ooh. I've been meaning to rewatch Adventure Time again.
I don't think
I
I
just
ever
gotta,
will.
like, actually watch it.
One of my casual
I don't think I
background
ever
shows.
will.
I liked it. I watched it once.
I didn't dislike it. It's
All the way
just
through.
long, and I don't watch TV.
Yeah.
I
Maybe
like
I'll get
it
old
as one
one
of
day, and then I'll like sit on my shit ass recliner and watch it.
it's like a comfort show for me because I can just put it on. I more or less know all of the episodes. I don't have to think about it. It can just be on.
What's your
Do
take
other
on the Princess
things.
Cookie episode? How does it make you feel?
It is an interesting narrative that they
Mhm.
tried to go for, although it's kind of their awkward shoehorning of mental health, I think, is leaves room to be desired. But
Mhm.
I think it's a fine episode. It's definitely not one of my favorites.
Wasn't that one of the earliest, like, tonal shifts? I think. Like, that was one of the first few times where it was like,
Thinking.
oh, this feels serious now.
Yeah. Well, okay, I would argue that the earliest tonal shift is when the Lich first shows up, because that's
Oh,
in
that's
season
true.
1.
That's true.
Yeah, that's the end of season 1.
But
Yeah, because as a kid, that's when we stopped watching because we were like, whoa.
Scary.
Because we were also watching it with a very young Sticks.
Yeah. I always loved to look for the snail.
We did too when we were kids. But yeah,
was
weirdly
good.
enough, that tonal shift, as good as it was, is what killed it for me as a kid.
it definitely gets pretty serious, and there's some pretty
There's
wild
some
episodes.
really serious episodes down the line.
There's an interesting episode where Finn starts astral projecting and like pontificating the nature and meaning of life in real time.
Yes.
That's a fun episode, but yeah, there's a lot of stuff in later Adventure Time that I think would go over your head if you weren't a little bit older watching it.
Yeah, I only watched it when I was 17, 18. So, like, long enough ago that I don't remember entirely, but short enough. Maybe I was a little younger. I don't know. Somewhere between 15 and 18, I think.
I highly recommend watching. Fiona and Cake is fun and
Yes.
offers a very interesting insight on Simon and Betty.
Yes, I did watch that
But-
one as it came out.
That one's really good. But I think that the real winner is Distant Lands.
I still haven't watched that, though. Or
It's
the Obsidian, or whatever it's called.
well, because there's 4 of them.
Hmm.
There's one that is Marceline and Bubblegum post the show, and you get to find out
they're being Lebanese.
How extremely gay
are.
they are.
Extremely, and you get
Oh
to
my
find
god, the
out
one
about their
episode
backstory.
Super mega gay.
I first of all love the Marceline shirt that Bubblegum has. It's just a great shirt.
Obsidian
that's just a side
explains
note.
the story of how that shirt was given to her.
Awesome. And then also the one episode where they picture growing old together.
Yeah.
That was a hitter.
Does Marceline become mortal? Did I miss this chapter?
Briefly.
Huh.
It's pretty late in Adventure Time.
That's fair.
There's an entire vampire arc where they actually do, like, genuine blood-sucking vampires.
Huh. That's kind of cool.
And they go way darker with it in Fiona and Cake, because that they can.
Yeah, wasn't Fiona
there's,
and
like,
Cake,
actual
rated,
violence.
far higher?
Yeah. No, they're like, actual, like, violence.
Because it could be. Because the fans all grew up and were like, we still love the show. And they were like, okay, well, now it's for you.
Oh, there's a new Jurassic World in production. And though it's unconfirmed, the rumor is that it will be rated R.
Ooh.
Oh. That would be nice.
Which I loved all the Jurassic World movies, and honestly, like, as much as I agree when something's over, it's done, and you should let it be done, at the same time, I was like, but I want more!
See, I don't want more from anything going on in Jurassic World itself. Like, I would, if they're doing a new one, I would want them to just do something disconnected.
Yeah.
At least have, like, a new cast of characters.
I would like that, yeah.
But I really want them to do, like, genuine horror.
Yeah,
and I think they got really close to it with the second Jurassic World. I liked that a lot.
I agree, Cole. Yeah, that did freak me the fuck out as a child.
Which thing?
When Lemon Grab ate other Lemon Grab.
Oh, that was...
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was also... That was wild.
Lemon Hope was an interesting arc as well.
Lemon Hope was one of the weird existential ones, I think.
Yeah.
Because I think it... I would interpret it as, like, a critique on nihilism. Which is...
I don't remember enough about it, except that I was like, well, this is weird.
Yeah. No, that's one of those ones I think you can totally turn your brain off for it, but it's clear that there is something that they're trying to say.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, but yeah, there are other episodes of Distant Lands. One of them's really sentimental and kind of beautiful, and it's about Finn and Jake meeting each other in the afterlife.
Yeah.
And
and it's a whole message about how Finn needs to, like, let go.
Yeah, no, 'cause there's some really sad stuff, and this is, like, the immediate, like, first 2 minutes this becomes evident, but the major plot point is that Jake obviously dies well before Finn. They never explain how he dies, but he does. And Finn apparently never lives out the rest of his life happily. He's literally going on adventures and doing things in a borderline suicidal attempt to be reunited with Jake.
Huh.
And he lived the entire rest of his life unfulfilled because of it.
Yeah, in all the Fiona and Cake's worlds, Jake wasn't there, right? Like, his kids were in some of them, I think.
Yeah, but
I don't think he was ever there. That, and there was the Huntress Princess's alleged children.
Canonically, Jake just kind of dies at some point, probably just because he's a dog and it's made clear that despite being magic, he does still age.
And also he's
faster.
30.
Yeah. And yeah, in Fiona and Cake, the Finn you meet, Jake's already dead by that point.
Alright, have a fun shower.
Ooh, shower!
Yeah. What a wild show it is.
Yeah. I mean, it's good. I think they've got some really fun concepts that they can explore um, if they wanted to, but I I like what we've gotten from it.
Yeah.
I love
Yeah, well,
I
I
like
think the
whatever the music's
reason
doing right now.
that we kind of like it so much and there's a lot more for it to do is it can go infinitely in terms of it's basically because it's just stories within the same world, it's not tied down.
Yeah,
Hmm.
well, and a lot of the recent content, like of the Four Distant Lands episodes, only one of them is about Finn and Jake.
Mm-hmm.
The other ones are about Marceline and PB. One's about BMO, and one of them's about Peppermint Butler.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So I think that I always have said if that's the kind of thing if I were to release like a series of things rather than writing completely different books or something like that, I'd create a world and then I'd do multiple stories and book series and whatnot within that world with completely separate characters.
Yeah, you do an anthology.
Exactly.
I always thought it was interesting, neat, whatever that always Ice King, right? In the first few seasons, but it's like when the Marceline episodes happens, great episode. Um Finn going forward always refers to him as Simon,
Yeah, one of my favorite
And he also
moments
just isn't
which is just
like
a neat
the
detail.
bad guy necessarily anymore.
Yeah.
One of my favorite moments from any of the episodes of Adventure Time is in an episode where Finn basically gets cursed with these eyes that turns whatever he looks at into what he perceives them as. So, like, Jake gets turned into like a jock, cool older brother.
Hmm.
PB gets turned into one of the guys because he's gone through that arc at that point. But Ice King gets turned back into Simon.
Oh, that's neat. I don't remember that episode at all.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird one-off episode, and it didn't like turn him fully back
Yeah,
into
it didn't
Simon,
like
just
go anywhere.
physically. He was just physically Simon, like mentally it was still Ice King.
Right.
But um, it's an interesting episode, and that's one of my favorite moments from Adventure Time because, like, they kind of half
It's
play it
not
for a joke, but
Yeah, it's not important, but it's important. It's not
and
important to the episode, it's important to the character.
right that it says a lot about
Mm-hmm.
how Finn perceives him. Um, I kind of like the angle they eventually ended up going because they have confirmed that it wasn't the original intention or um,
For Ice King to be a serious character.
yeah, well, because originally he was just supposed to be like a villain, and over
Mm-hmm.
time, it started to develop the elderly person suffering from mental decline
Mm-hmm.
allegory that it eventually ended up with.
Yeah, Ice King's whole thing holds a weirdly personal place in my heart. Um, and not necessarily for me, but the song that um Marceline and this is almost hard for me to talk about, but the song that Marceline sings to Ice King, the Marceline, it's just you and me in the wreckage of the world that must be so
Mm-hmm.
confusing for a little girl, holds a really upsetting, I guess, kind of place in my heart because it always reminded me and reminded this person I'm about to talk about of themselves, because they walked in on their mother dying of a heart attack when they were like
Mm-hmm.
6, and then they had to suffer through, in the allegory, the wreckage of the world with nothing from the age of 6. Like their father was an alcoholic, their siblings fell into drug use.
Yeah.
So it, I guess, reminds me of that person. It is a really upsetting feeling, you know. Not,
That's
but like beautiful in its own way, you know. That she was
Mhm.
able to find some kind of solace and relation and all that to the song. But it's
I
certainly an interesting one.
I think you would have given that connection specifically a you would have an interesting time, I think, watching um, the Obsidian Distant Lands episode,
Yeah, probably.
because that's the episode that explains what happened to Marceline's mom.
Hmm.
And unfortunately, it is painfully similar to the story you just told.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a weird one, and that person wasn't a great person and wasn't a great person to me, but in, not that I'd ever really go back and want to, of course, be with them because I'm with Artie, but even be around them. But there's almost no place in my heart that I can hold any of what they did against them because it was all in pursuit of just feeling loved.
Yeah.
Because they didn't have that their whole life.
Mhm.
But that's my weird ramble of the hour. So my dad's birthday is coming up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What's his plan for that?
So you are invited, of course. I think you didn't get the invite specifically because I think he put it in the D&D Discord server, which I don't think you're a part of.
I actually am.
Oh.
I just don't pay attention to it.
Yeah, so basically Forrest is going to come up and we're going to run a bunch of rounds of Gunfighters Ball in the morning and then eat and just hang out in the evening.
Oh, cool.
And Forrest will actually be there, so everyone in the gaming group plus you, if you come. And it is on his birthday. I guess I can say the day because it's not like people know where my house is on the 19th. And it's going to be at my place, so.
Okay. No, that'd be a really cool thing to
I think
get to
you'll
come out and do. It's
like Forrest.
always been like one of my favorite things to
Yeah.
do in the year.
Well, we always do like such a like fun like game something related.
Oh
And
yeah.
though my dad hasn't for whatever reason because of all the shit that Wizards is doing, a lot of the gaming group is like, no, we're done with this.
Yeah.
Especially some of the more progressive ones like Matt is just completely done with anything that they release.
That's fair. They're awful, and they've come out and said like, yeah, no, we're gonna give artist jobs to AI. So
Oh yeah, they're like, well, we actually use it all the time already, so that's what it's going to be moving forward.
no, that was an awful thing to find out, that it's very possible people have already been supporting products that
Oh yeah.
contained AI. Like, people have been suspicious of it for a long time, but
Yeah. Yeah, well,
No,
first it was, they were like, we're outsourcing everything to, or we're outsourcing some campaigns to fans. And it was like, oh, that's really cool. But then it was like, we're outsourcing everything to fans and we're going to underpay them. And instead of paying them via the amount we sell, we're going to pay them a shitty flat price that they can't negotiate on or they're not getting published. And so on and so forth.
yeah. No, they're pretty awful, and I'm glad that it's out in the open, I guess, now, because I've been done with their bullshit for a while now. My final straw was the open license issue.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, because what I've been doing is I've been trying to get a lot more in small creators RPGs
Yeah.
and other tabletop games. And I think that there is amazing work out there, and unfortunately, a lot of people just aren't aware of it because there isn't, I think, so much a massive tabletop community as there is a massive D&D community.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Though I have been seeing a lot more, especially
See-
from like content creators talking about Warhammer, which has been interesting.
Yeah, which is not great, but better.
I
If someone could sleep, by the way.
yeah, I'm trying to get over. Warhammer is an interesting case because I don't think that as a company they can really be accused of anything other than being money hungry, really.
Mm-hmm.
Which fair criticism. I mean, their game requires an
Like
absurd
Yeah.
amount of money to be spent. Although Matt has told me that apparently there are variations on the game that have a much lower financial investment.
Oh yeah. Well, there's versions where you're not going army against army. You're going squad on squad.
Right. And I might look into that, but really, I think that people should take a look at Mastiff Press. That's another publishing company that makes very good RPG games, and I've actually started seeing some of the rule book in game stores finally, which has been amazing. But yeah, like people really need to like give these small creators a chance. They produce amazing work. Like it's truly stellar, amazing artwork, fun game mechanics, really creative world building. Big ones that I can think of off the top of my head are Lancer is like the notable one. There is a really fun and compelling game, though I caution this one you kind of need to be in a good headspace for. It's called Wisp. It is a 2-player game where both players are acting as characters, and it has the potential to get very emotionally in depth, and it's amazing, but it can be a lot.
Interesting.
It's a game about basically one player is playing a person who's lost in the fog. It's based on British Isles mythology.
All right. Cool.
One player is playing
I'm
a
already
human
interested.
lost in the fog on a dark night, and there's a lot of like flexibility with how you interpret things because it's very abstract. The other player is playing the Wisp, which is essentially a ghost, and you actually play with you can do it with a deck of playing cards or with a tarot set. Either way is fine, and you are going back and forth creating a narrative by asking questions and giving answers that slowly basically you will have your character slowly drifting in one direction or another. The human player is drifting between, I think, curiosity and fear on a sliding spectrum, and you're supposed to role play that out, while the Wisp is drifting between melancholy and malicious.
Okay.
You are a ghost accompanying this person, and this can either become a like sad gothic type tale of a ghost trying to befriend you and help you ensure that you don't end up becoming a lost soul like them, or it can become a horror story, and it entirely depends on partially random choices based on coin flips, but also partially based on how the characters decide to craft the narrative together. And characters can do things like you can use cards that you've earned to try and persuade the other player toward a different course of action, which mechanically can push the needle more toward one side or the other, although it comes with the caveat that the other player has to agree to allow that to happen. And that's where you're sort of working together to craft the story.
That'd be an interesting one to play.
But it is pretty grim, it's pretty somber, and there isn't really like necessarily true happy. Well, there's one happy ending, which is under the right set of circumstances, because when the game is over, both characters should be on the extreme end of the spectrum on either side, and depending on which combination you get determines the outcome. There is one ending where the human steps out of the fog and the ghost steps with them, no longer being a lost spirit and allowed to move on.
All right.
But every other ending is kind of negative for at least one of the two characters.
Interesting.
But it's all very open-ended, it's interpretive, like, even as a ghost thing, you don't have to play an actual literal ghost. While the baseline that it gives you is, like, British Isle moors and marshland as the setting, it also states, like, you can do it anywhere. There's just like general ambient things that you need to keep in mind, because it very. You've seen Crimson Peak, right?
No, but I know about Will-O-the-Wisps and their legends and whatnot.
Artie, have you seen Crimson Peak?
I have not.
Ah, damn. Then the ghost is a metaphor.
Oh.
Watch Crimson Peak. It's a ghost story that's really good because it talks about how in Gothic novels the ghost is always a metaphor.
Cool.
It's got Tom Hiddleston in it, and he actually does a very good job. Not surprising. He's a Shakespearean actor. He's really good.
he like everything I see him in, he's genuinely incredible. He just has the fucking downfall of having his name primarily linked to the MCU.
Yeah, no, he's wonderful. I'm serious. He was trained to be a Shakespearean actor, and does, I believe, still do shows in London.
Oh, next time I'm there.
Yeah,
see if he's doing anything. I've already seen Ian McKellen. Fucking might as well go with Tom Hiddleston next. I also saw the guy who played Henry IV in that was the guy who played Faustus in Sabrina.
Oh, that's really cool.
He's also the guy, he played Zhukov in Death of Stalin, so I also saw him.
Yeah.
And the other guy,
really good actor,
who played, he was incredible, and his voice in person is just as, like, it is not edited. He has that commanding, almost terrifying voice to him.
That's fantastic.
He unfortunately didn't come out to do signing. I was really hoping he did, but the guy who played Henry V did. And he's in an Apple TV thing as well. I'm totally blanking on his name, but I do have his autograph as well.
That's really cool. Tangential but related. I am gonna be going to see a production of the Scottish play pretty soon. And I'm very excited. Yeah, the Scottish play.
Never heard of it.
Oh, are you not familiar with it? It's Macbeth.
Oh, okay. No, I'm a fucking bastard, so I will just say that shit.
Yeah, see, that is the
theater way of saying it, so you
thespian
don't
appropriate
curse yourself.
way. Yeah, it's technically you can just say it. The curse only applies in a theater.
No, I know.
Yeah. With the one exception, and why I will forever covet the chance to be in a production, is you are allowed to say it if you play Macbeth. At any point in any production, if you play Macbeth, the curse doesn't apply to you.
Interesting. Did someone die from the curse?
Okay, so it's kind of a multifaceted thing. Yes, there are accounts of it happening, but also the play itself is actually about a curse.
Yes.
So it's kind of Phantom style?
But wasn't Macbeth also the last thing that was played in the original Globe before it burned down?
I believe so. Macbeth has a long history with being associated with tragedies, and the story itself is actually about a coven of witches and a person named Macbeth.
I read Macbeth at a way too young age.
Probably.
Fun fact. I
read
it was a graphic novel version, first of all, which meant all the death was in a graphic novel, so I was just watching that shit. And I checked it out from my school library in, 4th grade.
I think the graphic novel might have been a bit much, but I think that reading Shakespeare from a young age is fun.
Oh, absolutely. So I read it from a young enough age that to this day I have never had a hard time understanding Shakespearean English. I just used context clues. I never understood why people were like, "Oh, it's so hard," because it just clicked. And I think that was because I started reading it so young.
That's the reason why I have a relatively easy time looking at and understanding a lot of languages. It's not like some crazy feat here. It's just context clues. You look for the words that you can understand because they're close enough to something you do know, and work it out from there.
Yeah, I've read a lot of things. I've got a whole thing on King Arthur that was written in the 1520s. Eventually you kind of just get used to it. Now I will say the rough thing about that book is it was invented before the Oxford comma. So it is and then.
Yeah. And I love Experian English because it's just I made it the fuck up.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That's the whole thing. We treat it as high art, but it was played often in taverns, and he just made up words all the time.
Theater, for a long time, I mean, there was, of course, your tavern theater and whatnot, but there was a lot of, pretentiousness about it in the time period, I believe. And then it was brought back to the masses. But also things like the Globe that had their tiers also had, aristocracy could also go amongst the common man and, sit above them and also enjoy it.
Right.
I will be doing a hell of a lot at the Globe when I go back to London.
Man, wouldn't it be funny if I went with you?
I mean, you can.
I really could.
You can also apply for the scholarships and shit.
No, I know. I think it'd be very funny given that the potential job prospect I have right now is working for Kevin.
Yeah, that would be funny. I did tell him that Matt Sears was my friend from childhood, and he thought that was very amusing, or maybe he didn't. Kevin's kind of confusing because he is such a great actor. Sometimes he reacts to things, and you're like, are you reacting this strongly, or are you faking it? And there is, zero way of telling. Sometimes even he'll be doing a character and he'll be yelling at you, and it's almost hard to tell if he's actually upset at you or if he's acting it out. It is kind of scary. Also, I am sleeping. Shakespeare was so unserious, and they take him seriously in middle school English classes for some reason. That's true. It's fucking typo negative.
Let me tell you
90%
about
bullshit, but
the
they're like, oh,
worst
it's so cool.
piece of fucking literature on the planet.
Is it The
Can
Great
you
Gatsby?
guess what it is? It's The Great Gatsby. Fuck The Great Gatsby in particular.
You know, the funny thing is, I do actually like The Great Gatsby. I just
I
can't
hate
stand
it.
how people perceive it.
It's just... I think what annoys me is that treat it as a masterpiece of literature and basically convince themselves that the authorial intent was to put a million different allegories and references and small cues in every single page.
Yeah,
Like
no,
when
I'm
I
with
was in
you.
high school,
Again, I like the story. I really, like, you cannot stand how people interpret it. Keep
when
going,
I
though.
was in high school, we had to read it for one of my classes. I can't recall. I mean, in English class, but I don't recall which one. And we would read like a couple of chapters, I think, in between each class, because we did not have everyday classes. And each time we'd come back, we would spend like an hour dissecting 2 chapters of the book because they wanted us to hyper-analyze everything. And at a certain point, I'm like, no, that is not what was intended. There's no way that is what was intended. It just...
Yeah, no, I get you.
I never
It
had to read that
aggravates.
one, so
I feel like if you
It's-
read it and you never had to read it, it's actually quite enjoyable.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's
no,
probably
I
one
mean-
of those.
It's a fine story. It's just ruined by the fact that everyone hyper-analyzes it because there's a couple of good metaphors that definitely were intentionally written in.
What's the name of the main character again? The
Nick?
guy who's Nick, yeah. I did see a meme that was like a really big book and a really small book, and the really big book was The Great Gatsby, and the really small book was The Great Gatsby if Nick fucking did something.
Yeah.
Bro really just watched his fucking friend's whole death play out. Like, there's no
Dude,
way
he
he looked
watched-
at all of this and was like, this is cool.
He watched a slow downward spiral that would lead to the death of multiple people.
Well, the wild thing is it's not like he said something. Like, he didn't even say anything.
Yeah, no, he was just like,
Huh. This
Yeah, I
fucking
never had
woman
to read
runs
the book.
out
We
in
watched
front
the
of a
movie for some
car.
reason in school.
Gatsby fucking
Once.
hits her. She, like, dies miserably. And then Nick's just like, interesting. I think watching
Nick
the movie
is-
is actually what kind of reset my opinion on it. Because I
think
threw
the
it on
movie-
because I was like, fuck it. And then I was like, oh, wait, this is really good. And then I reread it and was like, oh, I do like this.
I could see the movie being more enjoyable. Nick is a wild narrator because he's just like focusing on all the wrong things at any given point in time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think
there'll be,
I
like,
think
a
F. Scott
crazy-
Fitzgerald wanted to like have that like air of mystery of like, oh, Nick doesn't
Oh.
really know what's happening, but he just kind of fucked it out that
That's
point.
the other reason that I hate that book.
Just hate F. Scott Fitzgerald.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit.
Yeah, he was an asshole.
Yeah, like he's a serious piece of shit that ruined his wife's entire life and stole most of her ideas.
Yes. What a guy.
Water here.
He is also played by callback Tom Hiddleston in
Yeah.
Midnight in Paris, which Artie fell asleep watching.
I was trying so hard.
I'm so
I
angry
was
about
trying
that.
so hard.
So fucking mad. Unbelievable.
I really wanted to stay awake.
I know you did.
I was physically nodding off and passing out
It's
for
fine.
seconds in between.
We'll watch from
I
where
know,
you
we'll have
started
to watch
nodding
it
off
again.
next time. It's not a long movie. It's like, I think it's less than 2 hours.
Okay.
Trying to think of like really good, compelling movies that don't require an entire separate conversation. They're just good, and I can just say it's good without having to like go in depth on it.
Yeah, Midnight in Paris really changed my perspective on a lot of things because it's about nostalgia.
Yeah,
And have you ever watched it?
I have not.
Okay. So it's about nostalgia and how in thinking that another time period is better than your own.
Classic.
So the main guy is Gil, who is played by Owen Wilson, which of course makes it infinitely better.
That is so
I'm
funny.
not gonna. So the movie opens with a black screen and him talking, and I was like, literally all I get right now is Lightning McQueen.
Yes.
But then
Who
you
does
said it.
actually do a great job. But he's
No, he does
got
great.
the setup basically I can give you without spoiling it because I really do think you'll enjoy it if you choose to watch it. I don't know if it's on any streaming services, but I know it's available for rent for like really cheap online. It's like $5.99 or something like that. But it's about a guy, Gil, who is in this relationship he is not happy with because he's kind of the like artistic, I like, walks in the rain and the minds of all these greats and whatnot. And his fiance is not like that. She's like super like spend all your money, be rich. I like having a rich husband because Gil used to be an actor, but now he's writing this book about a nostalgia shop and a guy who runs a nostalgia shop, which is basically an antique store. And he just keeps trying to be like, wouldn't it be so nice to live in like Paris in the rain in the 20s and whatnot? And she's basically like, you're fucking ridiculous. And he's like, well, maybe it'd be really nice to move here, to write my books from a little attic. And she's like, no, I want my house in Malibu. And she's got these like asshole fucking parents. And they meet up with this guy who's just a complete like pretentious pseudo intellectual, like I know
Worst
everything.
man you've ever met.
And Gil can't stand them. And he's thinking about all of this, and he goes on a midnight walk, and suddenly this car pulls up to him, with a bunch of these French-speaking people in it, and he jumps in. And
Also, it's important to note that they have been in Paris this whole time.
Yes. And they drive to a place, and in that, they went back in time. So now he is in Paris in the 20s when he wanted to be around and whatnot. And meeting with all these great minds, and then he walks away from the bar they're in for a moment, and when he walks back, it's just a laundromat again. And so each consecutive night he goes back in time again with these, and meets with these great people. That's where he meets both F. Scott
Hemingway.
Fitzgerald and Ella Fitzgerald. He also meets Hemingway and Dali and Picasso and all sorts of other people. And that's pretty much where I'll leave it off, so hopefully you go watch it. Because I don't want to give away the like whole message behind it at the end, because I think it's very interesting.
All right. I do like film analysis.
Yeah, it's definitely a film that you could watch at a surface level and 100% get it, or you could overanalyze, and neither is the wrong choice. But it did completely change my perspective, because, I have to stop myself from becoming a nostalgic person with all the historical work and whatnot I do.
Yeah.
But at the same time, when you do enough historical work, you're like, ah, yes, the 20s, when, like, hundreds of thousands of people died of tuberculosis. Millions
Yes.
of people died of tuberculosis. They stuck you in iron lungs from polio. Though that was further in the time period, but you get the point.
Yeah, it was closer, almost 50s, wasn't it?
Um,
Or more 40s, I suppose, because 50s
Yep.
was vaccine time.
yes.
Can't believe they stuck you in a Markiplier movie.
Honestly.
I'm excited about Iron Lung.
I am too. It seems really cool.
I'm curious
and
about
I,
it.
And I trust Mark's creative intent.
Mm-hmm. I don't like horror movies, but this is one I'm genuinely more than interested enough to go watch in theaters anyway.
Just not
Oh,
into
it's gonna be
horror.
like an in theaters movie?
It's mostly horror in theaters, or horror without someone else there is more of what it is.
No, I was talking about the movie.
I was talking to Trent.
Oh.
What were you saying?
I didn't even hear what Trent said. Sorry, what'd you say?
Oh, I just asked if he just wasn't into horror.
Ah,
I get annoyed by horror often. I'd say I'm not really into, like, gore, and I'm not into jump scares, which takes, like, 90% of things that are released nowadays out of the question.
Not true, you just need to know what you're looking for.
Yeah, but that's a lot of effort.
Yeah, horror is a very interesting genre in that it's not actually a singular genre.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know, and
Um,
I know plenty about horror movies, and I've watched plenty of horror movies. I'm pretty sure can confidently say I've watched all the, like, you must watch this horror movie in terms of, like,
Oh, dude.
historical.
Okay.
yeah, I'm a fan of
Is-
old horror.
Yeah.
Historical is a good place to start, but I would never listen to lists because people have really dumb ideas of what the top horror is. Like, there's going to be a bunch of people freaking out about the new Terrifier, and I am not going to watch it because I think those movies are gross.
Yeah.
No, I think that the better angle to go with horror. First of all, if you go into non-US made horror,
Okay.
that tends to fix a lot of those problems that you have specifically. Obviously, the J-horror genre is very well known at this point.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen,
I think what it boils down to really with horror is, like, I love horror stories and whatnot still, like, to this day. And I did like a lot of the historical horror movies I watched. I don't have fun watching horror movies alone, I think is what it boils down to. And on top of that, I barely watch TV alone in the first place.
I'd watch
Yeah.
a horror movie with you.
Yeah,
feel
I'm
but
arguably more of a horror fan than you are.
but I also prefer just, like, the kind of campy, like, old stuff. I think it's fun.
Oh my
I
God,
like
okay,
having
then
fun.
We're watching the Universal Monsters.
I'm down. Yeah, we watched, I guess that's not Universal, though. What's it called? Fucking Saruman.
Dracula?
The actor.
Oh wait, wasn't he a werewolf?
Actor.
Yes, I know. It's
the actor
Christopher
for
Lee.
Saruman.
Christopher
yeah.
Lee. We watched Christopher Lee's Dracula. That's not technically a Universal. And we
That's a good
watched,
one.
The Haunting of House on the Hill?
Hill House.
Hill
I
House?
love that
Haunting
movie.
of Hill
Or
House?
House on
The
Haunted Hill. There we
House
go.
on Haunted Hill. There you go. Vincent Price.
Ah, yes. The Haunting of Hill House is a thing,
Yeah.
and a very good piece of horror media, but also a
That's-
lot.
Yeah, that one's a lot, from what I understand. And I
It
heard it
is-
got, like, a pseudo sequel, like, sister series that was not as good.
I appreciate it a lot. That is another case of gothic horror,
Yeah.
which I am a big fan of. Gothic horror, not in that it took place in Victorian times, because that is a weird misconception about it. Gothic horror is more about basically everything's an analogy, and it is romantic art style.
Hmm.
I
So
feel
Haunting
like
of Hill
it's
House
a bit
is
more
modern.
about terror too.
Terror versus horror.
can be, but not necessarily always.
Okay. Maybe it's just popular in the genre.
Yeah, well, because that might come more from the angle of romantic art styles, which is a lot more melodramatic. And I guess
Mhm.
when applying that to a sense of fear, you would end up more with terror as opposed to overt horror.
Mhm.
There's, but yeah, that's
Oops.
hard to explain. But the romantic art movement is essentially where Gothic comes from.
Hmm.
It is
I learned
beauty in the
the
macabre.
I mean, it's been a while since I learned this actually, but are you aware of why Gothic architecture was called Gothic architecture?
I am not.
So basically, because the Goths, so Gothic was first used as a term to, outside of describing like the Visigoths, was
Yeah.
a term to describe architecture, and then everything else kind of came from that kind of. But it was because it was actually a criticism of the architecture of the time by people who preferred classical architecture, like Greek pillars and whatnot, and it was basically calling it barbaric.
Ah,
And then from there, Gothic art, Gothic storytelling, all of that stemmed from having kind of the same vibe or taking place within or around Gothic architecture. And then Gothic music came from Gothic literature, which came from having Gothic architecture featured. It became a whole thing from that point. I am putting all of this in the wrong place. God damn it, what am I doing?
I think Gothic's kind of a weird term in the fact that it's been conflated so much with the Victorian period in particular.
Mm-hmm. Now, here's my big
I
question
think
to
it's about
you.
the drama.
In your opinion, is
Oh
goth
yeah, it is about the drama.
is goth a music-based subculture?
I'm gonna say it doesn't have to be.
Okay.
I think it's an art-based subculture. There is definitely truly goth music.
Mm-hmm.
It is its own genre, but I think that it can exist independent of the music.
Yeah, I like the idea that you've stated there of art-based because I've always kind of been stuck on this fence because people are like, goth's a music-based subculture. I'm like, it's not, but at the same time, fucking uh, Chris here, who puts on black eyeliner and listens to Linkin Park, is not goth. You know?
Right. Well,
But how
because
do you
I
make that
think
distinction?
because I think it comes down to okay, so there's layers here because we have to define what actually being
What the
goth
hell?
is. I most simply define goth as beauty in the macabre. Whatever that ends up meaning, it is not edgy self pity though. Like that's,
Yeah.
and I think that's more
This emo.
right. Well, I mean, I actually want to give emo more credit. Emo definitely is a music-based
Oh, absolutely.
subculture for sure.
And
But yeah,
love
I think
emo
because
people.
here's the thing: I think you can absolutely be goth with no relation to the musical movement whatsoever. I mean, would you not describe a lot of what you do as being gothic?
Oh, I absolutely would.
Exactly. But you're not you're not out here exclusively listening to goth music. In fact, I wouldn't even say that that is a primary genre that
No,
you listen to.
it's not, but then again, at the same time, I think I could confidently say between my fashion sense sometimes and the music I listen to, I'm also emo, and that is also not the primary music group. I don't think it has to be primary music group at all. What, like, yeah, that I guess that's all. I don't
Okay,
think it
I
has to
guess-
be primarily music based.
I guess let's take, like, I think everything that you do, you have a lot of gothic elements in your life, the way that you act, the way you interact with the world is you've got a lot of gothic elements to you. And I think that you wouldn't be any less goth if you were completely unaware of any goth bands.
Okay.
If you had no knowledge of the goth music culture, would that change any of the gothic elements of the rest of your life? Would you be less into Edgar Allan Poe if you didn't know about Typo Negative?
Probably not. Definitely not in that part. No.
Would you stop romanticizing history if you didn't listen to goth music?
Probably not.
Do you think that if you had never discovered goth music, you wouldn't have done those things in the first place?
I probably would have done that stuff still, yes.
And that's kind of the point that I guess I'm getting at here is that I guess the idea of being goth and conflating it with just being a music subculture is kind of denying the fact that there's a lot more to it, and I'd argue it's probably one of the most artistic and philosophical subcultures that exists. They're actively thinking about things, and yeah, sometimes it's just with some people it is just edgy nihilism, of course.
Yeah.
But they're thinking about things.
Yeah, I mean, there's gonna be edgy nihilism in everything, though. There's fucking edgy nihilism in country music somehow.
Right. But now let's take a look at like emo, which we described earlier as definitively being a music-based subculture. Do you think people would talk the same way, dress the same way, do the same things that are quote-unquote emo if the music wasn't around?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, the music heavily informs the culture. I mean, when if you were asked to describe what an archetypical emo aesthetic is, you would probably describe the band's aesthetic.
Yeah.
And also generally that person's wearing a band shirt.
Also
right.
true.
Now, I do acknowledge that I think this causes a problem with one subculture, which is a music-based subculture, but there's more to it than that. And that's the punk culture.
Yeah, but I feel like the music came from the movement first.
Right, and that's where things get a little yes, it's a music-based subculture because that is a huge part of how the message is spread. But the point is the message, not the music. You know, the music, I think, is more a medium by which they spread their ideals, at least what I would consider to be true punk, which is inherently politicized.
Yeah, I think true punk is inherently politicized, and to be true punk, it has to be politicized, but at the same time, I don't think that it has to be politicized to be punk, period.
Okay.
Simply because I do think pop punk is real punk music, even if it is completely different from political punk.
Oh, I mean, sure, but I would argue even Green Day right?
Oh,
Which
yeah, Green Day's different. I'm talking pop punk like all-time low pop punk.
oh, I don't classify that as punk at all. That is alternative, and that's
Yeah, but at the same time, I feel like you need to make a big distinction from like alternative is such a broad term because alternative sure could mean all-time low, but alternative also means 21 Pilots, and those are
right.
not at all in the same genre.
Sure.
And like technically Arctic Monkeys is also considered alternative, which is also nothing like the two of those.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm gonna read a bunch of stuff that Cole said because I missed out. Here we go.
Okay.
Have y'all heard that 1-minute biography of Ernest Hemingway from Randy Feltface? I don't want to see
Oh my God,
react to it because your opinions on my favorite media often make me upset, and I found it very funny. I mean, I don't love Randy Feltface for a variety of reasons, but I do think some of his stuff was funny.
I am
Great
a
writers who are
fan
fucking
of
bastards,
the one
yeah.
bit he did where he was explaining the story of like I think he got a dresser on like Facebook Marketplace or something. He goes through this whole big convoluted story only to reveal at the end that he lied about the entire thing.
That is amusing. I think Randy Feltface as a comedian is amusing. I think there's just like a fucking edginess that's like, why is the puppet saying it? And for whatever reason, that just stunts my enjoyment.
Yeah, I don't like those.
That's
like,
fair.
there's a musical called Avenue Q. Basically, the whole thing is, what
Yes.
if puppets said fucking we're gay?
That's fair. And if
Yeah.
it was like people acting it out, would it be good?
Well,
No.
Oh, okay. Well, that's different from what
'cause
I'm saying.
Here's
then.
the thing. There is a very famous song from Avenue Q.
Is it the gay one?
No, I was gonna
Oh.
say the internet one, but
I don't remember the internet one. I've only heard a couple because I used Pandora years and years ago.
oh, okay. So yeah, a lot of it's kind of like saying that it's just like, haha, look, the puppet said fuck is pretty accurate, honestly. Yeah, like there's one song that title is actually Internet is for Porn.
Oh, that's where that's from.
And yep, that's the song.
Okay.
It's exactly what it sounds like. Yeah, I mean it's a comedy show. I think there are better ones, but it's there. Something Rotten is a much better comedy musical, in my opinion.
Didn't Denver do that one?
She a stage manager for a production of that. Yeah,
Cool.
I was a fan of it prior, but
Yeah, I've
which one?
heard about it. That is certainly one I'd be
Something
interested
Rotten.
in seeing. I do
Oh,
have
yeah,
to
I don't know
actually,
that one.
on my next paycheck, I have to check theater tickets because me and a friend of mine are going to go to the theater because I have to see a musical for my acting class. I have to see two, actually, either plays or musicals. And there's one
fun.
that's apparently about Delta Blues. And
okay.
Lord, do I love the Delta Blues already. So I have gotten into many a very long-winded conversation with my favorite record store guy about old blues music. So I'm
I like
very
Chicago
interested
blues
in seeing that.
personally.
I also like Chicago blues. I am a big fan.
Delta Blues, I don't think I've listened to enough of it to have an opinion.
I think I listen to it more than any other blues, honestly. Like, I mean, I say I like Chicago blues, but I'm also like really at the like surface level. The, the Muddy Waters and other guy whose name is eluding me. That's also like the Chicago blues guy.
Right.
It took me a while to get into, but it was an interesting thing because once I realized I was into the blues and Chicago blues and whatnot, I realized that that sound is the sound that I've been searching for in other kinds of music. One of the reasons I like Social Distortion so much is Social Distortion blends blues music, because Mike Ness is a huge blues fan, with punk music. into one kind of really, really cool sound. But upon realizing that, that was like a huge, huge thing, like mind-blowing moment to me. And I do really got to check out some of the blues clubs in Chicago once I get my driver's license and shit.
There is some really good stuff to be found there. A lot of metal guitar was based in blues guitar, and I think at some point that just kind of became lost.
Yeah, it's like that like fun fact that someone brings up, or it's brought up when someone is being racist and like no other time.
Yeah, I think what ended up happening is that once metal became defined as its own genre, people stopped looking at it in that perspective, and it suddenly became like, this is what metal music sounds like.
Yeah.
Not. Yeah, this is why I think understanding the history of genres is important.
Yeah. I do plan on taking a history of blues class next semester.
Oh, they have a class specifically for history of blues? That's cool.
They have multiple, or sorry, no, it's history of jazz, but
okay,
I do think there might be a history of blues ones too. But they're actually surprisingly expansive in their musical subgenre classes.
The jazz history is relatively common in any school that treats jazz like real music, which, seriously, that's an actual problem.
Any school that you should go to.
Yeah, don't go to anywhere that doesn't treat jazz as real music. Also, if you're a vocalist, don't go to any school that doesn't treat musical theater as real music.
That's some bullshit. What the fuck?
Yeah, there's a lot of tension about that.
It's ridiculous.
I actually really like the way that NIU has been heading, because they've been actively trying to treat even contemporary music with the same level of academic understanding as like classical and jazz music, which has been really great to see. Mm-hmm. We actually have an ensemble that does stuff with rock music now. They still try to do it from an academic sense, so like they'll start mostly in like early stuff and occasionally do more modern stuff, so you'll get more in the realm of like you'll get Dio.
But it's a step in the right direction.
Yeah, exactly. It's to see that acknowledged in an academic space, because music schools are incredibly pretentious.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting getting into all of this, because comparable to the rest of the family, I'm getting into it very late. You obviously stayed within music, but for instance, your sibling was very deeply engrossed in all that, and then upon leaving high school, kind of just moved away from it. And I stayed away from it throughout all of high school, and only exiting high school am I actually moving towards all of it.
I think that music is something that you need to find on your own time. At one point, my dad tried to convince me to persuade my little brother into starting music lessons and explain all the benefits. And yes, there are a ton of benefits, but no, you have to find it on your own time. I've seen the most impressive and talented players that truly had something special walk away from it because it became an obligation.
Think about Joey from Trash Taste. He played piano at the fucking Sydney Opera House at like 12 and then was like, no, I don't like this.
Yeah, it gets ruined.
The best way to make someone jaded about music is being like, here, a 10-year-old, have piano class all the time and you'll hate it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And, you know, honestly, like, I think, while I absolutely support people working within the arts, I think we also need to make it more acceptable for people to have passing interest in the arts.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I don't think that, like a kid can take violin lessons and enjoy that for a few years. They don't need to start doing, you know, like monthly recitals and start playing for like the local church or whatever.
Well, like, it always kind of annoys me that there's no in-between zone as well. Like, it's like, for instance, like, I always think of it in the perspective of painting classes. You either get, you want to be a painter or shitty thing through the park district. There's no in-between.
Yeah.
And that annoys me.
No, I absolutely agree with you, and it really is a shame too, because it holds people back. I adore music. It has done a lot for me. But, you know, really getting to explore out there and actually being given the chance to see what I can really do. As it turns out, I am a very skilled sound engineer, and I just have a passion for audio in general.
Mm. Well, and for a
And,
while
like-
there, you were even struggling to get into a lot of music because you were trying to overanalyze everything.
Yeah, no, that was mostly the fault of the school I was going to, where they kind of made something that I really enjoyed into this like horrible, over analytical experience. I also had my vocal instructor at the time was if it's not my style of it's bad music.
Mm.
And that mindset caused a lot of problems for me, because while I never agreed with it, go through it for 2 years having a guy constantly preaching it, and you know, your
Tiring.
grade being dependent on listening to him, and eventually it sort of worms its way into your head.
Mm-hmm.
But no, like, I still hyperanalyze music. I listen to music now, and a lot of times I can tell you like what kind of progressions they're using. I can tell you a lot about the structure of the song. I can tell you what timbre they're using now with my audio engineering skills. I can even tell you what post-production effects were used in the music.
That's cool.
But I enjoy it now because I finally, like, once I started taking composition lessons, this is just a case of I found the right person. My professor for that treated music in a very truly artistic way, in that nothing is wrong, and his description, despite being a music theory professor, is that music theory is a history course. It teaches you how music has been done, not how it needs to be done.
That's a good way of looking at it.
It is. And, you know, working with him, developing things, I have produced my best work by far under him.
Yeah.
And it really helps fix a lot of
Piece of
things.
shit.
I now analyze things, but it's not a, oh god, this is exactly what this is all formulaic. It's now, wow, I really like how they decided to implement that, and oh, look at that creative expression. I wonder what their thought process was behind it.
That's definitely a healthier way of thinking about it.
Yeah, and reinvigorated my love of music, and he's also the guy who started pushing me towards sound. We did some stuff where in one of his classes he had me do soundscaping, which is basically you look for the musical elements of everyday life and compose using only recorded audio snippets.
I mean, that's how industrial started.
Yeah, I actually wrote an industrial song. It was fun.
Yeah, so industrial started in a lot of places, including Germany, but some of it, one of the, you know, major names in industrial music came from the north side of Chicago, that being Al Jorgensen, and he came from like the factory areas of Chicago, and that noise constantly going on is what made him start turning it into music.
Yeah, no, I love that. Looking for music in things. I think once you remove the restriction of what music is supposed to be, you start being able to see what music can be.
Mm-hmm.
And it's great. I will have to give a little addendum there. I did actually study modern electronical and industrial music. And unfortunately for you, France was also a very big deal in that.
No! Oh yeah, definitely.
It was France and Germany. They were the major contributors to that.
Well, I know Germany was like major. Like even KDFM, it comes from Germany.
Some of the biggest producers of early electronic music, which led to a lot of. France had some of the warehouses that had the like massive music machines and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
France was a big deal in general. Throughout the 1900s, France and Germany were instrumental in creating a lot of advancements in technology, engineering, and music.
Yeah.
And a lot of artists come out of one of those two countries.
Fucking Daft Punk. I'll never forgive Daft Punk.
Why?
I don't know.
I mean, I'm not like huge on Daft Punk personally.
Yeah, no, I just
but I
like
respect
being
them
angry.
for what they do.
Yeah, I think they did fine. I did love the fact that they were like, all right, time to make a song. What should we do? And they were like talking to their manager, I'm pretty sure. He was like, what new song you got? And they were like, we got it. It's called Around the World. And he was like, what are the lyrics? And they were like, Around the World.
I
mean, it's a bop nonetheless.
I do not think there is another lyric in that song.
love that meme that's like comparing going to different concerts, and it goes to Daft Punk, and it's here's electronic voice go yo, and the crowd fucking loses it.
Yeah. I do really like when they talk and whatnot with the like digitalized voices. I do really like that. I think it's really fun sounding.
I
just saw one of those clips for the first time today.
Well, one of them is like so deep you can almost feel it, and I really like that.
have been I've been working on some stuff using the same program from my my tarot reading performance.
I like that one. I wish we got to see more of it. I know why we couldn't, but I wish we could.
Yeah, no, there was time constraints and there was a lot of people to get through, but I mean, if you ever want to see what it can do, I can show you. I can even show. I've been thinking about putting a lot of my stuff up on Instagram, and in that case, I'd like even show like some of the behind the scenes stuff because I composed all of the music. That's used by it.
If you want to like make a narration like short video, like a reel, is that what you're thinking in concept?
I was thinking I might do something like that, and then do some like visuals so people can actually see what's going on in the program itself, like what the behind the scenes is, because obviously I built a front facing portion, so what you were seeing was different from what I was seeing.
Yeah, so what my suggestion is as someone who does this kind of stuff sometimes is if you're doing that short form content, throw it up on every short form content platform besides Facebook. So if you're making an Instagram reel, you might as well throw it up on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. Because they all will have completely different reactions to what you post. So whenever I do my Portillo's review, it goes on all three, and every video has consistently done better on a different platform.
Yeah.
And the easy thing with short form content is, there's so many places that, there's these three big places that do it, whilst like, long form content, there's one place.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of
Okay.
different audiences to reach.
That in mind. Yeah, because I wanted to get some of my stuff out there in a contained space, because like I've done a lot of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's just normally I present something, sometimes there's a concert, some musicians play my composition. Whoop. All right, I did it.
Mm-hmm.
That was the thing. But I should probably actually have a lot out there.
I have a curious question.
Yeah.
Did your tarot, when you put together what the card made it do?
Oh yeah, you were
Did
there.
you
weren't
have
you?
in mind? Yeah, I was there. Did you have in mind like what the card sort of like stands for, or was it just
Yeah.
Okay. That's cool.
I
was just
did actually research the meaning of it. I only used major arcana because I wasn't going to get
because
that
that's
in depth.
not 1,000 cards.
Yeah. But I did research it. That version of the program was limited to only a select number of cards, and that was mostly because I think I might have mentioned this at the time, but stuff was breaking literally up until 2 hours before the performance, where like I got a sudden adrenaline rush and it finally clicked what I was missing. I did a little bit of programming and fixed the entire thing.
It felt like that was everyone's project, was just breaking left and fucking right.
It was. See, but I was paranoid because from my perspective, everyone else did better during the rehearsal than I did.
You
So
had
I
to
was like,
prove
oh
yourself.
shit, I have the bad one. I have to fix this to be up to standard. I need to be on par with everyone else. And then everyone else's broke and mine was the one that functioned because I was doing the last minute repairs.
Yours
yeah,
was also rather mysterious.
I had a lot of fun with mine, and
No, it was fun.
we intentionally... Actually, funny enough, the guy who was running and did the announcements for that was actually my composition professor.
Oh, cool.
His name's Brian. He's cool. I like him a lot. He definitely does hallucinogenics, and sometimes it shows.
That's okay. So does Jim.
He's a really cool dude. I like him a lot, but he's definitely, at times, that kind of artist.
I think Jim stopped doing psychedelics a while ago, but there you could still see the residual effects sometimes. Bro's definitely got some kind of psychosis.
I don't think that he has those kinds of issues so much as like every now and then he'll say something that definitely like came to him during a trip, and I'm like, that was weird, dude.
Yeah.
It's a really weird thing to say.
I think Jim's far enough separated that he doesn't really get like that anymore.
Yeah.
But every once in a while he'll be like, yeah, when I was doing cocaine in the 80s, and you're like, whoa!
Jesus.
I had he did like a lot. So basically what happened was he got sent into college super early.
Okay.
So he just ended up doing a staggering amount of drugs.
Right.
Because, he was like a 17-year-old going into college.
Sure.
And again, 80s, so everything was accessible. Like, all the, like, big drugs you can think of that aren't, like, modern creations, like fentanyl or something like that. This was back when people were still getting and doing, like proper cocaine. This is when like actual heroin was a thing.
Right.
Interesting guy. Also, probably one of the best people to go to London with. He was like, and now we will be going to the grave of Karl Marx. And everyone was like, yeah! We all somehow managed to take the right class. We were all at least politically left. And me and Dank Shells were pretty solid stance in socialism. Which is really cool, because he was the one I was the most worried about simply because he took the class as continuing education. The only time any of us had met him and he had met any of us was literally the one class before we left. So everyone was a little like, But outside of my good friend Yevgeny, who's there during all of the Portillo's reviews, by the way, viewers, he just doesn't like to be on camera. Or stream any capacity. I have invited him multiple times. But outside of him, probably Ding Shows is the person I got along with the most.
Yeah. Okay. I have some song names that I came, or not names, but general concepts that I came up with that I was planning on adding into my senior project.
Okay.
Which has slowly become me just being very angry at late stage capitalism and how it's ruining the world.
Yeah.
But I'm just gonna read off, and I want to hear your thoughts as this goes on. So, number one, I want to preface with I was very tired when I did this. This was late at night, and I was up waiting because I had to do something at a specific time.
Yeah.
So, yeah. All right. Number one, what happened to the bees?
Solid. Love bees.
2, Dust Bowl Blues.
Also solid. Love Dust Bowl themed songs.
3,
Yes, I do have multiple I like.
Yeah. 3, fuck HOAs.
Understandable.
4, radioactive material in the middle of the desert.
Alright.
That one has a lot more to it, because I actually have ideas for what exactly I do for that, and I want to do lyrics based on that one warning that they were going to do that's meant for people thousands of years in the future.
There's...
what is nothing worth dying
nothing
for.
Nothing here is worth dying for?
Yeah.
The thing that makes it sound like the land is cursed? Yeah.
No, it's not nothing here is worth dying for. That's the sea cave is what that one is.
Yeah.
No, what's it called?
Yeah, it's the one where they were going to erect giant cement spikes to try to deter people in the future.
Not Abandon All Hope, is it?
No, that's Dante's Inferno.
Yes, okay, why did I...
nuclear waste warning messages are communicating interaction. Far future. Message. Oh, here we go. Written messages. That's the basic one.
Yeah, because this is the one that they were going to do here for our nuclear waste disposal that was going to be written in like 4 languages in the hopes that one of them will survive enough.
Yes, it is... This place is not a place of honor. No highly esteemed deed is commemorated here. Nothing valued is here.
Huh.
Now, so further recommended that any such messages should comprise 4 levels of increasing complexity. 1. Rudimentary information, something man-made is here. 2. Cautionary information, something man-made is here and it is dangerous. Basic information tells what, why, when, where, who, and how. And complex information, highly detailed written records, tables, figures, graphs, maps, and diagrams. So apparently there was supposed to be an entire information center. I'm learning a lot of interesting things. What is the actual message, though? Oh, is this it?
I love learning.
It's a
weird
pretty
stuff about
interesting
Yes, okay,
one,
so
but it is
yes.
very cryptic.
It is, this place is not a place of honor. No highly esteemed deed is commemorated here. Nothing valued is here. What is here is dangerous and repulsive to us. This message is a warning about danger. That is the full message.
Yeah. So, continuing on.
And
The
yes, there will
ideas.
be a spike field. Was the idea.
The U.S. highway system scars on America. Something just labeled what could have been, which for some reason underneath, I have extensive notes on bamboo as a resource.
Possibly on the fact that the entire, like, constant renewable, people find something renewable, like it's the, like, houses out of, like, coconut husks and things like that, and it just gets shot down by large companies.
Yeah,
That
Bamboo
and
is a
rayon
renewable
is a
resource.
scam.
That's a good one, too.
bamboo as a renewable resource is actually like a really big deal, though.
Yeah, but the thing is, everyone in the U.S. at least refuses to invest in it because money.
Yeah, pretty much. As it turns out, if people were to actually invest in it, though, it would in fact be cheaper than. Actually, it says it is 20 to 30% cheaper than most construction materials.
You see, that's true, but that also means that anyone buying it is going to pay 20 to 30% less.
Yeah, no, I understand that this is big corporations that are destroying it. But yeah, apparently it's okay. What do I have on it? It grows at a rate of about 4 centimeters an hour. It biodegrades in about 6 months, which means any products used with it would be compostable. Tensile strength rivaling steel. Naturally water and decay resistant. Highly flexible, makes it extremely weather resistant. Bamboo construction is 20 to 30% cheaper. Can be made paper products, and bamboo is edible.
I didn't know that, and bamboo shoots are fucking delicious.
They are.
I love
little
them
chewy
texturally. That's the
boys.
best
Dude,
part of
Crunchy
like
boys, rather.
Every
brown
every
gravy
time I get
style.
ramen, I like.
Same vibe as, like, water chestnut.
Oh, I hate
I
water
don't like
chestnut.
water chestnut.
Oh,
Can't do
really?
it.
I do.
It's like biting in a styrofoam. I don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
I like the
I hate
crunch.
it. Never liked it.
Okay, next one. Facts about green energy.
Cool.
Ooh.
One after that. When we shot billionaires into space, we should have left them there.
That's a good one.
Solid.
Wildfires and flash floods don't cancel each other out.
Yep.
Yeah. That's what I have so far on the list.
Sounds good. Sounds like
I think-
things our banjoist would be very on board to play.
Yes.
What's the desert one's title again?
That one I don't have a. These aren't actual titles so much as just concepts.
Okay.
Most of them ended up
Yeah,
kind of
'cause
sounding
that's-
like titles, though. But that's
the
just
desert one
radioactive material
specifically-
in the middle of the desert.
Yeah, that one specifically doesn't flow quite as title-like, which is why I brought it up. I was like, I don't
Now,
know.
some of these
No,
kind of
not that one.
accidentally became titles, but that wasn't the intention.
Now, the fun one,
What was the
I think
one
about Fuck the
after?
HOA in particular. I think it's
Oh, yeah.
oftentimes more fun when you don't explicitly say Fuck the HOA in the title, but you do in the song.
Yeah.
I think it's more fun when it's
Or-
got a, like, relatively unassuming song title, and then
The-
the actual song itself is like, fuck those guys.
Specifically for the Fuck the HOA one, I think it's fun to have it be egregiously long. Like, my homeowners association won't allow me to erect a 6-foot skeleton in front of my house for Halloween.
Maybe like do that one like
Maybe even more.
Bob
Oh,
Dylan style, where you're like doing a mix of just telling a story normally, talking and singing, whilst music goes in the background.
I had this one concept where it was literally just gonna be me saying highly ethical, technically illegal things that you definitely shouldn't do to screw over HOA and major corporations.
hmm.
Call it in Minecraft.
Right? Yeah,
that's
that'd
good.
be good.
That would be funny.
Just
but
take down the HOA in Minecraft.
it was gonna be like extremely detailed plans on how you can very easily promote local biodiversity by making what are called seed bombs
Hmm.
I like seed bombs.
and explaining in detail how to make them.
You got to be so
That's got the same
consistent on the
vibes.
native part though, because a lot of people they're just like, oh yeah, I'll do fucking, I don't know, clover or whatever, and it's like you don't live in
Yeah.
a place where you're supposed to do that, so don't. And they're like, no, it's a seed bomb, it's good. It's like, no,
No, that's
your
not how that
research.
works.
It's not how it works. You can't just plant a plant and it's good.
Yeah.
God.
I also wanted to explain about how because of the fact that bats are a protected species, you put a bat house up and the HOA can't do shit because tearing it down would be a federal crime.
Planting redwoods in places.
Yeah.
That one guy who they chopped down a tree in his front yard, so he ran around the town planting redwoods in ways that would destroy buildings. Because redwoods, when they start growing, like, launch into the air with, like, tremendous force, and they can't cut them down because they're endangered trees.
That's really funny. Unfortunately, that one probably landed him a criminal offense, I'm guessing.
It did.
Because that's one of those things where you could
Oh yeah.
probably make an argument that that's terrorism.
Yeah, it's technically
in a court.
eco-terrorism. Which is, in my opinion, the best kind of terrorism.
Absolutely.
When it's against
No,
people, because I think eco-terrorism actually applies also
Yeah,
to,
it's
like, against the
technically, like-
ecosystem.
I made acid rain.
Yeah. I released a frog army into an area.
Why are we
No, I think I'm still in
titling
support
these
of
like
the
Mr.
Frog
Beast
Army guy.
videos?
No, the frog army guy, now he didn't actually do it. It was all just kind of an elaborate joke. But if he was to, he would just decimate the local environment because of the sheer amount of frogs he'd be releasing.
I guess that makes sense, yeah.
That was
That
the
would
main
be-
criticism of him.
That'd be massively detrimental for the local insect population with ripple effects.
Which would then cripple the frogs, which would then cripple the animals that learned there was a bunch of frogs and they could eat them. And
Yeah. But it's a good idea on paper.
yeah.
It's kind of... I feel like that it's got a similar vibe to the Raid Area 51 thing.
It's like on paper,
Like,
it's
if
silly
enough
and
of us
fun,
agree
but
to do this, and it's like, you know,
technically
on
they're
paper,
right. However, when
It's-
like 120 people show up,
The
I think
Area
it's-
51 thing was kind of humanly cute, in my opinion.
I think it was
I
humanly
appreciate-
cute
That makes
because
sense.
no one actually tried to break in. I think if someone
No,
legit
exactly.
tried to break in, it would be awful.
I
Yes.
think what was great about it from a political standpoint was just like the fact that we had that threat there, just that, you know, brief display of government, if we wanted to, you know, maybe don't do shady shit, because otherwise people are gonna do stuff like this.
When did we stop
And you
chopping
really don't
leaders'
want-
heads off? What the fuck's up with that?
You know, for all of the
Got two
times you
companies.
complain about France,
No, I
Yeah.
support French in their revolutions. And their bread making.
True. The
And
French,
their alcohol.
if there's one thing they know how to do,
I just don't like their attitudes.
if there's one thing the French are really good at, I think it's overthrowing in
Overthrowing.
protest.
They did it recently.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. The French are so good at protesting, it's crazy.
Well, because they don't have that, like, oh, guys, come on, we gotta make it, like, peaceful protest has its place, sure, but it's proven time and time again, at least within recent times, doesn't do jack shit.
Mm.
And they're not afraid if they, like, when they put up the speed cameras and they broke every single one of them in a weekend.
See, I think that's one of the good cornerstones of modern protest is that you need to be afraid, or need to not be afraid of direct action, but not doing something in such a way that it would actually directly harm anyone truly.
Mhm.
Like, breaking all the speed cameras is very much direct action. You are absolutely costing the government money, but you're not actually causing harm to anyone.
Yeah. Well, you gotta hurt the government,
another-
not the people working in the government.
Right. Another one that I really liked was a bus union decided to go on strike, and rather than harming the people that relied on the bus, they kept running the bus system but refused to take fare.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, that was perfect.
And I think that's like
'Cause
that is the
also
ideal.
benefits the common man on top of the protest.
Right.
Not only does it not harm them, it actively benefits them.
And I appreciate stuff like that a lot. Now, admittedly, there are times where there's not really a good way of doing that. And sometimes you kind of just a picket line, and that's the only thing you can do.
Which is fair.
And I am absolutely in support of people doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Support animators. They're going through it at the moment.
Still, unfortunately.
There's currently a thing specifically for the Animation Guild.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
I want to say
don't
yay, and
remember-
it's yay that they're doing something about it, but it's not yay that they have to do something about it, you know?
No, it's awful, but it's one of the things that they're trying to do is make sure that stuff like the Infinity Train incident can never happen again. Ensuring that their jobs will not be replaced by AI, ensuring that they will be paid fairly, and that the horrible work conditions that are placed upon them will no.
Yeah.
So it's a big deal. There's been some big stuff. One of the big public speakers for this has been holy shit, I can't believe I'm blanking on his name right now. The
Okay.
creator of Gravity Falls.
Oh, Alex Hirsch?
Alex Hirsch.
Alex Hirsch has been a big part of everything that's going on.
Sounds about right. I mean,
That
I'm
makes
sure
sense.
his series is probably safe, but I'm sure it does not feel good to watch, like, people who made things in the same vein as him just get their shit destroyed.
Well, he
Yeah,
also
he was
worked
also
on
never entirely compliant with Disney.
Oh, absolutely.
no.
With, like, putting
He-
clearly gay characters in when they told him he couldn't
Mhm.
have gay characters, or putting things subtly in the background, or...
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Have
he
you
was
seen the-
also a writer on. He was a writer and one of the voice actors for Owl House, which was canceled
Yeah.
due to having
And then there was a
You
huge
know,
fucking
weird characters.
pushback, and then they're like, actually, you get, like a feature-length episode.
They
Wasn't that
were
their
able to get
compromise?
3 specials
Yeah.
instead of a 3rd season, and they went oh fuck because basically what happened was they canned it while still in pandemic times, and then they did their Disney Expo, and Owl House had a panel there, and it was the most attended event of the weekend, and they went, "Oh fuck,"
Yeah.
because they realized they accidentally canned their biggest show.
And this is back when they actually
Gee,
went,
wonder why it
oh
was so
fuck,
big.
and then
That's
instead of just
crazy.
being like, I don't care. Like fucking HBO.
Yeah.
Have you seen there's a couple videos. It's the things that Alex Hirsch, like, Disney told him he had to change stuff. Oh my god, how do I describe this? It's like an original frame, and then it's like message from Disney said change the poster in the background.
Oh,
and it
yes.
shows the poster. Yeah.
His
They changed
editorial
to something
notes.
like maybe. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, didn't he like try and sneak like a gay kiss in a poster in the background at one point, and they caught him?
He tried doing it in the Cupid episode.
Yes.
I mean, those
Sorry,
cops, they come on.
They finally
Obviously.
managed to pull it off in the finale.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Alex Hirsch has been a really, really big proponent of progress in animation, and
On top of all that, it's like it's a
It's
limit to
great.
free speech, you know?
yeah,
Mhm.
and that man's got a lot to say.
I also just want to know we all just slept through that night.
Oh, cool.
Beautiful moment.
Hey,
Incredible. We did it.
We did it, guys, for once.
Still can't get past the amount of views on that one VOD for some
It's so
fucking
funny.
reason.
That's
Fucking
really funny.
Markiplier.
I want you to know that that's your big thing now. This is what people know you for now.
I know, right? Me going, and I went up to him and I said, "Why so
Markiplier the
serious?"
Call him Markiplier.
No, I
That
don't.
was the whole stream,
I don't
Chad.
think that was
That's
the
the whole
one. I think Raven just commented that,
So
and I was
funny.
like, "Oh, this is the one." I mean, I can actually,
Okay,
I can
well-
just click into it. Hold on, give me a second.
Yeah.
That is.
I'm planting some more bamboo.
I was playing Ocarina of Time.
I'm
was at the
sorry, you're
fishing
doing
hole,
fucking what now?
struggling.
Yeah, I have to
No,
plant bamboo simply because I cannot afford your price because of the staggering amount that I need.
Ooh.
I did buy like 4 or 5 stacks originally, though. And
Ted,
then
I'll pay you for something else.
I realized
Scalpers everywhere.
that it takes me like 6 stacks to fill one room.
Hey. I am a small local barony
You're a
that
shit-ass
you are
capitalist.
depriving.
Shit-ass capitalist. If you had opened a trade
Need-
agreement like I did
No,
with
no, no.
Artie and the Wool,
See,
I would have been happy to pay
I-
more.
I need
Dude, I don't even
This
take the
money-
anymore. You just
in order to support my poor aristocracy.
I don't care about your whore aristocracy.
And where are they gonna live? What, are they gonna live in a peasant house?
I don't know. Are you gonna build them a peasant house?
If they
can't
can't
afford to.
pay me yet.
All right. Well, there's your in and lying problem.
Trent, I'll hire you. For work, not
Yeah.
material, though.
What was I looking up? Oh,
What
right,
do you-
the
what do you
YouTube
need?
thing.
I'll have to show you.
You're gonna show me a giant hole in the ground and a giant pile of sand next to it, and just say, you know what to do.
I mean, not entirely far off, but not quite right either.
That's very funny. I'm terrified.
It's okay, it's kind of bad, but it's not that bad.
All right. You see what I've had to reduce myself to due to
Uh-huh.
you not paying fair prices for bamboo?
I paid
Now
the
I
fair
have to-
price.
Now I have to do labor.
Under the table, dirty work.
Trent when he has to do his job. Man, you really are a former Starbucks worker.
Trent when they are intrigued.
I gotta say, like, it is a lot of fun to play a shitty capitalist.
Oh, it is. You were right. It is the Iplier stream, not the
Oh my God,
Joker
no.
impression stream.
No, not the appliers.
And I will say, it is also the one where we went and visited Cole and Raven's build.
Oh, yeah.
So I think that part's
Yeah,
at least cool.
Trent, I was just playing Ocarina of Time. I was at the fishing hole as
Yeah.
Adult Link. I was trying to catch the
Me when I fish
Hyrule
for a hole.
Loach. I was so
Oh.
angry. I couldn't catch it. I
Dude,
still
that
haven't
fish-
caught it.
Dude, you were
That
losing
fishing
it.
game is so annoying. I never
I
did
want
it.
him
I
so
don't
bad.
care. See, you know what really sucks is that you try doing stuff like that in Majora's Mask and you're missing an entire quest line because you didn't catch a fucking fish.
Yeah, that's part of the reason I don't like Majora's Mask. I just find it too stressful because I have to do the thing and I have to do it in time, at the time it's supposed to be.
It
And then I have
Yeah.
to make it to the next thing.
see, I
It's
find
very
it
easy to fuck up.
I find it stressful and not in a cathartic way. Like lately I've been playing
Yeah.
Crypt of the Necrodancer, which is also very stressful, but in a use stress as opposed to
Mm.
distress.
Yeah.
Aha, there is good and bad stress. Psychology. Ooh.
Wahoo! Yeah, there's certain games where I'm like, this stresses the hell out of me, but it's good. Anything
Hey,
horror related.
I used to have a hard time with horror games,
Oh,
but
no,
then I
the
started doing
strategy.
this. I started doing the Steve Irwin thing. You've probably heard of it,
Oh, where you just comment
where you just
as if you're
pretend
Steve
like yeah,
Irwin.
and
That's fine.
nothing is terrifying anymore. Everything just becomes hilarious.
I like it because it's kind of like an anxiety override. I can get as anxious as I want, but I can literally turn it off and walk away at any time.
Yeah, you see, I think
I-
that's my problem with horror is I can't do that. Like, I can turn it off and walk away, but the anxiety doesn't go away now that it's there.
Mm.
You know, I get it. It's not. It's definitely not something for everyone. I always encourage people to watch horror movies because I think it's kind of like spicy food. You can build a tolerance. Horror games, though, that's just not something everyone can do. I think.
I horror games, I don't think I've ever tried a true horror game. I've done probably some thrilling things.
Oh wait,
Actually, I tried to start Resident Evil 8 Like, when it came out pretty early. and I couldn't do it. I got the gun in my hands. I was so jumpy. I was like, I can't do it.
Dude,
It was also
I'm-
the first
yeah.
time I'd tried it.
I'm gonna be honest. I think there is a lot of really fun, creepy thriller parts of the story, but I genuinely think that the opening scene is the scariest that it gets
In what?
in Resident Evil 8.
Oh. Yeah, probably true.
I think that
except
it's
maybe
actually
Benny
kind of
Blanco.
calms down.
I was gonna say the
House
baby.
Beneviento is kind of insane. That
I
part's
see.
wild. That
I
I know I
really-
would tense up for that one.
I really
I would
enjoy
do the
that part,
nervous
but the
laugh.
thing is, like, you can tense up during that one because for 90% of it, there's absolutely no
running.
threat to your well-being.
The baby thing
Yeah. 'Cause
did
the
make
baby-
me mad, though, I will say, because as good as it is incredible. However, people kept pointing to it and being like, it's so scary, the game is great and so scary. I'm like, the rest of the game is not!
Yeah,
That section
no,
is very great.
it's an action horror for sure.
The section
Um,
almost feels like it was a demo. You know what I mean?
It does.
Because they
It
took
feels
all
like
your
it's
stuff
for a
away. It
different
looked-
game.
Yeah, it feels like it was supposed to be the demo, to be like, look how good the rest of the game is. And they were like, shit, the rest of the game is not this good. We have to pick something else or people are going to be pissed.
Yeah, no, I think that section is a lot of fun, but the thing is, the baby despawns.
Oh.
Yeah, if you actually wait it out, both times you encounter it, it despawns. It is not an omnipresent threat throughout the entirety of your
Interesting.
time there, which
But, like,
means
yeah.
you really don't have to do all that much. Just run and hide until it disappears, and that's pretty much it. That's
I think maybe I would have liked Resident Evil 8 standalone. I think I didn't like it because in my mind it was on the heels of 7, which was a horror game.
Mm.
And that was
I
kind of the
like-
really cool thing about it.
Oh shit.
what I liked a lot about it was the fact that we're well and truly moving away from zombies, and I like that at least a little bit they kind of play around with the idea that everything is supernatural.
Yeah.
Mm.
And no, I did
I
like
thought
the
that was
moving
fun.
away from zombies. I agree with that. I think zombies are cool and whatnot, but every Resident Evil game has been about zombies.
Right, and yes, technically there aren't zombies in Resident Evil 7, I mean,
I just liked how heavily
That is-
inspired it was from Texas Chainsaw. Because
Oh,
that,
yeah.
that is
And
one
Jack
of my
was
favorite horror
genuinely
movies.
intimidating. And Marguerite was
See,
creepy as hell.
I don't
Lucas
really
was
get
weird.
into slashers. They just don't appeal to me.
So the Texas Chainsaw Massacre is different in two
Yeah.
things. Number one is it is staggeringly little gore to it.
Like, all of the violence is off screen.
And number two is the fact that the entire
Except for
point of
Nico.
it is the fact that the killer, Bubba or Leatherface or whatever you want to call him, is just as terrified as everyone else is and is killing out of fear because he doesn't know what else to do.
Yeah,
It's also
no, I
he's
know.
killing
shorter
at
one.
the I ran into strangers, there's people in my house, I need to get rid of them. Not I'm evil.
No, yeah, I know. I understand that it's not a story problem; it's a genre issue.
Yeah,
Mm.
that's
I
fair.
just don't like the slasher genre. I know there are good ones. I've seen several. I appreciate the first Scream movie.
Yeah, I think so.
I
Here's
like-
my thing. Actually finish. Hold on.
And as much as I am not personally invested, I also am very interested in playing Dead by Daylight, which is basically slasher simulator.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I think it's more that it's a twofold issue. I think one, I really don't like gore, which is a common feature of slashers. It just grosses me out. I don't like seeing people's insides. It doesn't scare me. I just
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
The other side is that when it's realistic, it causes that uncomfortable paranoia that Connor gets with horror games.
Yeah.
Where it's like, this isn't fun. I just don't like this.
Yeah.
I had a hard time with The Strangers because I was like, ugh.
Yeah. Anything that's home invasion-y, I cannot do.
Yeah, those do get me a bit, for sure. And anything that's it depends on what type, but personally invasive.
Yeah. See, I think
Benediento gets it a bit in that way. Where I'm like, oh no.
supernatural stuff never really gets to me, and I think realistically a lot of Resident Evil, though they explain it as science, it's borderline supernatural.
Yeah.
It's it's a virus or whatever.
It's
Stop-
dude. It's
stop talking about it.
It's science in the way that fucking Marvel is science.
Yeah. They just say that science can do this because of whatever
Quantum.
vaguely scientific term, and then they just run with that.
Quantum or gamma.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, I think the reason why Scream I've seen it doesn't bother me is because it's borderline parody.
I think
Yeah,
that's
it's
the
camp.
thing I was saying before when I was totally interrupting you. Is slashers either have to be good in the way that Texas Chainsaw is good, where it's doing something completely different and you don't see most of the violence and there's something really interesting and disturbing in a different way about it, or it has to be fucking Jason X.
Yeah, see, I don't watch the Friday the 13th movies mostly because I would be disinterested a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Except for the really ridiculous ones. If
Yeah.
they're trying to play it straight,
You gotta
I can't.
have like Jason X, Jason in Manhattan.
Freddy versus Jason.
Yeah. Jason Goes to Hell.
Why do I
Right.
have 40 steaks? I don't have cows.
I do like
Yeah.
Halloween, but the 40-year timeline
Halloween's fun.
specifically.
Wait, which one? Which timeline?
So the 40-year timeline is the
Oh, the
first movie
newest one.
and then all the new ones, and I do like this for
Yeah.
a reason, and that's that they specifically do not try to explain the character.
I like it.
He's supposed to be, in their minds, in the way they said it, akin to actually Jaws, where you don't actually know that much. The shark doesn't have a personality, but he is this ever-present, terrifying force.
I like Michael Myers as an unknowable figure where he's definitely a person, but to all of the characters, he might as well be a monster.
Well, that's just it. And the other thing is the 40-year timeline plays into him as an urban legend.
Yeah.
Which I also really, really like. I think it's super interesting. Like, they talk about, like, how the urban legend almost changes over time.
I do like that.
Especially because, you know, he did his spree of killing, he went into the mental asylum, and then he didn't get out of there for 40 years.
Yeah.
And because of that, it gave it all that time to kind of fester, you know?
Right. I really like that. And I think it's a lot more interesting than the concept of, oh, he just manages to successfully break out every year around Halloween.
Yeah.
Um,
The other thing I like about it is it's not brutal in terms of, like, yeah, there is some pretty disgusting kills, but there's not, like, he guts them or something like that.
yeah.
And a lot of the, like, super gory stuff happens off screen, and then you see the, see it after the fact. But he is brutal in the sense of, like, he doesn't move like a robot like he does in the original films. Like, he is fucking, like, beating the shit out of people, and I find that really kind of terrifying.
I think what's interesting about him compared to other films in the genre is that he's kind of efficient.
Yes.
You know, he's not going to do some, like, weird, over-the-top, like, gory display. Not going to see someone's, like, organs all over the place.
He's going to kill you in any manner possible.
Right, and a lot of times, like, while the knife is iconic, there have been plenty of times where he's just used whatever was immediately available.
He used a gun that one time.
Yeah, he just stabbed someone with the gun. Dude, I love the one time where he didn't shoot a guy. He got a gun and he stabbed the person with the gun.
Yeah.
That's really good.
I think the thing is, I don't like Rob Zombies because I don't like how much they humanize him as a character.
I don't like Rob Zombie's approach to the whole thing because there's just a lot of times where, like, people will say things or do things and it's just like, that was gross, dude. Why did you put that in the script?
That's Rob Zombie films in general, dude. That's why I don't like his films. But yeah, there's definitely that, but I also don't like how they were like, he came from an abusive household and that's why he's like this. I think it's like, whereas certainly there is a place for that kind of a story.
Discrediting the people who came from abusive households.
Yeah, certainly one, it does that, and there's certainly the place for that story, you know, almost 100% of serial killers come from broken households. But you don't need to make him a person, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
I think it's more fun when he's not a person. He's this, like, is he supernatural? Is he not? You know?
I like, well, because the original, and I have never, like, just sat down and watched it straight through. It's been on. And I've, like, passively seen it. But from what I remember, the original he commits his first murder as a child,
Yes.
and no one knows like why he did it. He just
No,
did.
he just did. Yeah, no, he was in a perfectly fine household. He just killed his sister.
Yeah.
And then he just, like, stands there and waits to be arrested, basically. And that's, like, way scarier than he killed his dad first because he was mean to him and, you know, so on and
Yeah.
so forth.
No, I agree. And I guess I should put the clarification that I think I'm generally more okay with the older age of slashers than the newer one.
I am and I'm not because the older
I am
age of
disinterested in new
slashers,
horror.
well, actually, I guess that isn't slashers, so never mind. I was gonna say that, like, in the 70s, the whole, rape revenge genre was a thing that I really don't like,
no,
but
yeah,
that wasn't
no,
slashers, technically.
No. Yeah, that's a whole nother thing.
Yeah.
No, I'm because I guess as we're going down through this, I'm like, okay, yes, I liked Scream. Friday the 13th is fine. It has to be the campier ones, otherwise it mostly bores me.
The fact that we ran through every major slasher franchise and there was a part of it that you did like.
Yeah, so I guess it's really just the modern stuff that gets to me, and it's specifically because it's either super gory or it makes me uncomfortable and anxious in a bad way.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think a lot of the modern genre, I think it's just because they have to push themselves so far to do something different. And instead of pushing themselves to be, like, silly and goofy and have a fun time, they're pushing themselves to be more, like, gross.
I think there's, like, a weird trying to ground thing that was a movement for a little while.
Yeah.
It needs to be more real.
Well, I think that was a response to how campy it got.
Yeah.
How do you feel about The Thing? John Carpenter's.
Really quick, do either of you have bones I can buy?
No, but I'm about to have some bone meal. Is that what you want it for?
Yeah, well, I want it for white dye, actually.
Okay,
I mean,
how much?
That's a byproduct of bone meal.
So, yes.
But how much?
Probably, like, 2 stacks.
Oh, easy. Especially if you do it with the flowers.
Yeah, how much do you want for that?
I don't know.
Can I get that, like, now, or?
I'm making it already.
Okay.
Just gonna take a second. Compost your time.
John Carpenter's The Thing. I really enjoy it. I think that, unfortunately, it has spawned some weird stuff.
Yeah.
Because what I would essentially describe it as is Werewolf the movie, as in the game.
Yes, I called it Mafia, but are they the same game? Because I feel like
they are the same game.
Okay.
I think Werewolf was the original thought experiment. Mafia is like the common.
The game part.
Yeah. But yeah,
Salem is like the same
game
concept too, isn't it?
Yes. Okay. Hold on. How long do you guys think you're gonna be on for?
I mean,
probably a bit.
Yeah, a little bit, I'd say.
Okay, because I was just gonna sit in my house while I go pick up my car. It is currently charging.
Okay.
Yeah, I have to use public chargers, but they're free, so.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
All right, I will be back when I get my
Okay.
All right.
a period of time.
What's the weird that The Thing spawned? Because I don't know about that. The movie exists in a bubble to me, and I like it.
I don't either, really. I know there was a remake at one point, but yeah, I couldn't tell you. Maybe it's the genre he means, because there's certainly been some weird things in that vein. Maybe that's what he's talking about.
Maybe.
We can ask him
I
when he
enjoy
gets
this
back.
thing.
Yeah.
The effects in it also very much.
Well, I think you just like the effects.
I love
That
practical effects.
guy's... Who is that guy? He did a lot of things.
The lead character?
No, the lead person in charge of the effects.
I cannot remember his name, but yes.
Look it up.
Studios did not like the effects, but it was too late, so they were like, yes, this is happening. I shouldn't say studios, I should say the studio.
Rob Bottin.
Yeah.
Movies. He did The Howling, Legend, Monster of the Fog, 1980, Total Recall, RoboCop 2, Piranha, Deep Rising, RoboCop 3, Interspace, Mimic, The Howling,
Ooh.
1976 King Kong. Wait, but this doesn't have the thing listed in it, so I don't believe this. Worked with Carpenter on both The Fog, The Thing, with Verhoeven on RoboCop, Total Recall, and Basic Instinct, and with Fincher on Seven and Fight Club. His many other film credits include The Howling, Legend, Interspace, and Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. He did that too.
Wow. I had to pause my bone mealing to harvest some carrots, but we're back at it, so.
You better be.
Hmm?
You better be.
I am.
God. What have you been working on?
Kind of just here and there kind of stuff. I want to at some point, I was doing like a bunch of mindless mining, but I was thinking about a chicken coop design. Because I want an actual coop. Because it's so much more fun. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Using my axe on my vents because I still haven't waxed them. Oh yeah, because I want bees. I forgot about that. Ah, here we go. And a bee. I don't remember why, but earlier today I was thinking about wanting one of the original dogs.
Alright.
Don't really know why though.
Yeah, I can't help you with that one.
Yeah, that was an inside thought.
Well, you made it an outside thought.
Well,
Truly unbelievable. I can't believe you would do this.
I know. I did it on purpose too.
Oh my
Wouldn't
God.
you know? I was watching Jacksepticeye's Minecraft series today. I had it on.
That is an old one.
Yeah, I didn't realize how old it was. It's 2019. And
Oh, I
they
forgot he
didn't even
did
have
2019. I was thinking his, like, that one time he touched Minecraft at like the very beginning when he was doing the like How to
Oh,
Survive
yeah, and then never
series.
touched it again because that was the era where nobody would help you and just called you stupid.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, that's one of the things he got like a fucking smidgen of attention for, was his How to Survive series. This was
I don't
before
remember
he
that.
made it quote unquote big. It was when he made it quote unquote big that everyone was just mean and unhelpful.
Hmm.
Yeah, you probably don't remember that because that was like before he even got like the PewDiePie shout out. That was like the first thing he did that started getting attention.
Hmm.
And my first thing I did
No, I started
was
watching that in
rhyming things with
2016.
Markiplier. I don't think you heard my joke.
No, I didn't. Sorry.
You were talking over me. I said, and the thing that made me famous was making rhymes out of Markiplier.
Ah, yes, of course it was.
Still
Come on, what
can't
else
get
would it
past that. The like throwaway stream is of course the one that's like
Oh, yeah.
the most popular.
We were like, this is funny, but it's so sad that no one will ever find it. I think we literally said that.
Of course we did.
Or like, you were like, man, of course, once I start saving the VODs, now is when we do the stupid garbage.
No, because that would be a good thing, because that means it documents all the funny stuff.
Right, but I think at the time we were like, this isn't funny, it's stupid, and we're laughing at it.
I mean, maybe.
It was kind of a mix, I think.
Probably. Normally is.
We were laughing in a bit of an absurdist way.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, rats. No, I did it again. I bone mealed the ground instead of the flour.
Mm-hmm. As one does.
So I just made grass.
Damn grass.
Said
damn grass.
Damn grass. Oh yeah, I wonder if Cole knows that we walked around in that Minecraft world. I'm sure Raven probably told him.
Cole was there with us.
Oh, really?
I believe so. Yeah, it was Cole's
I
world.
thought it was just... Oh, you're right. I thought it was Raven, but they, I think, logged off after a while.
Yes.
After too much Markiplier.
They got scared.
Yeah, they got scared.
She marker on my plier.
Whoa. Were you ever scared of stuff when you were younger simply because you knew it was supposed to be scary?
I don't think so, but I avoided a staggering amount of things because of the idea that it would be scary.
I also did. I did that with Five Nights at Freddy's.
I mean, that's
And
fair.
also, I wasn't interested in the series. At the time, I think I did think it was like cringe and dumb, but like I knew it was supposed to be scary. And I feel like sometimes, I don't know if this is I think this is true. I'm pretty sure. Or like if it's one of those weird retcon things that feel like dreams, this is true. I when I would have trouble sleeping, it'd be like images that would get me. And I was like, Freddy Fazbear looks scary, doesn't he? But I think it was FNAF 2 era, so they were like the withered.
I
So they were
remember.
actually kind of scary. So it was nothing the
So
characters
I
did, just they kind of
had
looked scary.
images in my head that would scare me, that went in like a sequence, and it was
They what?
they went in a sequence,
Oh.
and it was a few wolves laying down, and these were like drawn out in an almost like Van Gogh-esque style.
Okay.
I should really try and like see if I can actually draw these images.
Mm-hmm.
And then they were up and looking at me, and their eyes were lit up in yellow as if you took a picture of them. And
Horrible.
then it was just one of them, like, from a slightly lower angle with its mouth open as if it were attacking. But it was never an image of me being attacked. And those would just flash through my head, like, in repeat when I was very young, and it would, like, terrify me.
That is horrible. I used to...
And I don't know where these came from.
Yeah. I don't know if it was, like, sleep paralysis or literally just hallucination, but I used to see some wild stuff when I was trying to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever get the, like, imaginary earthquake?
No.
Where, like, it feels like your head is rocking back and forth.
Yes, but I found it nice because I always imagined myself like, on a boat, like just lightly drifting back and
like
forth.
Fun and interesting.
And imagining myself, I still do that to this day actually to get myself to sleep.
Yeah, just the other night I got one.
I'll imagine myself
like,
rocking
that's weird,
back
it's
and
been a while.
forth. But yeah, but going on boats when I was a kid was terrifying. I refused.
That's fair. I feel like for a kid, that's a wild concept. What do you mean?
Well, I
we
think
just
the
go
other
on
thing was
water?
I couldn't. Are you gonna sleep?
Oh, in a second, yeah.
I think the other thing was I couldn't swim.
Ooh, yeah, that'll do it too.
Which I can now, of course. But yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't too... I don't think I was ever scared of anything like that, because from a pretty young age, I had been, like, swimming in the ocean and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But there we go. And it was fun when the boat would go fast, you know?
Yeah.
So it was never extremely other to me.
Mm-hmm.
I've actually been more afraid in lakes than I ever was the ocean. I've just realized this.
I only saw the ocean flying to London for the first time.
Aw. What'd you think?
I really liked it. I think I wrote something along the lines in my little journal that I keep. That was, what's it called? I believe it was, what could man have done to be gifted a world this beautiful? Was exactly what I wrote. Like, I teared up.
Yeah.
It was, quite the experience. And
Yeah,
it was especially upon... It all looked kind of dark, but I realized it was because the window was darkened. And then I finally lit up the window, and it was sunrise. And I watched the sunrise out the window of the plane over the clouds over the ocean.
That's beautiful.
And that's what got me.
The ocean makes me nostalgic.
Mm-hmm.
Because have, but don't really talk to, so had family that lived out on the coast, like North, South Carolinas. And we would boat out to those weird little like sandbar island bits,
Mm-hmm.
and make those weird drippy sand castles. And oh, there's a jack-o'-lantern. That's cute. I would find clams with my feet and put them in a hole that I've made. I'd like dug a big hole and then made shelves in the hole for the clams that I found.
Mm-hmm.
Then I would find the little clams and put them on my drippy sand castles. And be like, wow, seaweed. Where
That's
are you?
fun. I swam in lakes a lot, but where am I?
Yes.
I'm in the manor I've been building.
Oh.
Did you just
That
look
is
over
not
at my screen and be like, whoa?
No, I came to your regular base.
No, I'm at. There's a little dock by my manor.
How do I find it?
Start going back towards your place.
Okay.
But follow the island that's going to be to your left.
This is gonna go so well.
It shouldn't be complicated. I can see my
How the hell
castle
do I
from
get
here.
out of here? I
So.
forget.
Through the bridge.
No, I'm. There we go. I just couldn't find the right door to open.
Oh, are you in the castle?
Yes. Yes, this way, this way, this way. Forgot that I had to pass through the like courtyard. Oh, it's raining, so it's foggy. This.
So when you go straight out, there'll be a river to your left. You're not going down the river.
Okay.
You're following the ocean coast. And there's a dock where I
I'll
am, and
see
you'll
what
see
I
the
can do with
building
that.
too.
Oh, I see the building for sure. And I think that's the dock.
Yep, there you are.
Whoa. I didn't know I could just boat hop. Your armor looks cool, by the way.
What?
Your armor looks cool.
Thank you.
Whee! Did you end up getting that netherite upgrade thing back?
No. It's gone.
Ah. No, I meant like replacing.
No.
Uh,
Never found another fortress.
rip.
Just died and then almost lost all my stuff and then was like, that's enough of that.
Yeah. I mean, we... Oh, you have a thing over here, too. Oh, that must be the lighthouse. I see.
Yes.
We could turn on keep inventory, because I don't think any of us really die outside of the nether, and when we do die in the nether, it's just frustrating.
I mean, we could...
And we already have mob griefing off.
No, we don't.
Oh, well. We usually have mob griefing off.
No, I will say I am quite happy that the stream that got so... The VOD that got so big was one of the ones where I was showing off the castle.
Mm.
Because there is a tour contained within that.
Oh, I didn't
So,
remember that.
Over
cool.
1,000 people have seen my tour of the castle.
I mean, did you look at the viewer retention? I'm just curious, like, because it's a
No.
4+ hour stream. That was a late stream too, I think. So like, I just wonder when people stopped watching, because not everybody watched all 6 hours, you know.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't. I can check that.
Hmm.
Hold on. Check that right now.
I mean, not that it matters. But...
Let's see. So it looks like YouTube pushed it a lot, because, like, 75% of the views came from suggested videos.
Interesting.
Oh, I got 2 subscribers from it, by the way. Not 4.
Cool.
Watch time 1,267.7 hours.
What?
Yep. That is the amount of watch time
That's
on it.
crazy. Whoa. Hello.
Howdy.
So the audience retention
Scared me.
Goes down pretty quick, but it then goes down very subtly.
Okay, so you have a sharp
gonna...
drop off at the beginning, and then it gets better.
Yeah, so I'm gonna send you an image of it. Already, Trent, I'll send you one too.
Hey, what happened to all my boats?
I don't know.
What boats?
I had a bunch of bamboo. Keep losing boats.
I don't know.
Oh my god, if Evan's coming back here regularly just to steal boats.
That would be so funny.
That would be funny. I have a mischief boat over here. It's
Mischief boat?
If perhaps someday I find out where Evan lives and is thousands of blocks away. It's not quite filled yet. But this chest boat is filled, or will be filled, entirely with just carrots. I just want to leave it on his doorstep. And just do nothing about it, just leave it there and then leave. Because I think
yeah,
that would be a bit silly. Oh, I forgot I accidentally fired you guys. That was today. I'm sorry. I'll get you guys somewhere nice.
Why do the carrots come in stacks of 37?
Yeah. Well, I've just been dividing them into every slot.
Okay. Oh, so you just had a large number and you just divided them evenly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because I thought that might have been a game mechanic. I was very confused as to why someone would choose to do that.
No. No, actually, if you fill an entire chestplate with 37 carrots, you unlock the secret ending to Minecraft.
Oh. That makes sense. That's really logical, especially given the foreshadowing in the prologue to the game.
Yep. There's 3 secret splash texts that really just tie it all together.
That makes
You
sense.
see, if you brighten the image,
If you brighten the image, Springtrap is still visible.
I think I would enjoy FNAF lore more if people didn't adamantly deny that Scott is retconning things.
yeah. Well, I think
Because that's the thing. People, like...
game theory's kind of always been like, yes, he retcons things, but yeah, people get weird about it.
The guy I watched
Yeah.
who also acknowledges, yeah, it's been retconned repeatedly, but like, you can treat it like it hasn't been and still derive a mostly complete story.
Except for the
Oh,
fucking
absolutely.
box.
It's just there is a group of people that are weird about the idea that this doesn't all fall into some big master plan that Scott had.
Oh yeah, when the truth of the matter is Scott had absolutely zero plan.
Making it the hell up.
Because he was just making a game.
Didn't even think the game was going to do that well.
No, he made the game as a fucking joke.
I think
just to play off of the fact that people thought the fucking characters in his other game were too creepy.
Okay, I disagree. I don't think it was a play. I think he was just doing what he always did, which was take feedback and completely run with it.
I think you're
like,
wrong.
3 wasn't scary, so 4 was like, okay, very scary.
I
and
mean,
then 4 was confusing as hell, so Sister Location was a narrative.
I get that, but it feels more like he was like, oh, he thinks these are scary, fuck it, might as well make a scary game. Like, at the beginning there, not so much a, well, they're criticizing me in this way, so maybe if I do this, then perhaps it'll work out. I think it was like, I think you're giving him too much credit.
Maybe, but I think also, I would take it the same way. If people were like, oh, I think your creatures look like robots. I'd be like, oh, okay, there'll be robots in the next one.
I mean, we do know that FNAF was kind of a, like, last-minute Hail Mary for him.
I mean,
because everything else he had produced, like, massively flopped.
Fucking Gaybird, stop that.
I forgot about Gaybird.
How could you forget about Gaybird?
I did until just now when you said Gaybird, and I was like, what?
I was going to do the of contracting words, and I ended up with bird, and I was like, oh wait, no, that's a dumb condition. Why is it called that? Is that an acronym?
Gaybird?
No, GERD.
Oh, I believe so. Because some people do call it by the letters.
Yeah, it's an acronym. Because it's GERD.
Okay.
Gastroesophageal reflux disease.
That makes sense.
Was that off the dome?
No, I looked it up.
Okay, I was gonna say that's crazy. Also, sorry for uttering the phrase off the dome. That was a little weird.
I don't think that was that weird.
Okay. Well, then it wasn't.
You
Never
just
mind.
get a
I'm
little
sorry.
insane in the member.
Insane in the brain, crazy insane, got no... You know what showed up in my basement?
Just one of those days.
What?
Speaking of this era, a fucking magazine signed by ICP.
Oh.
Hey.
Do not know where this came from.
Materialized.
Like, just walked down there and it was there.
Alright, that is... That probably has some lore to it.
Yeah, I should really ask. I kept meaning to today, and then I kept forgetting.
I like that as generally I'm pretty good and creative with names for my creatures. My two companions in this world are literally Gaybird and Dog. But generally, I like naming things a little more funly.
That's fine. I don't even have any fucking pets in this one.
And that's fine.
You're gonna find another dog, and you're gonna be like, God, oh no. No.
Well,
Hound.
this one's already
Dog.
reincarnated.
Doug.
Doug.
This one's the reincarnation of Dog, so I guess he's also just named Dog.
Bro's got dog squared.
It's short for Doggard.
Dogger.
Dogshul.
Doggerman.
Dogsicle.
That too.
You know Mike is short for Mycicle. Also love how that one part from a video I watched maybe the first 5 minutes of has been a joke for like a good 5-6 years now. That being the Mike is short for Mycicle, which came from a fucking My Hero Academia Abridged, which I literally watched like 5 minutes of, saw that joke and went, the rest of this isn't that good, and clicked out of.
Just saw
remember Bike
Mycicle
being
and
short for
decided that
Bicycle.
that was where it.
I mean, the rest, I remember, I did watch a little further, maybe more like 10-20 minutes, and the rest, there was no other joke that hit. Like, in all that time. So I was like, you know what?
That's fair. At that rate, why continue?
Yeah.
Ignore the loud banging if that picks up.
Oh, alright.
I did not hear any loud banging.
And there is no loud. No, I'm just trying
There's
to.
no loud banging in Ba Sing Se.
I'm just getting some chopsticks because I have reheated pho.
Ooh,
Faux moment.
for a moment.
It needs to be more reheated.
I just want to point out that everyone insists on calling it pho instead of pho, but I believe Vietnamese is a tonal language, so even by saying pho, you're very wrong.
No, but it's more
It's
correct.
closer to right, though, isn't it?
I mean, I guess, but still.
If you're gonna Americanize it, might as well be in the ballpark.
Eh.
That's a lot of things are tonal languages. Technically speaking, anyone who comes from a country that speaks Mandarin and Cantonese, their names are tonal,
Yes.
and we just ignore that factor.
We're just like, haha, Wong. Sounds like you've got the Wong name. We're just racist. That's what we are. We're racist.
Dude, I really
Clicking
wish someone
immediately.
had just told me, because there was
Cancelled.
my first year of college, there was someone who kept saying his name. He was from China, and he was like, none of us could get it quite right, but none of us were quite sure what we were doing wrong when pronouncing his name. And I wish someone had told me that it was tonal, because that's what we were getting wrong.
Well, what were you saying?
Well, we were saying Yu Chen, but I'm trying to remember what it was. I think it was because it's like downward slant, because it's not tonal as in like pitch tonal, it's inflection tonal.
Yeah.
So it's like Yu Chen.
Hmm.
So there's supposed to be like a downward, like Yu
Yeah.
Chen.
Interesting. God fucking damn it.
Fun fact: Toby is short for topography.
I thought it was short for
That's a
toboggan.
good one.
True, true. Could be short for toboggan.
I thought it was short for Toblerone.
Toe bean.
Huh?
Toe bean.
I actually know someone named Tobin.
Tobjel. Tobesicle. Tobin's an interesting one.
Yeah, that was the orchestra director, Tobin Langridge.
Alright, solid.
I'm hungry.
This
I
is
should
gonna be
eat more.
this is gonna be kind of dark out of nowhere, but I genuinely don't know if he's still alive.
Been
Yeah.
there.
He wasn't old. He had like major heart issues that, toward the end of his time there, forced him to take like constant sabbaticals.
Oh wow.
That'll do it. Norman's on sabbatical. Had to drop my Green Goblin reference in your serious conversation.
I do love the Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies.
Understandable.
I still haven't seen them. I want to. I've meant to. Just
They're
haven't.
comedy gold.
hmm And as a camp enjoyer,
Yeah,
I think I'd love it.
In the second movie, there's a freeze frame.
Hell yeah, dude.
Like, the camp levels are unparalleled.
I mean, it's fucking the same guy who made fucking Army of Darkness.
Dude, I still can't believe that they got him for a Marvel movie and everyone hates it.
Which one did they get?
Multiverse of Madness.
Yeah, the one that, like, half the people were like, this is really fun and interesting, and the other half was like, what's going on? I hate it.
Yeah,
Sounds
no,
like fucking
see,
Sam Raimi.
I liked it. It was fun. And they even got the guy to be him,
Who was the guy?
Billy Hotep.
That sounds like an Egyptian god.
Well, Hotep or Imhotep, I think, is one.
No, God, I'm having a lot of trouble with names right now, and I'm remembering the face, and it's embarrassing that I don't know the name. He plays Ash.
Oh!
Ketchum?
No,
Okay.
as in
Okay, I was
Evil
gonna say, I
Dead.
thought that was a woman.
Yeah, he's
I
in
know
that
who you
movie.
mean. Okay, cool.
It just as like a fun side character, is like a fun little like, hey, this is a Sam Raimi movie.
This is my boomstick.
Yeah, he plays a pizza puff vendor who ends up in some magical slapstick
Oh, fantastic.
eternal problem.
I hear the Army of
Or-
Darkness TV show, which I think was an Amazon exclusive, is really good. Or sorry, not Army of Darkness, Evil Dead.
Ash versus Evil Dead.
Yes.
Yeah, I watched a little bit of it. It was really fun.
The first Evil Dead movie is not fun. I think
That's the
people
only one
forget
I've
that.
seen.
Yeah, the first one
Yeah.
was serious. After it was the second one, it started
Yeah,
taking
there's
itself.
also plant rape. That was.
Yeah, that was really weird
something.
choice.
Yeah.
I think it was supposed to be like, kind of funny.
No, from what he said, it was supposed to like be more indicative that they were not being attacked just by something that's like, here's zombies.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be like they were being attacked by like the world basically
There's
around
something else
them,
here.
but it ended up coming off really weird. I think he regretted putting that in too. I think there's like a whole thing.
Yeah, I
about
mean, it's
that.
pretty icky. I
And
can
then when
see
they
how
did
you
the
would regret
remake that he wasn't involved in, I don't believe they did it again.
No, they didn't quite do it. They made a vague allusion to it by having her get tangled in vines that like grasp at her legs and try to drag her into the forest, but they don't actually do the gross part.
Yeah, that's a far better way of
Preferable.
doing it.
Yeah, so it's like an illusion. It's like, hey, if you're a fan of the series and you've seen this, then there you go, but we're not doing it.
Yeah.
But also, stop being a creep.
The remake, funny enough, is not actually a remake, though. It's actually canon. It's in the same
interesting.
continuity.
Huh. That's kind of cool. Sam Raimi moment.
A little bit.
But yeah, Evil Dead 2 goes off the walls, and then I believe the Evil Dead 3 is Army of Darkness.
Yes.
The Evil
Yeah.
Dead 2 is when he gets fucking hand chainsaw, I believe.
Yes,
Oh, yeah,
but I
just, like,
believe he
striking it
loses his hand in the first one. The
Yeah.
second one's weird because it kind of recaps and retcons the first one a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So calling it the second one's kind of weird.
I call it
It-
Evil Dead 2 because that's the name.
It is the name. It's just it's a little bit misleading.
Mm-hmm.
The musical is also really good.
There's a
I
musical?
didn't know there was a musical.
Yes, and it's amazing.
Speaking of musicals, I've heard very mixed things about the new Joker movie.
So
I-
I've only heard bad things, but I don't care.
It's weird because I keep hearing bad things, and then I go into the comments, and there's like a bunch of people defending it as well.
See, I keep hearing bad things, but the thing is, I keep seeing bad stuff coming from credible sources that I trust.
Okay.
And they're explaining and breaking down why it was bad.
Okay.
And like the narrative was actually bad, and the way that they used the musical elements. Like, I watched a channel that primarily talks about musical theater and said that it was actually just implemented poorly
Okay.
Unfortunate.
because they felt the need to try and make the musical numbers mostly diegetic.
Mm.
And a lot of it was complaining about the fact that it kind of feels like they're embarrassed by the fact that it's a musical.
Okay.
Yeah. They just don't want to admit it. They're like, no, it's
Well-
not a musical. They're just singing it, guys.
Well, and it's stuff like they'll start off musical numbers with the actors like diegetically doing like a weak, half-assed like singing under their breath type
Backpack?
thing.
I remember when I was a backpack. Back in school. The
And
classic moment.
What the fuck are you on
I
about?
just like that.
I'm trying
It's
to
a
listen to
weird,
this.
almost segue that's. What?
Trying to listen to this, good sir. Continue, please.
yeah, it just I don't know. From this what I'm seeing, like I'm seeing valid criticisms of the movie and that it's just a weak movie.
Yeah.
Narratively, and that it doesn't really justify its own existence, and that it seems that a lot of people, because there's two sides that are angry with it, the people that are just angry with it because bad cinema, but then there's also a group of people because the movie intentionally tries to undermine the first one.
Yeah.
Because it's trying to call the people out that got the wrong takeaway.
Okay.
It's
Interesting.
the intention of the movie is to make it very clear you were not supposed to idolize him.
Okay. Which I'm sure definitely creates a weird kind of feeling to it.
Yeah. And they go to great lengths to show, like, no, this is a mentally ill person who's in way over his head and being pulled around by a lot of different forces, but this is not like an ideal to live up to.
Yeah.
Most of the movie, he's on trial for his crimes in the first movie.
Mm-hmm.
And they're one of the big like plot elements is whether or not he should embrace the Joker persona, or if because his lawyer is trying to make the case that no, he is a seriously ill person, and the Joker persona is like a separate alter ego that he has constructed
Mm-hmm.
to cope with the trauma of his life.
Yeah.
And therefore he cannot, because it is an entirely separate persona, he cannot be tried for what that persona did.
I mean,
Basically, they're going for an insanity plea.
it seems like an interesting story.
Yeah.
That I just wish they didn't railroad the musical thing into or leaned entirely into the musical thing. One of the two. Alright, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick.
Although I do know a lot of people didn't like that Lady Gaga's kind of just in it to be in it.
Yeah.
Because apparently she's only like majorly involved in like 3 scenes.
Hmm.
And she doesn't really do anything for the story
Right.
other than
Just
act as
kinda, is the character that is iconic.
yeah. And even then, apparently they change her name.
What?
Yeah.
It's not Harleen Quinzel.
It
Why
is
not?
not.
That was such a good name.
It is not. They actually like change her name. I forget what to, but it's yeah.
Hmm.
I do worry that some of the people defending it might be the people that the movie is trying to specifically speak to.
Hmm.
But like, hey, weren't supposed to idolize this character.
Yeah. I think it'd be interesting. I don't know if they did, but the musical aspects could absolutely be done in like a Patrick Bateman kind of way, where it's like, is this real? Maybe.
Oh,
Did he actually do any of this? Patrick Bateman's not the prime example, but it's the only similar one that's
no, I get what you mean. That is actually a lot of how the first movie works.
Mm.
The entire story
I
is
saw
told
it,
from an
but kind of a
unreliable.
long time ago.
I'm back.
It's an unreliable narrator where what we're seeing isn't actually what happened.
Mm-hmm.
No, I think I think that it would have been interesting if it wasn't a jukebox musical.
Oh, I didn't know it was.
Yeah, there's no original music.
Well,
Oh,
that
is
makes
it? Damn,
way
that
less
sucks.
fun.
Yeah.
I
That like
was under the
completely
impression
changes my
that it was like,
perspective.
I'm the Joker.
Yeah, no, it's a
I'm gonna
jukebox
joke.
musical. So there's
That's
also
so
a
sad.
lot of themes where they sort of like ham-fist it to make it make sense in the narrative.
Mm-hmm. That is really annoying because I was I think that's the thing I was most excited about. I was like, he's supposed to be
Yeah.
insane, so it would really feel insane if he just starts like this could be done really well, and that's what I was kind of excited about.
Right. Yeah, so I am very interested to hear about the people that are defending it, because I'm curious what the reasoning is.
Well, so it's just comments, so it's really just like, actually, I thought it was good.
Okay, because like I don't know, like that's an interesting take, because from a lot of the stuff I'm seeing, it sounds like narratively it wasn't really good. It wasn't really good as a musical. Um, it didn't really feel like there was a point to making a sequel. So I'm curious what the people that enjoyed it think of it.
Yeah, I don't think it's anything other than I enjoyed it. Um, which I mean is fair reasoning in and of itself. You know, if you enjoyed it, you enjoyed it. Um, but yeah, unfortunately, because it's just comments, it's just I liked it.
Well, yeah, and I think that's always going to be kind of a disparity when it comes to reviews,
Hmm.
or the disparity between um common and like just enjoying it for what it is, and the fact that reviewers kind of by necessity have to be more detailed than that. They have to talk about narrative, and cinematography.
Hmm.
Um, because I mean, what are they gonna do? Come on camera and be like, "I thought good."
Yeah.
Um, but you know that doesn't take away from the fact that people can enjoy it. Not
Yeah, well, that
everything
was
has to
like
be a masterpiece.
I remember CinemaSins once did a CinemaSins on themselves and admitted that they actually very much enjoyed watching like 3/4 of the films that they review.
Oh yeah,
Um, I think there's also, yeah, there's a big difference between is it enjoyable and is it good.
Cinema Sins is an interesting case though, because they also get a lot of flack for the fact that they shit on movies just to shit on them.
Oh, absolutely. I'm not saying they're good by anything. This is just a memory that flashed back from when I was like quite young and was watching this.
Yeah,
And yeah, I they do just shit on, like, it is their entire job to shit on things just to shit on things, and that is a very
right.
valid criticism.
Um, I mean, there's even been a couple of times where they've done. I remember one time they did a review of Jaws, and they like had to preface like, "This is just for the video. We genuinely think this movie is great, and it was a major cultural milestone, but you know, this is the job."
Yeah.
You know, I cannot for the life of me remember what Jaws is actually important for.
What Jaws, huh?
Well, I know it was the first like summer blockbuster. It was the first blockbuster
That's what
movie,
it was.
period.
That was its big
It
thing.
was the first like literally everyone is talking about this.
Right. Okay. Yeah, because I could not remember what made it so culturally significant. Because obviously it's a good movie, um, with a very renowned now renowned director who was just starting out. Um,
That was Spielberg, wasn't it?
yeah,
It's also
I
got a big old robot shark who I believe is named Bruce, who I'm pretty sure Finding Nemo Bruce is named after.
And also broke down, and that's why it moves so weird. Fun fact.
Hell yeah.
yeah,
That's why it just
because
like thrashes from side to side instead of like moving like an actual thing.
if I remember, they didn't take into account the fact that it was going to be submerged salt water,
Yeah.
and that caused massive corrosion over time.
I saw Jaws 2 before I ever saw Jaws 1.
That's a choice.
When I was in elementary, because we went to a video store, throwback, my friend and I, and we were picking out a movie. And
You say throwback as if there
like,
not still a fucking, what's it called, disc replay in Rockford.
I guess, but nobody fucking goes there.
That's...
I forget
There's
it's
a
there,
disc
unless I'm going to
replay in
Petco and I
Rockford?
see it right there.
Yes.
Yes, we walked in there once because it was on the strip we were walking in.
Evan
Is
was
there a
very
family
excited.
video?
I don't know,
I
but
don't
what
think
I'm
so.
talking about in my story was a family video. But yeah, she was like, "You want to watch Jaws?" And I was like, "That sounds really scary because I know it's about a shark." She was like, "Well, Jaws 2 is less scary than Jaws 1." I was like, "Okay."
And Jaws 2 it is.
Yep.
I already never slept again.
So
That
true.
is very it's very funny because I actually like my go-to fall asleep content is shark documentaries.
Oh my god, I love ocean documentaries for many purposes, but that is one of them.
I just like put them on because the thing is they're engaging enough that I can watch them, but not so engaged that it keeps my mind active.
Mm-hmm. Do you want a documentary that's David Attenborough narrating going to the bottom of the Mariana Trench to see if there's life there?
Oh, that sounds fun.
Okay, it's technically the last episode of a trilogy, but the other two don't matter, so
Okay.
I can send you the link.
Okay.
I just rewatched it the other day.
Of course you did.
I really like ocean-related documentaries specifically. Primarily sharks, but ocean in general is good. I don't know. I just don't get the same thing from other nature documentaries. I like oceans.
There's a lot of sense of mystery to it. Because, like, you can just watch one and then be like, yeah, and then the spiny bonefish, and you're like, sorry, the what?
The bony
and
ass
it's just
fish?
like you've never...
Bony ear ass fish?
I think that's where it falls into that right level of, I'm not bored if I am up still watching it, but it's not so engaging that I can't fall asleep.
I used to watch videos on just fucking glup shittos.
I don't know.
That would... It was, again, interestingly enough that I was like, oh, cool, this guy was a retired bounty hunter who then decided to go into this band, but then I could also just pass out and it would not matter.
I'm sorry.
There you go, Trent. I Instagrammed
Wait.
it to
I'm
you.
sorry. Were you actually watching videos on Glupshido?
No, on Glup Shittos. Glup Shitto isn't an
okay.
actual
Because the way
character.
you described it, I was like, oh my god, are you actually just watching lore videos about Glupshido?
No, the other night he turned on the analysis of all Squidwards. What was that?
I think it was like Squidward Iceberg or something like that. I passed out instantly.
Yeah.
Icebergs are really good to pass out to.
I think the Glup Shitto iceberg is a thing.
It definitely.
I believe I watched it too, and I think
Actually,
it's surprisingly enjoyable, weirdly enough. Because, like, I honestly, I kind of get some of the people that get so excited, because some of these people do have, like, these characters do have genuinely good stories to them, and then you see them and you're like, oh shit, that's so cool. Like, I 100% get it.
I'm not going to pretend like I haven't had a couple of Glupshido fixations. You know, there'll be just some obscure background character that they wrote deep lore for.
Well, what temporarily got me back into Star Wars was when Cad Bane showed up in the Book of Boba Fett.
Yeah, dude, exactly. I think I'm not really that into Star Wars and its lore at all, but I really dig Mandalorian lore.
Yeah.
it's just really interesting. The one problem, though, especially as time has gone on, that's become more and more commonplace, which means it kind of gets bogged down with a lot of like, what's happening in the current season of The Mandalorian?
Yeah.
And it's like, no, no, no. I want to know about the fall of Mandalore.
Yeah, you know, the funny thing is I watched The Mandalorian and I was just perpetually annoyed with Baby Yoda. Like, I like The Mandalorian as a character, like Din Djarin or whatever his name is as a character. I love watching him go on bounties and all that shit. But then it's like fucking, it really is that one TikTok that's like, Baby Yoda needs some milk. Let's go to this fucking planet. We can't help you. You need to do a thing. Let's go do thing. We did thing.
Yeah.
Oh no, Baby Yoda drank all the milk. Ha ha ha. Next episode.
No, yeah, I definitely get it. He's kind of just there to facilitate the plot 90% of the time.
And it annoys me that that's the plot. And every time it delves into something else, it's so interesting, and that's what I think annoys me the most.
I think it's more the fun stuff is when the Baby Yoda storylines intersect with more convoluted plots, like when Gideon gets involved, and now suddenly we're dealing with like experimenting, trying to genetically produce Force users,
Yeah.
and them harvesting Beskar specifically to
For,
make
like,
nigh indestructible weapons and droids.
yeah, or like when they went to that planet that still had functioning battle droids.
Right. Dude, that
Um,
stuff's really cool.
Yeah.
But no, I get what you mean. When the episode is true about Grogu, it's
Yeah.
like, eh.
And I
Remember
don't
when
even know
people
what's
would get
going on
mad
there
because you
anymore.
spoiled the fact that his name was Grogu?
I don't... Dude, if you don't know his name's Grogu, I don't know what fucking rock you've been under.
No. But like, I'm talking when it was first like revealed, and people act like that was an
Oh.
incredibly revealing thing.
Snape
other
kills
than
Dumbledore,
that's
Snape
just
kills
the
Dumbledore, Snape
5
kills
letters
Dumbledore.
of his name.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
It's short for Groger.
yeah. So I've heard.
Yogurt. I hate yogurt. Even with strawberries in it.
Grogurt. That sounds like a combination of Grogu and yogurt almost.
What?
This is my stupid ass. Listen,
Oh, I was referencing Spaceballs.
I
Yeah.
was not.
And I got the Spaceballs reference. I appreciate.
For some reason, this reminded me of the scene in Security Breach where Freddy literally just tells you.
Oh my fucking god, of course this
Vanessa is
reminds you of a
Vanny.
fucking
I'm
scene in Security
sorry.
Breach, you fucking gay-ass motherfucker.
sorry. Listen, it wasn't on purpose. It just happened, okay? I don't know
think
how.
that makes the situation.
Yeah, I think
better.
that makes it worse, actually.
I don't care. I don't know. Shut up.
I think people like Lady Gaga and don't realize why they like Lady Gaga. And I think it's because she was a massive, like, EDM and industrial person, and she found a way to move those sounds, just become Christopher Walken for a fucking second. Move those sounds into pop music, which I think is really cool, but I think a lot of people don't understand that.
A lot of her really big fans appreciate a lot of her activism efforts because she's genuinely done some pretty positive things.
That's cool.
Using her platform.
All there for the God. She does it all for God and the gays. She says.
Well, it's like recently, she did an interview where she admitted that she never denied the transgender allegations that people sent at her because she didn't feel that it was something she or anyone should have to be ashamed of. If she was
Yeah.
trans, and anyone that is trans.
Right, and I think it's stuff like that where it's like that it's genuinely understandable to be really excited about seeing her do things and want to support her
Yeah.
because she
I
is
just
so
grew up with some of her
supportive
music and loved it.
Yeah, she
my
does have
dad
some pretty.
explained that whole thing I just explained to me when I was fairly young, and that's the reason he and my whole family liked her so much.
I didn't know they did. That's fun.
Yes. Like, my dad's got her in, like, his playlists and stuff.
No, yeah, she's
Which is always amusing.
music is really.
It's my cleaning music.
I mean, it kind of gets you moving.
It really does. When you gotta go get the mop, go on, you do a little strut. You know what happens.
Mm-hmm. You see, I used to listen to Sabaton, but now I just get really fucking sad because one of, like, 3-4 songs comes on. Then I have, like, a breakdown.
Oh.
Wait, what? I don't understand that.
Price of a Mile, 1917, Lifetime of War, and Christmas Truce.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Will all just send me into, like, a complete breakdown for very obvious reasons, and even Uprising will to an extent.
Yeah.
So I had to stop listening to that music whilst I was cleaning because I was not getting anything done.
Just mid-clean, have a cry.
Yeah, pretty much.
Now, forgive me, but to me it is not for obvious reasons, because I have never heard these songs.
Thing too.
I mean, do you want me to?
Carlisle.
Hell yeah, I love Willie Carlisle.
Willie Carlisle. I only liked it live. I mean, I didn't dislike his music listening to it otherwise. I just wasn't a fan.
I mean, I definitely like his music a lot. His antics do definitely add a lot to it.
The
It's
three
both his
songs
presence.
Yeah.
that I keep in my playlist, like I'll just throw on albums, of course, but the three I keep in my playlist are I Won't Be Afraid,
Mm-hmm.
The Money Grows on Trees, and Tulsa's Last Magician.
You should throw Great Depression on there, I think.
I should. That'd be a good one.
The Two-Headed Calf was a good one.
That was good, and that one
got a tear out of me.
For all his transgender friends.
Yeah,
that's also true.
I think that's what I really appreciate about his music is just how wholesome and earnest it is.
Mm-hmm.
He's got shit to say, and he's gonna be heard, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Apparently I've also been listening to a fair amount of Tom Cardy. Makes sense.
What have I been listening to lately?
Tom Cardy, you probably know him for making Perception Check.
I don't know. I'm going to be honest, a lot of that kind of quote-unquote nerd-based music,
No, he doesn't do nerd-based music. He just wrote that one song and it blew up.
Oh, okay.
He wrote it specifically because Baldur's Gate came out and he had been playing it. Most of his music is comedy. The one that I really like is The Ballad of Smokin' Joe Rude Boy, which is about... It's a Western song about the legend of a guy who could flick people off faster than they could shoot him.
That's good. That does sound fun, yes. Hello, Wandering Trader. Oh, you're trading shit.
As usual. Also, I found that I don't actually have a prop wheel. At least it's not where I would have put it, so I assume I don't have it.
Yeah, I like to see Willie Carlisle whenever he's up in Madison. We do all our concerts, pretty much all our concerts in Madison. Because one, if she wants to, Styx can come to them because there's no curfew up in Madison, which means most shows are all ages. And two, there's just food, and honestly, it takes us the same amount of time to drive to Madison as it does to downtown Chicago, especially if it's later in the day. So we just end up doing that. There's good food up there. Normally we'll go up early, hang around town, watch some dude fucking eat shit on a skateboard. Fun stuff.
Okay, here I've got some lyrics from Smokin' Joe, Rude Boy, so you can kind of get a vibe for the tone of the song.
Okay.
He got that name because his finger burns hot like the sun. He leaves you smoking when he's done. It's just as well that Joe's fast as hell, because in every duel he won, I'm not sure Joe knew that they had a literal gun. That's the vibe of Tom Hardy music.
Okay, that's good. That sounds good. I'll look into that then. Because yeah, a lot of the like quote unquote nerd shit is really like, all right, man, come on.
Now, Perception Check is topical, but I don't think you would enjoy it that much because it's basically pulling on the joke of dumb shit that players do.
Yeah. Well, it's like I recently saw a thing where it was like it was a setup to a good joke involving D&D, right? Because this guy's basically describing, oh, I want to be this artificer, but could I use a great weapon and could it be worked into my hand, and also could I be a druid so I could transform? And the DM was like, well, what do you want to be? Like, you're a warforged. He said he was a warforged, by the way. Warforged paladin, not an artificer.
He's a warforged paladin.
Yes.
He wants to transform, and he has an object work into his wrist that does what?
It's a sword.
It's a sword in his wrist. Hold on, I'm trying to get this one. It's definitely a pop culture character.
Yes.
My first guess was Transformer.
It's a transformer.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
And then he was like, oh, are you trying to play Optimus Prime? And then he starts doing like this Optimus Prime speech. Right, great setup to a joke. But then he goes, this is a calling out to all nerds. And I'm like, oh, fuck off.
No!
I was so fucking mad. Because now I'm like, I
think one
can't
of the
send this
things
to
that,
anyone
like-
because it's dumb and stupid.
I think what really pisses me off is when D&D people try to act like they're still a group. And it's like, guys, nerd culture is quite prevalent. It's not.
Yeah.
Same vibes as they're trying to cancel Eminem.
That's true. You know, I'll tell you what I don't understand is hardcore like wargamers, because they also hate wargaming. And I've talked
That's
about this
fair.
before, but I've talked about this because I work all the conventions, and all they fucking do is sign up for these like 8-hour long games and then come to the booth and go, wow, that was really long. I didn't enjoy that. Every single time. And it's like, why are you here?
Yeah, see, I don't think I would want to do that. Like, I think war games can be fun. I have one that's meant to take like 30 minutes,
Mm-hmm.
and that sounds fun. I don't get the whole like 8-hour thing.
Yeah.
It's too much.
Well, in all of them, when they play Gunfighter's Ball, the game I run, right? They're like, oh, this was nice and short. I really enjoyed this. This was great. And I'm like, well, then why aren't you playing shorter games?
You can do that.
Like, no one is keeping you here. I don't know what you think is happening.
See, what I find really funny about the whole situation is you seem like someone that would really enjoy war games.
So, now I will say one of the big kind of pitfalls of it is the fact that you sign up for these 8-hour things and you don't know if you're going to enjoy it or not. And once
That's
you're there,
very
you're
fair.
there. You cannot walk away.
Yeah. No, that is very fair. But I do think that you would like the game.
Yeah, probably.
And I'm basing this mostly on your enjoyment of Risk, which is fundamentally a war.
Yeah, it is baby war game.
Yeah.
Been playing a lot of Risk. I play it at work now, which is probably not healthy. Not
Play it
that
at
playing
work.
Risk is particularly unhealthy, but yeah. So at work, I've got a lot of time. I'm just sitting behind a desk, especially on not busy days where there's not much going on. So I just started playing Risk.
Do you have like an app or something?
I have a computer.
Oh.
Yeah, they let me bring my laptop in. It's really nice. They're like, yeah, do homework or whatever. So I'm like, okay. But if there's like actually no one there, I just play Risk.
Well, that's cool.
Though it is nice because I've got somewhere I'm like, I am here and I am going to do my work that I actually do it.
No, that is really nice. It's been something that I'm trying to implement into my schedule by force because I have a weird schedule.
Yeah.
All of my classes are relegated to Tuesday and Thursday, but I'm still taking 18 credit hours.
So you're just nonstop classes on Tuesday and Thursday?
I'm nonstop classes on Tuesday and Thursday, and I have online classes.
Where do you go? Hello?
Audrey?
Oh, okay.
You,
Oh, there you are.
Hello?
can we hear me? There we
Yeah.
go. Hi.
What just happened?
I think my internet turns off at midnight.
Hmm.
So I had to
Oh,
switch.
yeah. That is a
Right.
thing.
Forgot about that.
It's a little different now. I like literally. I think before it was closer to 1.
No, I thought it was before. I remember it happening like on stream.
No. Only when we stream late.
Well, whatever.
Hey, Artie,
Yes?
as I just came up with it, can your mask name Ardrick?
Ardrick.
No, I hate that. That's disgusting. Why would you say that to me?
Such a visceral reaction. That was violent. Jesus.
I'm sorry. Ardrick. It feels gross.
It
That's
does.
That's a 630 name if I've ever heard.
No, it definitely is. It's disgusting. I do, however, really like the name Edric.
Understandable.
I just like it.
I like Oswald. Not Oswald,
That's fair.
Oswald.
That's fair. That's fair.
I like a lot of Old English and Old Irish names.
Yeah, no, you like Garfunkel.
I like old lady names, but like modern old lady names, like Ethel.
It's all about old
Esther.
Greek names like Testicles.
You know, I watched a video that explained the old names thing.
Is this the etymology guy?
Yeah, it's the etymology guy.
I like that guy.
Yeah, I also the entomology guy. Completely different.
Did you hear that?
Yep.
Or see that
Very much
Esoterica is making his own line of absinthe?
No, what?
Yeah, how crazy is that?
Huh.
I'm totally gonna buy some.
Yeah, I don't really drink hard alcohol.
I drink a lot of hard alcohol. That's it. That's the extent of that statement.
All right, fair enough. Yeah, no, I mostly drink wine, if anything. Cultural variations on wines, if not just actually drinking a red or a white.
I kind of drink a little of everything. I do drink wine. I like fortified wines more. I find that they have a really interesting flavor.
That's fair.
I like ports or Madeira or like sherry.
Okay.
Been meaning to try Perry as well, which is
I-
with pears.
My personal preference for wine Pinot Grigio.
That's fair. I have a weirdly specific answer because mine is you can get it at Binny's. It's a cherry wine, but it's made with bitter cherries,
Oh, okay, yeah.
and it's fairly dry, especially so for a fruit wine.
It tastes kind of like church
You
wine.
know,
It tastes a little like
I-
communion wine, yes. Not Greek
Yeah.
communion wine though.
at some point, if you remind me, there is an apple orchard by town that does on-site apple wine.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
Production and-
I'm definitely down to check that out at some point. I think that's probably a either we take a day or after I get my driver's license because I can't convince Evan to do that one with me.
No, I mean, I was gonna say that, like, even, like, if you wanted to, because this is like a 20-minute drive, I can buy you one and
Oh.
give it to you.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That'd be great.
Like, yeah, absolutely going to the orchard would be great, but I also understand that neither one of us is necessarily in a situation where that's going to be super feasible to just do,
hmm
especially since we have like
We have like what?
3 weeks because it's an apple orchard.
Yeah, that's true.
You know,
Yeah,
it's seasonal.
if you could pick me up a bottle in that time, I'll definitely pay you back
Osiris,
for that.
don't.
Yeah, it's like $15.
Okay, yeah, easy.
Come here.
I don't know, get whatever you think is good. I'm
Okay.
sure there's variants.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of. They do wine tastings. They also do ciders, but that gets a little more. Like, I don't think I would get you a cider without you being here to taste it, because
Yeah. The ciders are my farm managers fucking love ciders,
I
which feels appropriate.
like ciders more than beer, I think is the best way I could describe it. Like, if I'm going out to somewhere that people are going to be drinking beer, I'm probably ordering cider.
I like beer.
I like the beers that don't normally get served. Beer.
Yeah, no, I drink a lot of German beer.
I think that beers that are typically sold in American bars suck ass.
No, I'm with you. If I'm in like an American like sports bar, I would far rather get like a cocktail or something than get like fucking Coors Light. You know.
Well, I mean, like, even if you're in like your typical dive bar, like, unless you're going somewhere that specifically does have other stuff, probably not getting that much range. You
No.
might get like Heineken.
Yeah.
I think that's why for a long time I had this perception that, like, I find all beer to be disgusting, is just because what was always available was.
Yeah. My go-to brand for beer is Warsteiner.
I don't have one, I don't think. I did,
I mean, Shivik is
Like,
good too. Or
I
Shivik?
did,
Shivik?
like, I don't remember what brand it was, but the keg that we had, the mini keg
That was
at your
Warsteiner.
birthday. That was? Okay, I did like that.
That is like their generic lager.
Okay.
But they've got a bunch of different variants.
Yeah, that was pretty good. I like sours.
Okay.
Those are good too, generally speaking.
Yeah. You'd probably love like an English bitter, but it is next to impossible to get in the States. Which I was very upset about, because my all-time favorite beer I had in London, and they do not ship outside the UK.
Yeah, that happens a lot. Yeah, I have never really tried that hard to educate myself on alcohol, just because I'm not a heavy drinker, really.
So I was
I
already...
mostly learned.
Continue.
No, that was the end of the statement. I mostly just learn as it becomes relevant.
That's fair. I always had, when I was younger, I had an interest, and I've never had an interest of I want to drink a bunch. It's always been an interest in what does it taste like when you mix these. It's almost like potions. It's like what happens when I
okay.
mix these things together.
So you're into like mixology.
Exactly. I'm very into mixology. I have a pretty decent understanding of beer. I've got an okay understanding of wine. I'm getting a little better. I have heavily considered getting my level 1 sommelier certification, just because I think that'd be a very interesting thing to do. There's a lot of really interesting things with it, and learning about different things. That's more the interest. It's never been a... Like, I will never be the kind of guy to get, like, a fucking... like a fucking Jaeger bomb or something like that, or just start doing shots. Like, I will not do that.
Right. I like the idea of River and I have talked about a couple times doing basic cocktail schooling for no particular reason than to just do it because we think it'd be neat.
So, I will warn you that most quote-unquote cocktail or mixology classes outside of, like, are you talking in, like, your university or outside of it?
Not really sure. It's never been like a serious consideration. It's just
Yeah, so I'll warn you, a
thought.
lot of the ones outside of it do get very scammy. Because they
I'm
go,
sure.
we're going to give you your bartending certification. That's not a thing.
Yeah.
It is a piece of paper that they have made up a meaning to, and no bar actually cares about it. And they will charge you a lot for it, so do be careful about
Yeah.
that. A lot of
we're
it you
talking
can
like
just learn online. Like, I can spout off most basic cocktails off the top of my head at this point.
right.
Like, if you want to shoot me a cocktail, I can probably tell you what's in it.
Okay. Mojito.
That's white rum. I want to say there's a little, like... Is there a little, sparkling something or another in it? It's some simple syrup and mint.
Yep. Okay. I'll give you the easy hard one. Long Island ice.
Isn't that... I want to say it's whiskey, gin, cognac, and there's a splash of Coke in it. I know there's no fucking iced tea. We looked this up the other night.
There is no ice.
Yeah. It has like
I-
every alcohol. One
Yeah,
Coke.
it's basically like everything under the bar
Yeah.
plus like an on-tap soda.
Yep.
Cosmo.
Cosmo. That is eluding me right now. That one got me.
I was trying to avoid the ones that most people know or would likely know if they've researched it, like a Manhattan, I'm sure you know.
Oh yeah, that's just sweet vermouth and rye.
Right. Gimlet, sure you would know.
Yeah. Gimlet's just...
Um,
yeah, Gimlet's just fucking gin and... What? Lemon juice? Is it just gin and water?
I think it's seltzer water.
Yeah, okay. I know it was just gin and something super fucking simple. It's like, you know, a martini is gin and dry vermouth. A martini dry is more gin than vermouth. Martini neat is half and half. Negroni is, it's, gin Campari. I want to say water, maybe? There's another thing in there to lighten it up just because it is a rough fucking... It is so bitter.
Right.
I have basically a fully stocked bar in my room.
In case you were ever wondering, by the way, my favorite cocktail is a mojito.
Yeah, I do remember you saying that. The nice thing about mojitos here is, first of all, I do have everything to make it, but the really nice thing about mojitos here is we have mint from the garden.
That is nice.
Same thing with if you wanted like a mint julep.
Also nice.
Though we'd have to find a way to make crushed ice somehow, but I guess we can't just crush ice. So right now I've got a bottle of Madeira. I have nutmeg simple syrup, Cointreau, Grenadine Bumbu, which is like a rum flavored liquor. I bought it because I was convinced by a person at Jewel, and I don't actually like it. Absinthe, Luxardo, Pricards bitters, sweet and dry vermouth, orange bitters, Angostura bitters, Campari, violet liqueur, spiced rum, white rum, rye whiskey, gin, and I've got a nicer rum too.
Yeah.
Less for cocktails, more of enjoying rum. Maybe rum a little watered down, or rum with a little... You can make an old-fashioned out of rum as well. That really brings out the flavor of it without fucking attacking your face.
Right.
Oh, and brandy. Where did my brandy go? Oh, there it is. It's just a black bottle. It's blending in. So I can make a lot of things. Artie, I've made you a fair few things. What was your favorite?
I'm still an aviation fan.
Yes. Artie is a big fan of the aviation. Which I bought
Fair.
all the things to make because I thought it was really cool just to find that I like other things a lot more.
Yeah, I think that the best thing to do is like just kind of go out and figure out what you like. I think it's a good thing that you tried making a lot of stuff at home though, because otherwise you would have been paying like $10+ per drink.
I mean, true, but I also paid like up to $40 per bottle, so...
Oh, I guess that is true, but the other side of that is that you can make multiple of the same drink if you like it, and a lot of malls will also allow you to make other drinks.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah.
you don't need to have 5 different types of gin.
Yeah, no. I do have 5 different types of rum, though. 4.
I think rum is just that, like, one alcohol that everyone enjoys.
Yeah, well, the thing with rum is it's so many different variants. I think people simplify it down when it really is just as complex as, like, whiskey. There's dark rums, light rums, there's even coffee rums, there's spiced rums, white rums.
Oh, sure.
Reserve rums, different blends of rums, and I think people dumb it down to, like, vodka or gin, which they're vodka and gin.
Yeah.
Like, some of them are better, sure, but you're really not going to get that crazy variation.
No. I mean, a lot of alcohols have that, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, as you said, whiskey's a good example. Tequila's got variants. You're gonna get the same kind of variation in, I'm gonna say brandy. Say brandy with the caveat of understanding that variations on brandy mostly just mean flavors.
Well, brandy's also got cognac. Cognac
Yeah.
is also brandy. There's a decent distinction between brandies and cognacs. But it does take more of a trained palate. But yeah, there is things like plum brandy and Applejack brandy and all that shit.
Yeah.
Brandy's probably the only spirit I do drink straight. I have one of Boucher's brandy glasses, and I just eat little sips.
Yeah. Hey, Artie, are you having an okay time?
Yeah. I just am connected different, so it's gonna disconnect now and then.
Okay, because I've seen you pop in and out a couple of times.
Yeah.
I think this happened last time, too.
Yeah. It doesn't bother me that much, to be honest.
Oh, in other news, I am working on a YouTube video right now.
Oh,
Kind of. I haven't started editing. I've got like one more stream before I can make it.
Is it
And it's
The
that whole
Witcher?
it's the Lord of the Rings mod thing.
Oh, that.
I have a fully completed script that I need to record and produce.
Okay, what you got?
For Midwest Gothic.
Oh, very fun.
Yeah. No, well, originally I was in a extended video on American Gothic.
Mm-hmm.
And as I kept writing, I realized that I had a lot to say, so I decided I was just going to break it up and do it as a mini.
Mm-hmm.
Discussing different regions and how they each kind of have their own distinctive Gothic qualities and culture.
Yeah.
And I don't know, Midwest just seemed like the best one to start with since it's home.
Yeah, it'd be really cool to go into like Swamp Goth.
Ooh, that's fun.
That's one there's not a ton of info on, so it'd be really interesting to see your take and perspective on it. I think the cool thing about all this stuff is if either of us or both of us get big enough with this stuff, we can do things like we're going to this place to study this type of thing, you know? Go down to New Orleans and talk to all the Goths there, go to various like Goth places, talk to like the vampire-y people, all that kind of shit, see what their perspective of it is.
An idea that I have had floating around for a long time. The spooky road trip. I have a full
Yes. We
road
talked
trip
about it many
planned
years
out.
ago.
Planned out. It's been revised. I have edited things to be more interesting. It's got fun shit. I've actually been to some of the places on that list because it's been so long.
That is funny. Yeah, I remember you being
And
like, yeah, we want to
ripped
do a
nail out of the bridge in Sleepy Hollow, and I'm not sorry about it.
Yeah, I vandalized a public structure. What of it?
Okay, to be fair though, it had half. It's not like I found a crowbar.
Oh yeah, no, that's like when there was like a little chunk of concrete hanging off of Hoffman, the former school I went to, and I just kicked it off and brought it home.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
I took a railroad spike once. It was just there.
Yeah, those are just
This
there. There's
school-
also so many abandoned railroads. I've got a fucking railroad plate, like the whole plate.
Yeah. I mean, this is, I think, a well-known fact about me, but when I was 16, I found a open 24 hours sign that had blown down and took it home.
Nice.
I stole it from a White Castle, technically.
Understandable.
But it had blown down, so I just saw it there and sort of grabbed it and ran.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't think I really ever stole anything, weirdly. I've grabbed things out of dumpsters. But, I never...
Oh my god, I
it
love
just never
taking
seemed
shit off the
interesting
side
to
of
me,
the road.
you know?
No, yeah, I've never,
People would be like, I
Rude.
stole this candy bar. I'm like, alright, why didn't you just pay the fucking $1.50, though? Why do you want to risk
see,
this?
I have never stolen anything from a store or anything like that. My theft rap sheet, I guess, includes stuff like that, where it's like, hey, this sign blew off. I'm taking it.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, definitely still legally considered theft, but
I desperately want one of... I don't know why this is what I want, but
Okay,
I want one of
no,
those
no.
signs that says authentic Chinese food.
There is one case where I did genuinely steal something. I walked out with an A&W mug.
All right, everyone does that. That doesn't count.
I wanted to be genuine and like honest here. Yes, technically I did actually, because that was me deliberately taking property.
Yes. Crimes on stream.
Um,
Crimes on stream. Crimes on stream.
I do really wish that I had taken, before it closed, one of the sweet tomatoes soup bowls
Dude, Sweet Tomatoes was
With
great.
with the handle.
Yeah, those were amazing.
I know that I inspired other thefts, though, incidentally.
Lovely.
I know my sibling stole an IHOP mug, having been inspired by my stealing of the A&W mug.
I think that's also a kind of a thing that everyone does.
Harmless crime, but at one point I stole the entire seasoning container of the fry seasoning from Red Robin.
My dad stole a fucking pita warmer once.
That's really funny. That's
I've told this story, I thought. Yeah,
oh, is this the
so-
one where he just put it under his shirt?
Yeah, and then my fucking Uncle Dave said, "Look out, pregnant man coming through," extremely loud. As my dad
Yeah,
is walking through this crowd with clearly something shoved under his shirt.
Yeah, that seems
I-
very on brand.
A lot of my childhood kitchenware came from restaurants in less than consensual ways.
I
That is
feel
a bad
like
way
it's,
of putting it. I didn't like that.
yeah, I don't like you
But,
saying non-consensual. That was
okay, but I guess, but
I guess.
they didn't say you could take it. That's what that means.
no, yes, but by saying you stole it, the implication, because I don't think you can consensually steal something, because then it's not.
I didn't say the word steal. Also,
I mean,
just to be
did they
clear.
have the consent of the kitchen appliance?
Probably not.
Well, then, it's, you know.
Sorry, it's terrible, but I thought of the is there someone you forgot to ask the picture of this?
It's just a sink.
No, like various sauce dishes. There's this a spoon rest that I remember. It was blue. Various
See,
things
I-
from Chili's, I think.
I have weird thoughts when it comes to doing stuff like that, like now as an adult, because like I understand a little bit more. And I think stealing from never steal from a non-franchise restaurant. If you steal from a family restaurant, you're an ass. But even when it comes to franchise restaurants, it gets a little weird because you never really know. Like, and it depends. Like, if this is just like, because this could be like some family that just like invested in doing this and getting a company name so they could start up a business. And like restaurants don't have great profit margins.
Someone just came into chat and said, "Dude, you just stole my heart. Fuck a franchise."
Damn. All right.
Why I oughta.
Bros
that
having
being
a right time.
that being said, if you see someone stealing from a grocery store, no, you didn't.
Yeah,
True.
it's true. Especially if it's like, you know, food.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If someone is stealing food, no, they're not.
I mean, it's like a different. I guess it probably comes with like your brain. It's different from when it's like a teenager with a candy bar versus like someone clearly struggling or they're taking like diapers or something like that. Not that
Well,
you should
I mean-
report a kid with a candy bar, but
Yeah, and I get. Oh yeah, no, don't. Like, you'd
fucking
also
what
be
does
an
it
ass
matter?
for
Yeah.
doing that.
Especially if it's a
but-
Mr. Beast bar.
Well, even if you see a kid with a candy bar, you still don't know their circumstances.
That's
You know,
true.
maybe that was the only thing that they were able to pocket, and they are struggling. Maybe like, oh, dude, even
They had small
they
pockets.
have a home. Yeah, dude, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, it's not your business. I think that's what it boils down to. What does it matter?
None yet.
Also, gotta say, Portillo's I reviewed today, not happy.
Oh no. Did they only give you one hot dog?
No, so the food's always a 10 out of 10. That's kind of my like slogan, I guess. But it was the Streamwood one, right? The one I go to the most. Their drinks are now self-serve, which wouldn't normally be a big nitpick, but
Wait,
Portillo's
where's
is
this at?
Streamwood.
Okay.
The one I've gone to the most. You've probably gone to it the most too, which wouldn't really
Yeah.
be that much of a nitpick, but Portillo's has always given you your drink. You know, and it feels like that place has kind of collapsed a little bit into like drive-through, basically. Like a lot of the inside is just kind of died in that one in particular.
Yeah, I feel like not enough people go inside. Honestly, I've noticed that with other Portillos, like the one out here is very much the same way. Although the one that has a very done up interior, has more of the farmhouse.
Oh,
Design.
those are fun. But yeah, I will
The
say,
Streamwood one's more of like the vintage look.
yeah, it's the same kind of Schomburg, but Schomburg just pulls it off way better.
Yeah, like vinyl.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. But the what was I getting at? Yeah, I was not happy with this Portillo's, which made me kind of sad because I was like, damn.
You ever been to the original?
No, but that is on the list.
It's good. I've been there. A lot of people though.
I mean, I assume so, but we got to do it. Like, we are reviewing every Portillo's in the Chicagoland area. Naperville's high on our list too. There's 2 in Naperville, I believe, or one of them's really close. One of them has 2 levels, which is fucking crazy.
There's one in St. Charles.
Yeah. And there's one, the other one in Naperville is Wild West themed, and that's been highly requested.
Ooh. Okay. There's one in Aurora proper that's got like a windmill outside.
That's cool, that's cool.
I just like the windmill.
I will say, yeah, the sad thing is it seems like every time Portillo's expands outside of the Chicagoland area, it's like extremely gentrified.
Yeah.
Which does make me a little sad. But that's fine. Is the original Portillo's the one off of Cicero?
Hold on. I'm trying to remember. I think so. The one time I went, I didn't know that I had gone to the original Portillo's. It was just my friend Dan.
Good old
This
Dan.
this is, by the way, the Dan Don't Do It story. Or not, the same guy. It's the same Dan.
Same Dan, okay.
Do you know the Dan Don't Do It story?
I don't think I do.
It's an extension of the Dante Went Down the Stairs story.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so this one for stream, you need the full story. All right. So, I was part of a music fraternity, and we were most chill. Most of the time, it was either because we were a philanthropic organization, so we genuinely did like community service and stuff like that.
Mhm.
But when we were doing like frat stuff, I guess it was mostly just people getting high and playing Smash.
Yeah,
Which was chill.
musicianship.
But yeah, we were playing, we did host a couple of parties, and this one party I show up at, and immediately this guy Dante is like, "Hey, come here! I need a partner because we're gonna do beer pong." Okay, cool. Go, and he's like, "No, don't drink that shit. I made this for you."
Bad start.
This is the start of where things start to go wild over the course of the night. I was completely fine, but it gets wild. So we do. I dominate because for some reason I'm just really good at beer pong in particular.
Mm-hmm. Probably that weird aim thing you have.
Yeah, it's the weird aim thing. It's why I'm also pretty good at pool, but only when I'm not trying to be.
That's fair.
Which is a whole nother story. But beer pong. So we do that. Now, at some point, like, my guy, he just gets completely blasted. And I'm playing a different round of beer pong, and he walks over and yells out to the room, "Hey guys, I'm gonna fall down the stairs," and then literally just leans forward and just tumbles down the stairs. Which, you know, oof. But here's where it gets bad.
Choice.
There was a landing. He got up and did it again.
Hell
and
yeah, that's commitment.
but the thing is, I can't see him second time, so all I hear is like, and then, damn it, Dante, because apparently he slid so far that he got in the way of the people playing Smash. So that happens. He's a wonderful man. He's a father now.
Oh, lovely. Oh no.
No, I absolutely no. He's actually genuinely a wonderful person,
Okay,
and he's great. Like he was a lot of fun to party with, but he's genuinely a good person.
Mm-hmm.
But then next thing to happen tonight, I'm gonna go into my story, and we're gonna naturally get the other people involved because this is an ensemble show. So the next thing that ends up happening is I get invited to join a blunt circle.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Yeah, it's what it sounds like.
Thanks for the follow, Pyrim Exogen.
But immediately following that, and this is where my story starts to get a little fun, my mom friend comes out and is like, "Mijo, we're gonna go do some tequila shots. You coming?" I'm like,
no.
"Okay. Okay, madre, whatever you say." And so we go in, we do salt, lime, whole shebang.
Yep.
Great. So at this point, I'm like thoroughly crossfaded, and I'm slowing down majorly, right? And eventually I would just sit down in a corner, and like I feel fine, like I'm not sick or anything, but I just sat down and I wasn't getting up for a while. Because, you know, happens. Now the problem with this is that, like, I'm still relatively mentally aware despite not really being able to do much.
Dude, that's the worst.
And this party was unrelated. It was already planned, but it happened to coincide with my friend Dan's birthday.
Okay.
So he's walking around and he comes into the room. He's like, "I'm the birthday boy." And then he proceeds. So as it happens, the girl he was really into at the time was on a date.
Okay.
Now, as a
good.
further layer of just horrible complexity, but kind of comical, is they were also roommates.
And they were roommates.
Except not, they really not that way.
Yeah.
And he decides, while drunk, to call her on her date.
Okay. Okay.
And now I'm over here.
You know what? I think I have heard this now that I'm listening, but keep going.
Well, at this point, it's just for stream, I guess.
Yeah.
And at this point, I'm like, as I said, I'm planted on the ground. I cannot get up. I'm trying to, because I'm, even in this state, I'm immediately like, I need to go protect my fraternity brothers. I gotta stop this. But all that comes out is, "No, Dan, don't do it. No. Dan, no. Dan, don't do it." At which point, he calls her, and, you know, she picks up. He's on speaker, like, the entire room is walking. And in his in his thoroughly inebriated state, the first thing he can think to ask is, "Hey, you fucking."
Great start. Fantastic start. Incredible.
And all I like, and again on speaker, so we can hear the exchange going down. And he's like, and she's just like, "Dan, I'm not doing this right now." And he's like, "No, fuck it." And he's like, "Dan, I'll talk to you when you get home. Okay, I'm on a date. Bye."
Oof.
At which point, Dan then proceeds to, after hanging up, decides to continue his birthday boy tour like nothing happened. Dan was great, but he
a bit of a mess.
kinda accidentally became the butt of a lot of jokes.
Oh, understandably.
During one of his other birthdays, we played a game called Pizza Box. I don't know if anyone's ever played it.
What the fuck happens at Dan's birthday? What is this shit?
Dude, Dan's wild. Dan's great. He's a really good person when he's sober, but apparently drunk Dan's an idiot.
Yep, everyone is.
But yeah, we played Pizza Box, right? I don't know if anyone's ever played that game, but essentially the rule is you take an empty pizza box, presumably from the party, and you just start flipping quarters onto it. And wherever the quarter lands, you're allowed to draw whatever shape you want around it and then write a rule into that space until you fill up the board. And then you keep flipping.
Mm-hmm.
If you land in someone else's space, whatever the rule. The thing was, we thought it would be funny because Dan had kept going on about how it was his birthday, and I think it was his 21st birthday at this point, I think. And we kept writing a rule about how, it would be whatever rule plus Dan drinks.
Oh no.
The problem is, he wouldn't stop. He kept following the rules of the game.
So it was meant to be like a haha, Dan has to drink, and then he just was?
Yes, and it was just like an oh no thing, because it kept happening. And the funny thing is, anyone who had, fun rules, because, there were some fun ones that were hey,
Dan doesn't
text
drink.
your parents, whatever thing, right?
Yeah.
Funny stuff or embarrassing things, or you need to prank call, I don't know, you need to prank call a pizza place or something.
Mm-hmm.
But we kept only landing on the Dan drinks one, consistently. The quarters were magnetized to those, and it was just so bad by the end of it, because at a certain point it was just no, Dan, just lay down, please. Stop getting up. Just stay down.
Dan's like, I need to drink!
No, the rules. No, Dan, it's fine. Please.
I want you to know that obviously he did not look like this, but I am consistently imagining Dan Gus in all of these situations.
Did not look like that. It really did not look like Dan Gus, but I could also see Dan Gus doing it, to be honest.
It's true. What a guy.
That is wild.
Another can of worms.
Dude, I've had to watch their house on several occasions while they went on vacation, and every time has been an experience.
Yeah. I remember one time, because I had stayed there, and you were like, I need to go to work, so hang out. And I was like, okay. I watched all the Predator movies in a row. That's what I did while you were gone, by the way.
Oh, good.
But
Good.
Jameson, the dog, has to go outside. So I'm like, okay. So I let Jameson out. Jameson sees the neighbors, fucking loses it. And I'm like, whoa! Hold on, dude, come back here. And he's jumping at the, this dog could easily clear the fence if he tried. So I'm like, oh, fuck. Right. Eventually I got him back inside, though. That's it, that's the story.
Yeah, no, they were an experience, man. And, the kind of experience that I shouldn't talk about on stream, because it was a time.
Yeah. Yeah,
Um,
apparently our parents heavily distanced ourselves from them because his wife became like super anti-vax and shit.
You know, I'm gonna be real here. That's not surprising.
No, it's not. Apparently she was always like that, and as soon as she got like a jump board or a springboard with
Yeah,
the whole anti-vax thing, she went like full throttle.
I'm pretty sure she was always kind of like that, and she just got platformed, is what it really
Yeah.
is. You know, other people were saying that was good.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, the complexity of the Dan Gus situation is kind of wild though, because his methods weren't great, but at the same time, I understand his reaction to a lot of the things she was doing.
Yeah. It's like, no, it's not okay to just freak out your wife, but your wife is also being a fucking menace.
Yeah.
And not just like doesn't bring you a beer in time, like active
Yeah,
problem.
right, because like he had the wherewithal to be like, no, the kids need to get vaccines.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. How's stream doing, by the way?
Fine. I think it's just Artie right now.
Okay.
Someone popped in earlier.
They hopped in the
Cole
Discord.
was here earlier. Oh, did they? Cool.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cole was in earlier, so that was cool.
Okay, who the hell was the like you stole my heart person? Who's that?
They dipped immediately.
That's a random.
Pretty fast, yeah. But the "You Stole My Heart" fuck a franchise. It was "You Stole My Heart" with the "You should steal from corporations," I believe, is what they were referencing.
Oh, okay. Very fair.
Yeah, the other person is the one who hopped into the Discord, so that's cool.
Ick.
You want to explain why you're apparently stealing hearts?
No,
Sorry, what?
I don't think I will. I don't need to explain anything to you.
Fine. I don't know where to go from here. I
Yeah, that's
I
fair.
didn't
You
plan
don't.
this.
Honestly,
I
yeah.
didn't think so through.
Me neither. That's all I got. So honestly, if you responded, probably
Yeah.
would have been way worse.
We're so good at arguing, dude.
Oh yeah, Trent. Question for you. So, I know we have done the Art Institute before, right?
Yes.
But they've got the Great Wave on display right now. But that's really
Yes.
the only thing I want to see. So, if you're down, I'd like to plan it with Artie as well to soon, probably fairly soon, go to the Art Institute to see that and whatever else, maybe have lunch there or something, and then go do whatever else in Chicago. Have like a
Okay,
day out
I
there.
need to think about like what a good time to do that is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, with all your shit going on.
Yeah, it's. I said the same thing to your mother this weekend. It's just
Yeah.
like, it's not that I don't want to hang out with you guys. I just, like, it's my last semester and I need everything to go well.
Yeah.
Because it's not like this is my blow off semester. It's I managed to cram everything I had left into this semester so that way I don't have to stay here any longer.
Mm-hmm.
So like everything that I'm doing right now is all 100% necessary and required.
Yes.
Yeah. No, it's been a little bit of a bummer because like there's a bunch of different things that like I wanted to do and have been asked to do. For some reason, like now everyone's like, "Hey, want to hang out and do things?"
Yeah, well, I think the reason for that is that now the summer's winding down and we are all fall people.
Yeah, I gotta speak to the Sears child.
About job stuff, or?
No, just in general. We
That's
were
fair.
planning on hanging out eventually. The last time we hung out was at Cornfest.
Why was he at Cornfest?
He decided to go to Cornfest. I
Oh.
don't know what to tell you beyond that.
That is a choice.
I mean, if it makes it any better, his girlfriend has friends that live out here, so maybe that justifies it a bit more,
I
but
mean, it's something.
yeah, no, he just the worst part too is it's not even like we planned this. He sends me a text and is like, "Hey, I'm gonna be at Cornfest in an hour. Do you want to hang out?"
Mm.
And yeah, that is how he communicates with me primarily.
Fair enough. Only on corn-related business.
Have you gotten to I don't even remember when this started, but have you got like you will just not see or communicate with friends for incredibly long periods of time, and then suddenly they'll just be like, "Hey, it's my birthday. You want to do something?"
No, and I don't think I will for a long time because with the exception of Evan, who I see constantly, and Emmanuel, who I see whenever I can, I do not have a single friend from before college, excluding Artie for being my partner.
I
I mean, I guess there's like, the younger Sears child. I guess we're still like pretty solid friends. But he's off down south in college right now, and he's younger than me on top of that, so it's gonna be probably a little bit before he's like, I have a job and a degree, you know?
Right. Yeah, there's like a weird time period. I'm in the very awkward period of life where people are in radically different scenarios. Like, I went to a musical and by random happenstance ran into one of Denver's friends from Harper. I ended up becoming friends with like all of the people she met at Harper because they're just really cool. And yeah, he's the CCO of a company.
Nice.
So I got people like that, and then I've got people that have absolutely no idea what they're doing, and are still like getting blackout drunk at parties. And that's my age demographic.
Yeah, my age demographic is a little weird because you got one of two things, and I'm neither, because I've kind of figured it out in a weird way. You either get what Artie described as the hangout loop, which
Where you basically become Hank Hill, hanging out with the same 4 people in your lawn every day.
No,
on the
you
weekend.
go to work Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. Friday evening you hang out. Maybe Saturday you hang out. Sunday you crash. Repeat.
And then you're just like hanging on for that Friday.
Yeah.
Or you fall into no one my age is done with their degree yet. It's either they're choosing, do I want to continue my education from my associates, or they're still in a degree program.
Right.
Normally in their last year at this point, I want to say. That's kind of how it is. I don't know, I have a really rough time relating to a lot of people my age. I have a rough time relating to people in general, but...
Yeah, no, I get it. I was very performative as a teenager, and I stopped doing that, and now I'm like, alright, how the fuck do I just talk to people?
Yeah, I'm great talking to people performatively, and I guess I have the benefit of between my blacksmithing, my Edgar Allan Poeing and whatnot, I am semi small town famous, which is also an interesting experience because Sure, I'll get approached by people in public who want to talk to me, but they're like 45.
Yeah, I think that
Which I mean is cool. I'm not against it, certainly. And it does definitely bring a smile to my face when they're like, oh my god, you did the thing, you know?
right. Yeah, I don't know. I like being performative works, and admittedly, I am still good at it. I just don't want to.
Yeah.
Like, I don't. I'd rather just like have an honest conversation with someone. I don't need to, constantly maintain center of attention and be like, "Hey, look at all this weird stuff that I got."
Yeah, which is completely understandable.
Yeah, I don't know. It gets really exhausting. I think I also had just had like a rough go around my senior year of high school, because essentially what I realized is that I had a bunch of people that were they basically viewed me as the like fun adventure person,
Yeah.
but it kind of became dehumanizing at a certain point.
Or
And
it became we're gonna hang out with this person if we want to go do weird shit, and not
yeah,
let's hang out with Trent.
well, right, and it suddenly became like the I'm the court jester here to entertain everyone.
Yeah.
And it didn't feel great. I ghosted a lot of people because of that.
Mm-hmm.
I just didn't like it. And then my like first 2 years of college, when I was originally going, like trying to figure out like, all right, well, who am I socially without all of that? And so I kind of fell into the being just really nice person that everyone trusted, but then I fell into the confidant role,
Yeah.
where it's just like everyone telling me their problems, and it's like, I don't think I want this.
Yeah.
And yeah, like eventually kind of works out, I guess, because I get what it really ended up being is there's a select number of people that I am comfortable just being my authentic self around and enjoy my authentic self.
Mm.
And those are the people that I continue to talk to, but it is a substantially reduced group.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that. I've got a weird thing going on at school, and a weird thing in general with like former friend groups. Because the thing is, I have a tendency where when I leave a friend group, I do not silently leave. I've got a tendency to absolutely crash out. As we saw, with Steve's group, like if I'm
Not
leaving, there's a
necessarily
reason, and I have a tendency to say it. And the downside to this is when I leave a friend group, it is all encompassing. And, you do end up leaving some decent people who it may have been fun to, like, be like, hey, what's going on, every once in a while with.
Right.
Prime example is it would be lovely, like, not to hang out with all the time because of their relation to the other person, but, like, if every once in a while, like, Paul or Kyle was like, hey, we're in the area, you want to hang out? That'd be awesome. But no, I completely fucking crashed out of that friend group.
I think the real bummer about that is that, like, I feel like I have an odd feeling when it comes to that group of people, because I'm split between being like, did you guys get around because of Connor, or did you guys decide to cut me out because of him? Because, like Kyle kept casually talking to me, but, like, no one else tried to interact with me.
I think
And that was, like...
I think it was hefty relation, and I think it was due to the fact that, as far as I'm aware, you were never around if I wasn't around.
Yeah, I mean,
and I think to Kyle was like, oh, another cool person to talk to.
Right. No, yeah, see, and it was nice. It was mostly awkward, though. Kyle ran into Denver more often than me.
Well, yeah, because he
and-
went to box lunch all the time, which she was working at the time.
Right, and this was one of those like just really awkward scenarios because I think he had the best of intentions, but from Denver's perspective, it's this dude that she barely knows. She met once at a party that is constantly approaching her like almost on a weekly basis and talking to her like they've known each other forever.
Yeah, that's kind of just Kyle, though. I understand where
And
it can
like,
come off creepy, but I am certain he was
no,
absolutely just like, I know someone here.
I know he had the best of intentions because I truly trust that with Kyle, what you see on the surface is exactly who he is.
Yeah.
Um, and like, but at the same time, I was like, yeah, dude, I'm sorry that keeps happening to you. That's not like. It's at the same point in time, it's also totally fair to be kind of weirded out by that.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I
no,
feel
it
like
was
in
one of those
any
awkward
other
things.
circumstance, that would be absolutely weird and creepy.
Right. But yeah, no, when it comes to that group, it like especially when it comes to Stevie, like there was no time, like the moments that you were done with Stevie just like stopped interacting with me at all. And I'm kind of like, hey, fuck you, dude.
So, here's the thing. I actually know staggeringly little about what happened when I left because I sent a whole message thing to Steve that was fairly cordial. That was like, I don't agree with these statements you've said. This joke was not okay. I do not want to talk to you anymore. And he did not respond. So I don't actually know what his reaction to any of that was. I don't know how calm and, well, I guess that's over, or how, like, furious and angry it was. I have no idea.
Yeah.
And because I lost contact with pretty much everyone, with the exception of Paul asked what happened, and I kind of had a slight argument with Paul with that, too, that I think was enough for him to not want to talk to me anymore. Because he was like, the joke was funny, and I was like, no, it absolutely wasn't, because so on and so forth, and because of the way Paul is, I think it came off as far, at least to him, as a far more of an act of aggression than it was,
Yeah.
Which, nothing against him for that. But I have no idea how Steve reacted to that.
I think it mostly just gets to me because, like, I had a good relationship with everyone. Like, I felt like I was completely unproblematic. And, like, no, I wouldn't have, like, continued to do stuff with Stevie and certainly not Greg.
Fucking Greg.
But it kind of just feels like a no one even tried?
Yeah.
That sucks. Like, even if we ultimately decided that, like, hey, yeah, no, this is just not gonna work, I wish I had at least had someone try to talk to me.
Yeah, I think it was partially relation and partially the fact that I think we were also, from what I remember, both relatively open about the fact that we both didn't like the jokes.
Yeah.
And that fact may have made it seem like it was a group effort between the two of us.
Right.
That is a fairly plausible prediction.
Yeah. No, sure.
So yeah, maybe that's what it was, but I don't know for sure. But yeah, it would have been nice for someone to reach out and be like, is this how you, or even just be like, is this how you feel, or something like that.
Right. Yeah, like, I would have been to have the chance to say what I thought.
Yeah.
Instead of the assumption being made.
Mm-hmm.
Because ultimately, like, I had no problem with Paul or Kyle.
Yeah.
I would have liked the chance to express that, like, hey, no, like, you guys really aren't
like the problem here.
Yeah, well, Kyle's reaction was like, basically, well, how long till it's one of us getting cut off? It was like, well, you guys don't do that, so it's not a problem. But they were already, or at least Kyle was already in that mindset, and he really just didn't talk about it to me further than that.
Right. No, yeah, I mean, it ultimately became kind of a mob mentality thing.
Yeah, and I don't know how much of he made it a him or me situation, you know, or inadvertently made it a him or me situation. You know, not necessarily directly saying you have to choose, but
Yeah, I doubt that he would have said something like that. It doesn't really seem like the kind of thing he would, but I could see him, like, yeah, inadvertent.
yeah.
Or maybe saying something to the effect of, like, I mean, hey, you want to be a part of, like, my D&D campaign or his, it's fine. You can do whatever you want to.
Yeah.
And, you know, that kind of made it. Because I could see something more like that.
Yeah. Probably less nefarious, more like I'm making a comment.
Right.
I guess the other thing, yeah, I feel like knowing him, I feel like his reaction was probably for like a week or so frustration and then just, you know, joking about it.
Yeah, no, I mean, to be honest, I don't think that this would have been that big of a deal from his end. He had had several conversations before with me about his relationship with you.
Daddy?
Yeah, no, he was very. The strain, I think, was a lot more mutual than you might have realized.
Okay.
I think that as much as you were getting tired of him, he was also getting tired of you and the. I think he perceived a lot of your like commentary and pushing back against what he was doing as being annoying,
Yeah.
and like you were just trying to be a problem.
Yeah. When in reality, I was trying to be like, hey, let's stop this so we can, like, you know, still hang out.
Right. Um, so I think that it was probably like the harumph oh well
Yeah.
more than anything else.
Yeah, which is honestly out of all the I mean, the best reaction would be him to go, maybe I did something wrong, but out of all the reactions that are like plausible, that's probably the best one.
Yeah,
And
no,
that's
I mean, I
also
think
probably why he didn't respond, because I think if he would be like angry about it, he'd probably say something.
I think in his mind it was a problem, probably like a well, yes, that took care of itself. I don't think he was happy with how it turned out, but
Yeah.
you know, knowing him, he probably would have kept going, being annoyed with you indefinitely if you.
Yeah.
But if it's any sort of consolation, literally everyone thought Greg was an ass.
Yeah, no, I am well aware. I was, yeah. Greg, much like Tyler, which Tyler, you could at least make the excuse of, oh, we keep him around because he occasionally does a goofy thing. Which, like, it's bad, and that's a ridiculous reason to keep someone around. But you still have that,
Yeah,
like, plausible
here's
deniability, I
the thing.
guess.
Like, yes, he was a fucking idiot, and sometimes it was funny to watch him be an idiot in the sense of it's kind of fun to make fun of him. Um, The problem is the reason I was fun to make fun of him was because he was genuinely a terrible person, so
Yeah.
watching bad things happen to him was sort of cathartic.
Meanwhile, Paul, because of all his issues, would occasionally have an outburst or something like that. And it wasn't funny because Paul was far from a bad person.
No, yeah.
But then
Yeah.
people would act like it was, and it was like, what are we doing here? Like, this sucks.
No, yeah. See, the problem is that, like, especially the way that Tyler was a bad person, like, you know, when you get kicked out of Hooters for being a creep,
Yeah.
like, that's not like, ha, look at the dumb thing he did.
Yeah.
That's a, why do we keep this person around?
Mhm.
I think worse yet, though, is he was the kind of person that would, like, brag and joke about those kinds of things.
Yeah. Not so much the getting kicked out of Hooters thing, but yeah, he'd be like, I slept with a ton of people or whatever.
Right. And it's like,
And the
great,
reason he
you're a
would-
fucking douchebag.
Yeah, the worst part is the reason he would sleep with so many people, whilst being, himself, was he would purposely aim for people who were, like, not conventionally attractive or something, and therefore just looking for affection. Which is
Yeah.
very unfortunate. Yeah.
What
Yeah, it
a
was
fucking
rough.
asshole.
Yeah, but anyway, my point I was making was him, you could make the excuse of he does something funny every once in a while. Greg didn't even have that excuse. He's just a dick.
Yeah. No, he was
Never
just an
funny.
asshole, and for no reason. Like, I think that I'm one of the people that Greg generally did say anything to, and it because I think in that group I sort of fell into the I am so, like, universally just nice to people that saying anything mean to me just makes you an asshole automatically.
Yeah.
It, like, he wasn't like that with me, but, like, he still, even interacting with, was a pretentious dick.
Yeah. No, he really had this era of I know more than you.
Yeah. Fucking infuriating.
What a
Yeah.
guy. What a 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 guy. No, no, strange times. It was strange times.
Yeah. Party.
Hmm?
How you doing, Ardra?
So.
Worse now that you called her that.
Everything going on?
Doing alright. Snuggling the kitty because he's here.
Hell yeah, dude.
May or may not have dozed off for a second, but that's fine. I'm having a good time.
Osiris moment.
Oh yeah, him.
What do you mean, oh yeah, him?
Nothing.
So, I have a tropical bird out here
Cool.
that's like a good 40 blocks from shore,
Oh.
and it's in the water. I don't think it's doing so good.
I'd assume not.
Put him in a boat.
That's an option.
Do anything with the thing? A lead? That work?
Mm.
You can probably catch him at a boat. Yeah, like Artie said.
this where I'd put my boats. If I had one.
Boat moment.
Boat
Boat.
moment.
Boat moment. Me when boat.
True.
Boat.
Anyway, I'm gonna go because I'm sleepy. Good night.
Goodbye.
Good night. There are baby pandas?
Yes.
Oh. Cool. It looks freaky. Its head is like the same size as its body.
Yeah, they're bizarre creatures, admittedly.
Ah, there's a weird fucking cat out here.
Love that video. Back when TikTok was... I almost said back when TikTok was good, but it wasn't. It was bad.
Holy shit, the baby panda just did a front flip.
Yeah. They're cool like that.
I miss Vine, and not in the, like, normal, like, millennial, like, so good. Like, I miss the culture that Vine had as opposed to TikTok. It was very different.
It was certainly different.
It felt more, I guess, harmless. A lot
Yeah.
of the content was just like, hey, look at this dumb video. And I think the fact that stuff was relegated to only 6 seconds kind of helped with that.
Well, I think the popular things on Vine were also consistently, like, goofy thing. Not like, here's a political message I am sending in all seriousness.
Well, I think when you have only 6 seconds to do something, the only stuff that's going to work are little skits.
Yeah.
You know, it's just a little fun thing. I think you also couldn't, like, truly platform yourself that way.
Yeah. Unless you're Chillery Clinton. I'm just chilling
That's-
in Cedar Rapids.
That's true. Pokemon Go to the polls.
Unironically, fucking fantastic advertisement.
You know,
Didn't like her
It's-
too much, but sad she lost.
it's still kind of wild to me that she did.
Yeah.
Like, I understand that it boiled down to the fact that people largely underestimated the number of people that would buy into all the Trump propaganda.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like, really, like, I know she's not the best, but if nothing else, she was appealing to the young vote.
I'd
On
say if
pure
nothing else,
meme
she
value.
wasn't fucking, you know, fucking he who must not be named. He wasn't fucking Voldemort. Wasn't the
Right.
Orange Man himself. I think people
See-
also had a weird idea of what Trump was gonna do. Because I really
Yeah.
think a lot of people who voted for him simply voted for him on that whole "we're gonna build a wall and Mexico's gonna pay for it" thing.
Yeah. I think that was like his foot in the door.
And the wild thing is he didn't do any of that. He didn't even come close. He didn't even put the things in motion. He built like something like less than 6% of the wall or some shit. Like, it's a staggeringly low number. I don't know the exact
It
one.
also wasn't a wall, it was a fence.
And it fell over.
People
Multiple
kept
times.
making videos of them putting ladders over to prove how bad it was.
Yeah. It's wild that he could fail that stupendously and people are still to this day on his side. Like, I don't understand, because they just go, oh, well, Congress wouldn't let him. Yeah, that's a
It's the-
fucking president, dude.
Here's the thing, it's selective memory. They only remember the things that corroborate what they believe
Hmm.
and completely forget about everything else.
Yeah. The wild thing through this, recent vice presidential debate, was the fact that, J.D. Vance was clearly banned from saying that Trump lost the 2020 election.
Yeah.
Which was wild. Oh, whoa. What the fuck?
What?
Apparently swords cut through bamboo way faster than axes.
Yeah, they cut through it instantly,
I did
regardless of what tier of sword it
not...
is.
When did you get angry?
When I learned that there are free baby pandas that front flips.
You don't like the baby pandas?
No, they look weird. Like, I like them conceptually, but they look weird. Maybe it's just because I had an angry baby panda specifically.
Yeah, that is a weird choice.
So it kind of looked like a messed up bulldog.
Yeah, that's fair.
Where did it go? No. Lost track of it.
I had a rather amusing realization this weekend. Your mom brought Toffee, her new dog. And, like, I certainly just don't
she got a
dislike
dog?
Toffee. Yes. I certainly don't dislike Toffee, and Toffee's another bulldog. But I was like, certainly didn't like her nearly as much as Winnie, and didn't find her nearly as, like, cute and whatnot. And I'm like, well, I mean, they're both bulldogs. What's like, why is I have such a different opinion? I think it's because Winnie's a weird fucking shape. Winnie's like a weird sausage of a dog, and I think I really like that.
That's very fair. Fucking Evan, you left me with a hole.
You gave him a space to build, and he just fucking dipped.
It's just a hole.
You gave a man a home.
I gave him a home. Job. I let him do his weird creative endeavors that involved a hole.
It always involves a hole with him, dude.
A hole.
Oh,
I'm gonna build a glass dome in your undersea cave.
Or he's gonna live in a fucking hole in the ground, or...
Stairs. Fucking crafting table as one of the steps.
Yeah. This is mostly why, when
I
we
know
were
you're in
talking
this
about
call, Evan.
who's fucking...
I see you muted. He is actually in this call, if you weren't aware.
Oh, funny. I'm gonna be 100% honest. This is mostly why, when you were like, I'll take him as a citizen, I put up, like, no resistance. It's like, yay, I don't get a
Nice.
random hole.
Trying to build a civilization. I understand why your citizens were so difficult to deal with in past civilizations.
Yes.
I think the one time I was a citizen, I did well though.
Oh, you
I
did
did
fine,
construction projects.
yeah. Yeah, you just worked on your little projects, and it was like, okay, cool, whatever. Artie was okay. Me and Artie worked out in the ways that I would give her specific building permits on specific plots to build specific things. Or she would give me ideas and I'd go, yes, I like that idea, do that. Or, no, I don't like that. Like, I had to be a fairly hands-on ruler to keep what I wanted to be happening. Not that she ever tried to, like, go against me or anything.
Right.
But I mostly had a farmer and an extra set of hands.
You know, there's something to that. Like, you guys worked together in two civilizations, because this has been...
Yeah,
As a
this is the
group,
first one
this is the-
that...
This is the third civilization.
Yeah, and this is the first one that she struck off on her own. And that was another reason when I was like, you should join us, and she was like, no. I was like, yeah, honestly, fair. Because she hasn't done it before, so it's not like, you know...
Oh, yeah. No, I think eventually what the move is, because we always inevitably kind of burnt out working on our own. I think I get stuck in my creative endeavors and endlessly work on impossible projects and just power construct, you power build large scale buildings and then don't really know what to do.
Yeah.
I think eventually what we're probably have to do is start collaborating on stuff.
Yeah.
And that's going to be where we go after this. Start trying to build roads and bridges with each other.
Yeah, I mean, I've already thought about that. Eventually I'll get burnt out and I'll go build the rest of Margaritaville.
Really need to fucking build that, man.
Yeah.
It's not my land, but it's close enough.
It is your land.
Oh, do I own that?
Yeah, that's not mine, technically.
Oh, okay.
I don't
You
own
never
any of the jungle. I own
established
the
boundaries
savannah
very
with the...
well.
So I have in my head, and that's why I've been, like... I built, like, the lighthouse on the far reach of my land.
Yeah.
But I do need to build more, like... I want to build, like, probably, like, watchtowers and stuff around. Like,
Yeah,
just
we need
enough that
boundary
they're, like,
markers.
within view. Because this is... I've got to name it, because the Long Island just sounds too close to Long Island, but it is, in fact, a very long island.
Yeah.
Is where the manor is being built right now. And there's a lighthouse at the end of it. And I want to put a lighthouse on this little other island that's really close to. I just ripped crazy ass, and I'm sure the mic picked it up.
Shredded ass.
Yeah, sure.
Serrated ass. Absolutely diabolical ass.
Yeah, so I own this. The plains that the castle is built on, the mountain that borders the Long Island, that's also
Okay.
got the cherry blossom on it. and the plane that the castle is
Welcome
on.
back, Evan.
I'm still at work
Why are you on the call then?
because I'm waiting to go home.
Oh, okay.
I'm having a manager take me because Emmanuel went home early because he had an allergic reaction.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Apparently, he's allergic to mushrooms.
Oh, good to know.
Well, have fun having
Good
the
to-
manager take you.
Well, I guess. Yeah. So my night's been weird.
Yeah,
It's been
sounds
slow.
like it.
Yes.
I have been doing absolutely nothing of note in Minecraft tonight. Mostly just excavating, because I struggle to
Yes.
do complex
I left you with a
building
good starting
tasks
hole.
while also having the conversations that we do.
Mm-hmm.
I left you with a good starting hole for excavation. You'll have no problems.
No, you just dug a hole.
Every good place needs a hole.
It's not even a big hole. Like a 3x3 hole.
It's big enough to die in. It's big enough to fall in. It's a hole. I don't know what more you want. It's a hole.
I need to touch up this roof. Eventually. Kind of looks like shit.
Yeah, go touch your roof.
The roof to the manor is... I mean, it's a very normal roof, but it looks kind of whack. I think it looks too normal. There's like too little detail.
I'm working on some stuff down here. There is actually some notable
I will be back
progress for you to
in
look
15
at.
minutes. Goodbye.
Okay.
But it's nothing special. You can kind of just see the general framework and architectural stylings of the underground palace.
Yeah. Yeah, let me place these slabs down and then I'll come take a look.
Probably gonna strip part of it because I don't like how might make some adjustments, but you'll get the gist.
Yeah.
Yeah, my hope here is build a lot of the palace underground and slowly make my way upwards so that parts of it are peeking out on the surface,
Mm-hmm.
which I feel is a pretty attainable project. This time I'm actually using realistic building materials. That is stuff that is naturally acquired within the cave.
Mm-hmm.
I've learned my lesson. No more exotic building materials.
Exotic butters.
Exotic butters.
I need FNAF to be cool again. When is new media coming out?
We're supposed to get a second movie.
I mean, fair, but I doubt that that's going to be the next thing coming out.
Probably not, but usually they kind of shadow drop the video games.
True.
I mean, that's what happened with the last one, which was like a month ago, something like that.
There was a new game a month ago?
Yeah, it was the, Into the Pit.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, Into the Pit was an official game, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, that was neat. It had some cool animations and whatnot, and the side-scroller format was a cool choice.
Yeah, and they just kind of dropped that with no real... Which
Yeah.
has kind of always been the case with FNAF.
True.
They don't really do dates.
Yeah.
I enjoy FNAF enough now. I don't like playing the games personally.
Oh yeah, no,
I
me
don't
neither.
like jump scares,
Yeah.
but
On my way over, by the way.
oh, cool. Yeah, I kind of get, but like I said, there isn't that much going on, but between the hallways leading up to things, also when you get to the, the absolutely massive corridor, make sure you go to the other end of it so you can see how well I can look at the unfinished Margaritaville.
Okay. All right, here's the
Don't
big question. Would you really rather it be a finished Margaritaville that you have to look at?
Look, no, you don't understand. The hole is like 3 blocks.
You're cutting out.
It's pretty bad, man.
Okay, okay.
I am also intending on eventually replacing certain construction materials that placeholders. Primarily anything cobblestone is eventually not going to be cobblestone.
Yeah.
It's just an easy way for me to start building platforms
Mm-hmm.
that I can construct from.
Yeah.
Now, I've actually got a couple of things that have happened kind of secretly.
Oh yeah,
in
there's the
background.
unfinished Margaritaville.
Yeah, right?
Well, I really did get like a whole frame of it done. I can probably throw the rest of it together with relative ease. Oh, fun.
Yeah. The plan, I need to do some reconstructing, is to make a tier system of this, so you just progressively rising versions of this style of framework.
Yeah, and that'll be... Oh, damn it. I'm sorry. Hold on. Fucking bitch. 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 Where? No, get your ass back here. Bitch. Bitch. Bitch.
Yeah, we do get those. And it's part of why the construction project has been of the utmost importance to actually get proper structures, because I'm digging so much that torches are constantly needing around, which leads to dark spots and...
Yeah, no, I get you. Alright.
But, yeah.
Would you like to come see the manor before I hop off?
Yes.
Because I do have
But
work tomorrow still.
I want to finish constructing the base platform, and then...
Yeah. Do you have a crafting table somewhere around here?
I believe so. If you head up those stairs, you'll see my work site, which has chests and stuff. If not there, then at the end of absolutely gargantuan corridor.
Okay. And
there should be.
Athena Lewis 10, thank you for the follow. Okay, yeah, I found one. Yeah. I'm gonna do you a great honor and make you a boat.
Thank you. Not that I couldn't. I literally grow bamboo for a living, but...
Not my fault your rates were too expensive.
You know, I never thought... I should probably make a bulk discount, honestly.
Well, yeah, I definitely would have, but the crazy thing is, yeah, I am building, like... I mean, you've seen in the castle, and even more so in this project, I am building full floors out of it.
Okay, well, we can do like an industrial. We can make a contract.
Yeah. I mean,
Because-
you could also make the kind of contract like I've got the contract with Artie, where Artie comes and can have as much wool as she wants as long as she keeps supplying me with dark oak.
You know what? I would gladly take that deal because if you're going to be working with bamboo, I'd rather you be working off of my farm.
Yeah.
Okay. We will. What resource do you have in abundance?
Wool.
You know what? I'll take it.
Okay.
Wool for bamboo. Can grab as much from the chest, and I will make sure that they stay stocked.
Okay. Good. Then now I can actually finish my floor. Yeah, you know where the sheep are. Feel free to breed however many you want. Just leave them free roaming and harvest as much as you want. I killed a few for meat, but once you get a few more bred there, it's really nice because you can basically run loops, and by the time you get to the side, like you get back where you started, the sheep you started with will already have their wool back. So you can really
Ooh.
just run loops and
That is
get wool.
okay. Where did you place the boat?
It's out at the bamboo place.
Okay. No, this is actually good because I have not had a reason to bamboo for a little while. No one's
Yeah.
really been in need, and since Gira has like not been on, I do not have an active buyer. Do we have anyone else we could invite to the server?
Not really. I tried to get a friend of mine on. And I still technically could. I've met this person relatively recently, but the thing is, they also have like hella anxiety, and I don't know if they would be okay with streaming.
That's fair. I think more than anything, I would just like to have inhabitants
Yeah.
going around doing things, and like they can make little structures if they want to. They can mine for stuff, but just to have other people working in this area.
Yeah. Now, do you see the manor here in front of us?
I do.
Now, do you see what I mean by I need to do something with the roof?
Yeah, it's very
Like,
bland.
especially if you look at it in comparison to the castle. And I mean, it is only one level.
And in comparison to the watchtower off there,
Yeah, I think I just need to add some, like, extra peaks and fun things in the roof. Like, maybe a big one in the middle might do it some good.
what I was thinking maybe is that you could, on either side, do gold staircase ornamentation. So you have a gold staircase base, and then maybe do like a second inverted one, so you get sort of like a loop
That'd be interesting.
situation.
The entrance is over here, by the way.
Yeah, I was just taking a look up here.
So I based it off of, like, Japanese manor designs, which are, you know, you've got your one loop around here, then through here you've got your courtyard in here and another loop, and all the rooms are kind of in between and open to both sides.
Right.
I said 15, I meant 13.
Alright. You've even got these side rooms have the view out into what will be the garden, which was another big thing.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
I like what you're
basically
doing.
it for now. But
Okay.
yeah, I like it.
You know,
I think it's quite fun.
honestly, I like that you're more consistent architecture. I would, however, like it if in between some of these grander structures, you still had stuff that's representative of your society.
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely do a few more yurt camps just around. I mean, it's
Your
not like they're
camps
hard to
maybe
make.
make like small bazaars or something. I think that there's like cohesively and got something kind of fun going with the juxtaposition of grand structures, but also having people living in yurts. It kind of indicates that like it feels very like air nomads from Avatar, where there are these big structures, but people are constantly moving around still, like they're nomadic people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then I guess my thought with it is originally I was like I should just take down the yurts because I'm doing something else. But what it ended up kind of being more is like imagine having a culture that's pretty much based around the yurts because that's what it's always been. However, that's not, what's necessary anymore, so people are settling down and doing grandiose things.
Well, I also like that because you're not doing housing, like regular housing. These are large structures that could be as like communal structures.
Yeah.
So you build big permanent communal structures, but people still live in yurts.
Yeah.
And like you said, it's like a cultural thing.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, it's kind of like just actual Mongolia today.
That's true.
There are large structures, but a lot of people still actually live in sort of like hybrid, modern, and cultural lifestyle.
Yeah. So yeah, I gotta finish up the floors here, which I'm just about done with. And now having that access to the bamboo will make things a lot easier. And then it's just about interior and exterior decoration. Probably put up a few more walls so I can have the closet spaces again. Then a lot of gardening. Got a lot of gardening to do.
Okay.
If you have a culture that likes the yurts but wants big structures to live in permanently, just make a big yurt.
I mean, isn't that just a building?
No, it's a big yurt.
I think it's a circus tent, actually.
Yes! There we go. Build him a circus tent.
Alright.
Put a caged elephant in the corner, and you'll be fine.
That's a decent band. They only really have the known song.
I was about to say, they keep going on about some shit about there ain't no rest for the fucking wicked or whatever. Actually, Cigarette Daydreams was another good song, and that was also Cage the Elephant. But, like, super different vibe. I don't know what was up with that.
I think that some bands just don't ever try to form a cohesive vibe, which tends to mean they don't get as popular because it's hard to cultivate a fan base that way.
Yeah.
But it's cool. I respect the artistic integrity, if nothing else.
Mm-hmm. Alright, I'm gonna head off now.
Alright, I will